Chapter 15. I thought my heart was going to burst out of my chest as we ran and half fell down that hill. It had taken us so long to get up it 2 nights before, but the trip down was a roller coaster ride with dirt, clanking equipment, and desperate men gasping for breath. There hadn't been time to make a plan and get it out to the patrol. We all knew what we were doing. How we were going to do it was a question. But whatever we ended up doing, it had to be done fast if we hoped to capture any prisoners. Hitting the paddy fields, we spread out without being told to. We all knew that somewhere in the grasses around us there was the remains of a unit 2 to 3 times our size. Belden set up the machine guns and the grenadiers to cover our sweep as we stretched out to fill the gap between the hill and the far tree line. We didn't talk about it, but we never lost momentum from the time we started down the hill. Our speed slowed considerably, but we kept moving from a running file to a loose shoulder-to-shoulder rank moving across the waist-high grasses. There had not been any shooting that we were aware of. The artillery came in and caught the Viet Cong unit without warning, and they had no targets to shoot back at. By the time the second volley hit them, those who were alive were down and crawling in the grass. Soon we began finding blood trails everywhere. Each tiger moved cautiously with his weapon at the ready. I could hear the others breathing heavily, and I tried to control my own breathing enough to be able to listen for any signs of life in the grass. It was nerve-wracking moving through the grass and finding blood trails, but very confusing not finding anyone. We couldn't have taken so long getting down the hill that they all could have dragged themselves off. After seeing my first real artillery fire mission close up, I couldn't conceive of anybody surviving. They must have been incredibly motivated because we traveled nearly the entire length and width of the enemy position and found only the blood trails, shredded equipment, hair and bone fragments, and footprints in the dirt churned up by the artillery. But the footprints petered out when they moved to the hard-baked paddy fields. I had still not caught my breath when suddenly something popped up just a few yards in front of me. I was looking away toward Belden when it happened. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught some movement, and when I spun around and aimed my M16 at it, I found a rifle barrel sticking up out of the grass at me. I thought I was a dead man. The VC soldier on the other end of the rifle had me full length standing in his sights, and I could only guess where his body was. Before I could react, the tigers on either side of me turned, got the enemy soldier in their sights, and someone yelled, "Don't shoot!" I had already pulled in the trigger slack on my M16 when I heard the words and caught myself reflexively dropping to a bent-over squat to make myself a smaller target. Just then, another hand came up out of the grass with something in it. I heard someone yell, "Don't shoot!" again. It was a bolt, a rifle bolt. I took one more step forward and saw the soldier raising both hands. In one was an aging, bolt-action single-shot rifle, and in the other was the bolt. The rifle was inoperable in 2 pieces. The VC wasn't trying to shoot us. He was trying to give up, showing us that he was not going to shoot by holding the 2 parts of his rifle over his head. We ran up to him and snatched the rifle. 2 tigers tried to stand him up, only to find out that he had been wounded and needed help. He chattered and pleaded in Vietnamese, but I had no idea what he was saying. It was clear that he didn't want to be hurt and was begging for some kind of mercy. Our medic ran in to where the soldier sat and began to attend to his wounds. Belden finished reporting what had been found in the target area and received instructions to call off the search. I found out later that one of the rifle companies involved in the cordon was given the mission of picking up the search in and beyond the tree line, where most likely the VC had escaped to. It was still several more minutes before I put my rifle back on safe and stood up full length. My first enemy contact was over, and I was in one piece, and I had gone through a day's worth of adrenaline in less than 30 minutes. We would all come to find that most contacts rarely lasted longer than that. Any that did usually were major actions with large units, and the results were plenty of casualties on both sides. On that day, we were plenty lucky. The number of blood trails and the amount of body matter that we found in the field confirmed that we had severely damaged that Vietcong unit. I was astounded at how fast and how effectively they were able to drag their dead and wounded away. It wouldn't be the last time I would see that. Just the last time I would be so surprised. Things didn't slow down after a contact in Vietnam. Suddenly the radio traffic brought incredible demands for comprehensive reports on who and what and when and what were they wearing and on and on. We were also told to find a place to set up a hasty perimeter to be able to land a chopper. Brigade headquarters wanted the prisoner and they wanted to waste no time getting him interrogated. Since we were on the valley floor, the selection of a landing site was not a problem. We were concerned that we were within firing range of the tree line and the hill and sent out 2-man security elements to keep an eye on both. There was little else that we could do. If we moved to a more secure location, then there would be difficulty getting a chopper in, and there would be a delay getting the prisoner evacuated to the rear. We didn't have to wait long. The chopper arrived, and off stepped Major David Hackworth and a couple of others from battalion headquarters. He talked to Belden and then gave the prisoner a quick once-over. I couldn't tell what they were talking about, but it was a short conversation. I remained on one side of the perimeter to help provide the security, and before I had a chance to find out what was going on, the chopper lifted off. We were close and had to duck and turn away to keep from getting faces full of blown grasses and dry paddy dirt. As I shielded my eyes, the radio operator tapped me on the shoulder and yelled, "It's for you!" I picked up the handset and answered. Hack was on the other end. He said, "Hey, look up here." I looked up just as the chopper was coming across in front of my position. He continued, "Belden tells me you're okay. You got it. Now take those Tigers and link up with the element to your north and await further instructions. Out." I wiped the dirt away from my eyes and looked harder. There in the jump seat of the departing chopper, both with big grins on their faces, sat Hackworth and Belden. Hack threw me a loose salute, and Belden gave me a simple thumbs up. I was in command. I had somehow passed some test, although the standards were not clear to me. But I must have passed because Hack had gotten an okay from Belden and decided to take him back along with the prisoner. The announcement caught me completely by surprise. I had no idea that I had done anything or enough of whatever I was doing to satisfy Platoon Sergeant Philip Belden that I was worthy of assuming responsibility for the patrol. In later years, I asked both Belden and Hackworth what they talked about to make that decision, and both of them claimed faulty memories of the day. I guess I can understand that. Taking over my first patrol in the field, and after a successful contact, was a moment I will never forget. I had spent months and months being trained and warned and prepared for that moment. I don't expect that it was that monumental a moment for either Belden or Hack. I'm also very pleased that all these years later, both of them are still alive, and we can laugh about it. I wasn't sure what my first move should be, but I was positive that I had to make one, fast. There we were, out in the open. Everyone in Vietnam already knew where we were, and our location was confirmed by the landing and takeoff of a chopper. Someone in the trees or on the hillsides surrounding us had surely counted noses and knew that we were only 14 strong and lightly armed. I also had to assume that whoever was watching us knew that if we made the first move in the direction of the rifle company, that they could just about guess our route to a link-up. Ambushes are made of this. We moved in a direction away from the rifle company and then turned back toward it when we were inside a tree line that bounded the north side of the clearing we had been in. Suddenly, 19 months of training to become an infantry platoon leader was over. No more school problems and school solutions. No more easy mistakes and student critiques. No more pretending. That day, my life changed. That day, I became a combat leader, and that day the lives of others became my full responsibility. My mind was filled with all of the lists, techniques, and details that I was sure I would need to have at my fingertips. But there was no time for deliberation and complete attention to detail. I had to get us out of the open and into a concealed route to our rendezvous. They were right back at Benning. 13 sets of eyes were looking at me to make some decisions and not be stupid. I swallowed hard and said a small prayer, but I wasn't nearly as confident as I'm sure the members of that patrol hoped I was. Moving any group of combat infantrymen through the bush is a strain comparable to few other things in life. Every single step of the way, you are surprised that you haven't taken incoming fire, and you are reminded that there was something you should have done and didn't. Yet. There was no more time to study. No more chances to look something up or ask a question about the business of leading men in combat. It was clearly like having someone strap a heavy weight to your load and then press down on it. My first experience as a field leader was uneventful. We made no contact and sighted no enemy on our way to link up with a sister company. Once we did link up, I encountered my first very selfish act on the part of another junior officer. I had seen officers make moves that were in their own best interest, and even some who did so and used the excuse that it was good for their unit, but I had not run across such a blatant act before. We were told to stay with the company while it moved to a pickup point. That early in the war, the availability of helicopters was very much exaggerated in the press. You got helicopters when there was no other way to move you, or when the time was so crucial that other methods of transport would take much too long. We were headed to a point a day and a half's walk away to meet a truck convoy in a more secure area. From there, we'd be trucked back to Phan Rang. When I reported to the company commander, protocol since I was a second lieutenant and he was a captain, he treated me like his own personal find. He immediately gave me details that he wanted my patrol to accomplish before we moved out of his company perimeter. Somehow he was able to feel comfortable telling me that he wanted my people to help bury his trash and provide added security while his troops took care of things before we moved out. I thought it was fairly selfish of him to ignore the fact that his company had been sitting in the same location for the better part of 2 days while we had made the trip out by sea, walked to and up the hill, spent 2 nights on more than a 50% alert, and then made the only contact in the whole operation. But while I was feeling that way, I didn't complain because I wasn't really sure if it would sound like I was whining. He added insult to injury by calling me to his CP just before dark and telling me that he had decided that the Tigers should take the point to give his company a bit of a break. I filed the incident away in my mind for the day when I could do something about it. I had no idea when that would be, but Seat of the Pants told me that I was being jerked around because he was a captain and I was a second lieutenant. And if you weren't in the Army in those days, I can only tell you that the distance between those ranks was substantial. The fact that he was a company commander was a special anointing that made his status greater than any other captain's not so blessed. Picking the route, being responsible for the direction, the pace, and the speed of movement was a fairly complicated set of balls to balance on my first day in a leadership position. So my unhappiness with the company commander took a back seat to my being worried about getting an entire reinforced rifle company lost in bad guy territory. I tried to do the best job I could, staying aware of exactly where we were and what to expect to our front. All of those days and nights of map reading and land navigation classes at the NCO Academy and in OCS were finally paying off. By dawn on the next day, we were exactly where we needed to be, and well ahead of our schedule to make the rendezvous. I'm sure happy that we didn't make contact during that night. It was hard enough to navigate without any distractions, like a firefight. and by dawn the tigers were very tired. They had not really had any sleep for going on 4 days. For me, it had been a bit longer than that, since I hadn't really slept the night before we departed. I was working on raw nerve endings by the time we got to the trucks. The company commander never so much as said thanks, or told me that I did an okay job of piloting his company to the pickup point. As a matter of fact, he never said anything to me. Still, I wouldn't forget the treatment of my patrol by someone who had only suffered through the boredom of the operation. Chapter 16. Coming home to Phan Rang from my first combat patrol, I was a different soldier than the one who left. I had seen some of what Vietnam was about, and I had reached the far end of my acclimatization to the water and the heat. Though I was dead tired, I felt good about being the patrol leader on the final leg and just being a tiger. Once I got back in the headquarters company area, where we were quartered, I found out that our contact had been a fairly significant one. I had assumed that the battalion had experienced plenty of enemy contacts during the months that they had been there before my arrival. That was not the case. Sure, they had had some small actions, but not many, and not large, and not often. The number of VC that we had encountered in our artillery ambush was an unusually large element to find at all, much less in the open in the daytime. On top of that, the prisoner we had captured just poured out a stream of information that made the brigade headquarters happy and put a star next to the Tiger Force's name on their mental charts. Jim Gardner and the remainder of the Tigers were there to meet us on our return. We were hailed, and there was backslapping all around. Phil Belden had not wasted any time since he had returned. He had been able to scrounge some cold San Miguel beer and some chicken for us to cook up and eat while we unwound from the operation. I don't know what made me expect any time to sit and rest on our laurels, but I was wrong in thinking we would get some time off in the base camp. The second thing Gardner said to me, after congratulations on the contact, was to get ready to move forward in 36 hours. Forward for us was no longer the relative term used in earlier wars. Forward in Vietnam meant that area where your higher headquarters was conducting combat operations, provided that you weren't there. It was especially true if you were in the base camp, referred to as the rear. So all those linear references from earlier wars, measured relative to the enemy's front lines and your front lines, were revised for Vietnam. Nevertheless, the word forward was enough to ratchet in your sphincter muscle a notch or two when you were told you were headed there. Forward for the 1st Brigade of the 101st was the Tuy Hoa area in Phu Yen Province. The Tuy Hoa Rice Bowl, only half a mile from the ocean in the northern half of South Vietnam, was a critical area. For hundreds of years, the paddies west and south of Tuy Hoa City provided most of the rice that fed much of the southern half of Vietnam. The control of Tuy Hoa and its rice was crucial to the survival of South Vietnam as a sovereign country and as a fighting force. The 101st was sent there to help protect the rice harvest. Before they arrived, the VC were ripping off the local farmers for their rice and running back into the hills with it. The rice and the money they were able to extort from the locals was sufficient to feed and equip the local guerrillas, and also provided considerable aid to the main force units in the area. The 101st's job was to put an end to the diversion of the rice crop and to return the huge rice bowl to the control of the South Vietnamese government. While it appeared to be a simple matter, it proved to be frustrating and difficult to pull off. I got to spend just a few more hours with Jim Gardner before we had to move out for Tuy Hoa Beach. I found him to be an incredibly confident leader and an example to follow. He was comfortable with the troops, gregarious and approachable. He was nothing like some of the lieutenants I had met during my days as an enlisted man. They were standoffish and distant. Any thought you might have had about approaching them quickly disappeared when you sized them up. It was as if they didn't want to be bothered. I now suspect it was because they didn't want to be discovered as not having the answers to the questions and not being prepared to admit it. This was not the case with Jim Gardner. During the few hours we spent together, he told me he was leaving the Tigers because of his upcoming promotion. He estimated that he would be leaving within 10 days and hoped he could give me everything he knew in that time. In those early days, there were no exceptions to the rule that platoons were led by lieutenants, not captains. And since the Tiger Force was a complete bastard outfit, with no legitimacy on the books, we were assigned by the books. The organization chart only allowed for 2 lieutenants in the 2 real headquarters platoons that made up the Tigers. It was very unusual for a lieutenant to get a chance to overlap with the officer he was replacing. More often than not, the lieutenant would arrive in the battalion and would go to a platoon that already had an NCO temporarily holding down the job. Overlap was a luxury that I appreciated, however short it was. Outloading to a new tactical location with an airborne unit is one of the most complicated operations you can experience. But I was impressed with the battalion's ability to size up its air-loading requirements and match air assets to needs. I wouldn't find out until later that the reason was because it was a particularly well-developed skill of Major Hackworth's. The battalion staff could not make a mistake in air movement with him checking their work. His ability to estimate loads, weights, and cube requirements was the best I ever saw in any airborne unit I served with. Thus, the move itself went smoothly. In less than a day and a half, we had cleared out of Phan Rang and closed on Tuy Hoa. For reasons that escaped me, the brigade decided to set up the 1st 327th on a ribbon of sand that ran for a few miles south of Tuy Hoa City. Bounded by the South China Sea and Highway 1, the beach was a strange combination of sand and very dusty dirt. It was the only place I have ever been where you could swim or take a shower, and before you had walked 100 yards, you were covered with a fine dirt up to your knees. It was also hot and devoid of any terrain features or vegetation. But for us, it was home, for a while. We were given an area and soon found out just how difficult it was to be put on a sandy beach. When we had heard we were going to be on the beach, all of us thought that would be a terrific idea. On a beach, besides the obvious problem of having sand in everything you owned all the time, there were several other peculiarities that were bothersome. Tent stakes didn't want to stay put. Sunburn was a constant problem with the added reflections off the sand. Walking became difficult when you had to do lots of it in the battalion area. Vehicles got bogged down in the loose surface, and everything you ate had a gritty crunch to it. The only thing that was easy was sandbagging. Security on a beach had its own unique features that we had not anticipated, and the Tiger Force was given a local security mission as soon as we turned off the highway and drove to the battalion command post. We were required to establish lightly armed and thinly manned positions around the perimeter of the battalion area. Our first problem was that there was virtually no defensive terrain. Everything was flat and sandy. There was no deviation in the elevation that could offer better observation and fields of fire, and there were no obvious positions to consider along likely enemy avenues of approach. The entire beach was avenues of approach. Vegetation or terrain features to help conceal the friendly positions didn't exist. So, sandbagged emplacements for the machine guns and other crew-served weapons stood out on the beach like olive-drab pimples. We weren't kidding anyone. Local security extended to patrolling. The first night there, I took out a patrol to check the terrain outside our field of view from the battalion area. Since we were on a beach, that meant the places we couldn't see were a long hump away, and walking a long distance in the sand at night was more taxing than we had expected it to be. Navigation became an added problem. There were no trails, streams, hilltops, bridges, hamlets, or roadways to help us identify just where we were once we got out of sight of the battalion. That night, out on the Tuy Hoa beach, I got as lost as I have ever been as a tactical leader. My only solution was to head east until we found the ocean, and then turn south to follow the waterline back to the battalion area. I don't know how many members of the patrol knew how lost we were, but I was very embarrassed. As bad as the beach at Tuiwa was, it was better than some places I would later work in Vietnam. The light security mission quickly ended, and we were relieved by the arrival of the last elements of the battalion. Headquarters Company and one of the rifle companies took over our mission, and we were told to stand by to move into the Tuiwa Valley for operations there. This began a series of changes to our organization. Hackworth's idea of using the Tiger Force as an advanced patrolling unit and a fourth maneuver unit kept us in a constant state of flux. While the change in mission was fairly easy to adjust to mentally, the consequences of flipping from small patrols to a single or two light infantry platoons took some adjustments. Each different mission required a realignment of squads to teams or patrols and a change in the distribution of weapons and equipment. An additional problem occurred with communications. We were not authorized to have as many of the kind of radios that we needed. We were authorized several lightweight ANPRC-6 radios, but they were useless to us at the distances we were working from one another and from adjacent units. More ANPRC-25 radios were what we needed. We had too few of them, and we had no replacements if one got wet or damaged. To us, radios were everything. Without them, we lost our flexibility. Since we were so light in firepower, radios gave us the ability to call for mortars, artillery, helicopter gunships, and tactical air support. One or several of these types of firepower were available to us within minutes, provided we could call them up for help. Without the radios to call in supporting fires, we were given only two options: take on enemy forces with what we had, or just lay low until they passed by us. And rearranging the internal structure of the Tiger Force to flip from lengthy patrols to acting as a small rifle company meant the shuffling of radios. Any radio operator can become expert at how his equipment works and what to do to coddle and pamper it into performing when it is sick. But when the radios have to be shifted, their history gets lost, and the receiving radio operator is stuck with an unknown entity until it proves itself reliable or not. A patrol or search-and-destroy operation is not the best place to discover the performance capability of the only radio you might have. It didn't take long for extra radios to begin appearing in the Tiger Force. I didn't know where they came from. The alert became a warning order, and then an order. We were to move by chopper to the south end of the Tuiwa Rice Bowl to assist in a sweep through the valley. The purpose of the sweep was to search for and eliminate Viet Cong from the farming community. We were tasked to act as a maneuver element, which meant that we had the night to reorganize and shuffle equipment to become a platoon-size infantry unit. Gardner was going to be the unit commander, and I was to tag along to get my last few chances to overlap with him and pick his brain about how things should work within the Tiger Force. I was just as happy to do it that way since I had never seen a search operation and only had a vague notion of what was required. Jim put me to work getting the Tigers ready to go and checking on weapons, ammo, equipment, and rations. He had decided to leave a portion of the Tigers at the beach to complete the setup of our area and to receive the few remaining pieces of equipment that were still on the way to Tuiwa from Phan Rang. That meant we'd be taking 24 Tigers with us to the valley the next morning. Helicopter operations in 1965 and 1966 were primitive at best. We never could count on choppers being available or showing up on time or arriving with the same mission that we thought they had been given. It was not a problem with the pilots or crews. Rather, it was the unreliability of the equipment and the kinks that were still in the maintenance and the operations side of the chopper business. The basic workhorse for us was the UHID that had worked well in the States, but wasn't quite as reliable in the heat and altitude of Vietnam. Our allowable cargo load shifted from day to day based on the fuel load of the aircraft, the temperature, and the altitude. As the altitude, temperature, and fuel load increased, the number of troops we could load onto a chopper decreased. This unpredictability translated itself into many confusing chopper pickups. It wasn't uncommon to break down the troops into chalks that didn't end up matching the allowable cargo load, ACL, we had planned on. Ultimately, we would end up with extra soldiers running from chopper to chopper, looking for one that could take them after they had been bumped from the aircraft they had originally been scheduled to board. Worse than the confusion was the disruption of the planned cross-loading and the separation of troops from their leaders and leaders from their radio operators. Anyone who spent any time in tactical units in Vietnam during the early years could tell many stories of choppers being grounded on the pickup zone after loading up with critical personnel or equipment. Since we didn't have a radio in each chopper, often the commander didn't know what men had made it to the landing zone until he arrived there himself. Much of this worked itself out by the time the chopper engines were upgraded and the planners and the maintenance personnel were equipped and trained to handle the high use of choppers in tactical operations. But during those first couple of years, it was a surprise every time you landed. I once lifted off of an airfield with 2 separate patrols of 7 men each, destined for landing zones several miles apart. Only when we got on the ground did I find out that the other patrol leader had not been allowed to get on his own chopper. The fact that we were already a 25-minute flight away and on the ground before we found out caused us to scrub the other patrol's mission and combine the 2 patrols. The screw-up caused unnecessary risks for the pilots, crew, choppers, and the other Tiger Force patrol. Any surprise we hoped to have achieved by landing my chopper in the mountainous rainforest was lost, while the 2 patrols moved along the foothills to effect a link-up after dark. Our liftoff from the Tuy Hoa beach was typical. The Tigers had been spaced out in a pattern similar to the landing formation of the 5 choppers that were scheduled to pick us up. After we had waited in 5-man chalks for over an hour, we were notified that there would only be 4 choppers, and we should rearrange the chalks accordingly. The rearrangement of one chalk to spread out the load to the others meant an immediate loss of the integrity of the chalk that had to be divided up, and would result in similar reorganizing confusion on the landing zone. It was something we just had to get used to because there was no other option. For me, it was my first time in a chopper. I didn't have any idea what to expect and was somewhere between being excited and concerned that I didn't know what I didn't know about choppers. As it turned out, it was the first of many experiences I would have in choppers, and almost every single flight taught me something about them. Choppers were powerful, yet delicate in their survivability. I soon came to understand also that their pilots would ask the machines to do things that had never been put into the aircraft design on the drawing board. After we shuffled and recounted heads, the choppers arrived. Choppers on the dirty, dusty beach at Tuy Hoa caused a visibility nightmare. As soon as they got close enough to the ground for their rotor wash to pick up the dust, the entire flight disappeared into a yellow-brown cloud of it. The dust and dirt were blinding. Some of the chalks were more distant from their respective choppers than others, and had difficulty determining just which chopper was theirs. That first flight, I had no idea how dangerous it was to be engulfed in all that dust. The chopper pilots couldn't see each other or the soldiers on the ground. Somehow, through the skill of the pilots, we were able to get aboard and off the ground. Leaving the dust and the beach behind was a thrill. It was a wild first ride that I will never forget. We sat in the open doorways of the choppers with our legs hanging out as the pilots made ascending right turns away from the ocean and toward the rice bowl. I had not seen the valley floor on the way into the airfield near Tuy Hoa City because there is very little visibility from a C-130 cargo plane, unless you are near the open ramp or parachute doors. So that chopper flight was the first time I got a look at where we would spend 6 of the next 13 months. The Tuiwa area was one of the most beautiful places I had ever seen. It was a sprawling green farmland, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains and on the 4th by the sea. It was comprised of hundreds of villages and hamlets that looked like they had been in the same spots for centuries. Each little plot of land seemed to be exceptionally fertile and teeming with livestock, children, and hard-working farmers. As we flew across the width of the rice bowl, the great numbers of streams and small rivers caught the sunlight and reflected the sparkle of the water. It was hard to believe from 1,500 feet that there could be anything wrong in the sleepy-looking farming communities. True of all of Vietnam, looks were definitely deceiving. My first chopper ride was far too short. I was thrilled with the sense of flying that it offered, but I had no idea then how many thousands of hours I would spend in choppers in the years ahead, or the moments of terror they would provide. Landing in a wide rice field, we jumped out into ankle-deep mud topped by knee-high rice. Our first few steps were very strange because of the fine, silty soil that made up the mud. As we tried to pull our feet out of the mud, it tried to hold onto our boots with a sucking sensation, so we had to wait until the vacuum slowly released our boots. The choppers lifted off and flew back to the beach for the remainder of Task Force Hackworth. Jim Gardner ran off to find the command group to do some final coordination, while Belden and I tried to get Tigers spread out and off the landing zone. What follows is a sequence of events and information as I lived and learned them at the time. The years since have offered up a considerable number of details that I wish we had known then. The important thing that came to me out of that day, February 7th, 1966, was that the troops act on what they think is going on and not what is actually happening. The difference was disastrous for us that day. Task Force Hackworth consisted of a slice of the battalion headquarters, our own B Company, and the Tiger Force minus some who were still at the beach. The turnaround didn't take too long, and Gardner returned with a change in mission. We left the beach prepared to participate in a search-and-destroy operation. Gardner explained that one of the companies in our sister battalion, the 2nd of the 502nd, had taken some small arms fire south of our position, and we were going to move with TF Hackworth to the flank of that company to help if we could. It was not much more specific than that, and Gardner's sense of urgency was nothing out of the ordinary. Our walk to the B Company, 502nd's contact area, was slow and uneventful. We were neither rushed nor pushed to get there faster. We finally reached the far left flank of Captain Robert Murphy's company in less than an hour of careful movement. A fast-moving, although small, river separated the right flank of the Tiger Force from the extreme left flank of Murphy's company, or so we thought. Due to the light but plentiful vegetation, we were unable to make visual contact with Murphy's people and only had a general idea where he was. We didn't know at the time that he had taken some substantial fire and was basically pinned down out in the open and needed our help to relieve the pressure on his company. Instead, we believed that he had just taken light small arms fire, and we were to move to what was assumed to be the flank of the enemy unit facing Murphy's company. As we reached the river, we were held up while Hackworth took a few members of the task force headquarters forward for a closer recon of the enemy positions. At the time, there were a few rounds popping in the tree lines ahead of us, but none of the firing seemed to be coming our way. When Hackworth returned, there was another hasty conference between him, his headquarters, and the 2 unit commanders, Gardner and Captain Al Heiser, our B Company commander. While he was gone, the activity in the area where the original American company had made contact began to heat up. Firing picked up, and we could hear the M16s at what sounded like a few hundred meters from our position. There was also some scattered semi-automatic return fire that was not M16s. It wasn't a big firefight, but it was shooting, and it was making us nervous. I tried to remember Bill Pfeiffer and pretend the circling AIE Sky Raiders didn't bother me. I rather doubt that I was successful. The general anxiety level of the others told me that I didn't really understand what was going on. Gardner came back to the Tigers and rounded up Belden, the squad leaders, and me. He gave us hasty instructions to cross the river and move to the left of Heiser and Murphy's companies to approach the flank. We were to stay low, keep moving, and not fire until we cleared it with Gardner. Because of the proximity of other Americans, we could not see. We moved out and crossed a small footbridge, only to step off into the water on the other side. We took small arms fire as we did. Gardner didn't want the enemy to see us as we moved across their front. The far riverbank was steep and high enough out of the water to conceal our lateral move. The water itself was swift and very deep. We could barely touch bottom in places as we used our hands to hold on to the roots as we bobbed along, creeping to the left, heads below the bank. At a point only a few hundred meters to the left of the bulk of Task Force Hackworth and Captain Murphy's company, Gardner signaled for us to come up out of the water and lay low on the bank. We were completely submerged during our watery route, and each of us had difficulty getting up the steep banks in our waterlogged fatigues and rucksacks. Once we got up on the bank, it took several minutes for the water to drain out of our clothes and equipment. We were left slick and slippery and carrying a few more pounds of water weight than we had started the day with. Looking to my left and right, I was able to guess that I was somewhere near the center of the single line of Tigers spread out over 100 meters to my left and right. I could see Hackworth's command group on the far right of the Tigers between us and the adjacent rifle company. I couldn't hear Gardner, but he was talking to Hack over the radio. The sounds of the contact over on our far right flank picked up in intensity as someone adjusted airstrikes farther to our right. As we waited there in the light brush that separated the river from a stretch of rice paddy, a few stray enemy rounds passed over our heads. I couldn't tell how high the firing was. It was the first time anyone had ever shot in my direction, and guessing the particulars took more experience than I had. Still, it was a feeling I would never forget. My first incoming fire. Gardner finished talking to Hack and motioned to me to scoot over in his direction. He grabbed me by the shirt collar and pulled my face close to his and told me to pass the word to the left to get ready to rush the far tree line. As I did, he turned to the right and passed the word to the Tigers on his right. Tigers looked up through the short brush and over it at the field that stretched out in front of us. It was easily 70 meters deep and almost half again as wide. There was room for us to spread out, and the dash would be short, even though it would be hindered by our waterlogged condition. I asked Jim what he thought was up ahead of us. He gave me the last war's reality when he said, "Some small arms fire and at least one automatic weapon, probably a reinforced squad." That was the conclusion that many soldiers who had been in Korea might have guessed from the light resistance we thought was in that tree line. We had at least twice that much firepower with us in the Tigers alone. And since we didn't seem to be the target of the enemy element, Jim was hoping that we could dash across the open, plowed rice paddy field and be inside the next tree line before we were even discovered. Our other option was to continue in the riverbed even farther around the short axis of the rice paddy and end up where we assumed the enemy's rear was. But that would also put us in the direct line of fire from our sister company. I can only guess that Jim was hoping to capitalize on the element of surprise. Why he didn't want to leave part of the Tigers in place to lay down a base of fire while the rest of us moved, he never explained to me. I just sucked it up, got up on my knees in a starting stance, stared at the far tree line, and then at Jim, waiting for his signal to go. For the few seconds I had to examine it, the tree line looked like any other that I had seen on that first morning in the Vietnam rice fields. It was an absolutely straight rice paddy dike, perpendicular to our route and topped by stand after stand of side-by-side bamboo. The stands of bamboo looked to be as much as 20 feet high, and were backed by rows of scattered palm trees. I looked at the Tigers. They were ready. Each man had prepared himself for the move across the open field and waited at a squat or on one knee. Jim finally stuck the infantry school pose, stepped out in front of the line and yelled, "Move out!" And we moved without hesitation. Gardner broke into a half-run as he began shooting his M16 from the hip. We followed suit and kept on line in a perfect skirmish line a couple meters between soldiers. The din of almost a dozen M16s and a couple of machine guns and grenade launchers was almost deafening. We got almost halfway across the field without taking any enemy fire when it all went to hell. The peaceful-looking bamboo stands turned out to be the tops of well-dug and well-camouflaged enemy automatic weapons positions. In a fraction of a second, the far paddy dike exploded in a wall of flames as several weapons opened fire on us. In those same first few seconds, better than half of the 24 tigers went down in that open field, felled by the seeming wall of steel that came at us. Chapter 17. Few moments in my life have matched what was happening all around me as we kept moving toward the tree line. I looked to my left and right and saw fallen tigers everywhere. Even those who were only downed by initial wounds were being hit again and again by the incredible volume of fire coming from the multiple machine gun positions only 36 meters to our front. Those of us who were still on our feet and still charging forward were all surprised that we had not been cut down. The level of noise put out by our weapons and the incoming enemy fire made communicating impossible, and we all made up our own minds what to do. It was obvious to all that to stay in the middle of that field was certain death. To try to move back or laterally was equally foolish. So, without any coordination or communication among those who were still moving, we all just kept on charging toward the machine guns, firing everything we had back at the source of the enemy fire. Our efforts to reduce the accurate enemy fire were wasted. They had dug firing positions behind and under the bamboo that topped the paddy dike. Each enemy gunner fired from a port that was no bigger than a 6-inch circle, and the dense bamboo above them acted like a shock absorber. Each time an M79 grenade round hit the bamboo, the fragmentation was just sucked up by the incredibly resilient wood fibers. The small size of the firing ports made it unlikely that the wild spray of our M16 fire would hit the gunners who were cutting us down. As I ran and fired my rifle, I was desperately trying to figure out what our next move was. What if we did get into the tree line? Then what? What if I didn't and ended up wounded in the middle of that field with the others? Some protective process in my thinking didn't offer up the possibility of being dead there with the other tigers that had been killed in the first burst of enemy fire, or the ones that were dropping as we continued that last few yards to the bamboo. I could feel the burning in my chest running at a crouch, wearing all that wet equipment and taking shallow gulps of air. And around me, the world in my field of vision was turning into a nightmare of death and destruction. My heart pounded with a fury that I had never felt before. My legs were beginning to feel like rubber, and the distance between me and the enemy positions just didn't seem to get smaller, no matter how many steps I took. A tiger to my left stumbled and crossed in front of me as he tried to regain his balance. Just as he reached a point where I had to stop firing to keep from hitting him, he took more than one hit. The impact of the rounds made a loud noise as he became engulfed in a crimson spray of blood that bent him double at the waist, nosediving into the rice field. 2 more strides, and I was on top of him. It only took me a glance to know that he was dead. I had never seen a dead man before, and certainly not one I had just shared a cigarette with 10 minutes earlier. I felt nausea rising and thought that I was going to vomit, but something told me that if I stopped, or slowed, or did anything but move forward, I was not going to make it out of that field. I found a last burst of energy and half sprinted, half leaped to a narrow break in the bamboo along the paddy dike. Belly flopping onto the ground, I realized that I was just inches behind the enemy line of muzzles that had been shooting at us in the field. I looked back over my shoulder and saw the legs of 2 more tigers who were channeled into the same break as they ran up and over me. Turning back to my front, I saw that I was looking into a ditch that had been dug behind the line of enemy bunkers as a communications trench. I kicked one leg up and forward and levered myself off the break on the dike and into the trench. I landed in a pile of other tigers, 2, maybe 3 more. And just at the moment I tried to take stock of what was going on, we all saw 3 uniformed enemy soldiers crouching in the trench no more than 15 feet away. Each of them had a rifle trained on us, and we began to fire on them as they did the same to us. Most of their rounds went wild, while ours hit their mark. I don't know how many of them took fatal hits, but they recoiled violently at the intensity of our M16s firing on full automatic. As we fired, we scrambled to get up off our butts on the bottom of that chin-deep trough that left us exposed from both directions. We climbed up the far wall of the ditch and found ourselves in yet another small rice paddy bounded on its far side by a small man-made irrigation ditch. In that field I spotted several other tigers continuing forward, still firing and still charging in the original direction. 3 of us, who had crawled out of the first communications trench, got to our feet and ran to catch up with the others. Our forward progress was stopped dead at the irrigation ditch on the far side of the second paddy field. There, I found the surviving tigers huddled in the shallow ditch with Belden and Gardner. The incoming enemy fire was terribly intense, and we found ourselves in a crossfire. No one had to tell me the fix we were in. From our front, we were taking heavy fire that was coming through a hedgerow close enough for us to reach out and touch. But that same hedgerow kept us from being able to see who was shooting at us and where their firing positions were. To our right, there were at least 3 machine gun positions firing down the trench we were in and across the field that we had just crossed. Why they didn't fire while we were crossing it had become obvious. They wanted to suck us into that ditch and then close the door behind us. We didn't know what was to our left, but the feeling was that it was more of the same, and all of the friendly elements we were aware of were to our right and to our rear. So moving left or exploring it as a route out of our box was last on the list. Gardner slid up onto the slimy forward bank of the irrigation ditch and tried to find a break in the brush to see what we were facing. Enemy rounds snapped through the hedgerow only inches above our heads, while the fire from the machine guns to our right and rear crossed the frontal fire at a 90-degree angle. We were in a most classic crossfire and had completely lost our momentum and our initiative. I sat on my butt, half bent over to duck the rounds buzzing by our ears, up to my armpits in the standing slime of the ditch as I gasped for air and looked for some sign from Jim Gardner. He reached his left hand back toward me and yelled over the firing for me to give him my binoculars. I shifted my gear around and found my mud-covered binocular case and fumbled for the binos. Gardner moved forward a few more inches to get a better look with the field glasses, and we waited. Though he only scanned the other side of the hedgerow for a few seconds, it felt like an eternity. Satisfied with what he saw, he slid back and half-pitched the binos back at me. He shook his head, as if what he saw was not good. As I twisted back to my right to reach for the binocular case, I was suddenly and violently catapulted up and out of the ditch. I felt sharp pain above my left kidney as I tumbled back into the field we had just crossed. I raised my head, and my glasses fell from my face. The right earpiece had been shot away. My helmet rolled to a stop just inches away from me. The lip of the helmet had a bullet hole just over where it would sit above my eye when wearing it, and my back was on fire with pain, as if someone had hit me full swing with a heavy baseball bat. My first thoughts were that I had been hit, and that my entire rib cage was blown open. In a panic, I pushed out with my arms and forced myself back into the ditch, sliding along on the ooze of mud and slippery grasses. I looked up at Gardner to see if there was any sign in his face that would tell me what kind of shape I was in. He leaned over and looked me over. He smiled for a second and said, "You're a lucky son of a bitch. You're okay." I couldn't believe it. I slipped my arm out of my rucksack strap and reached around to feel my back. It hurt like hell, but my fingers couldn't find any break in the skin. What I did find was a 6-inch-long slice of shirt missing from just over my left hip to a point almost even with my spine. An enemy bullet had found its way between my skin and my rucksack and had sliced through the fabric, but not me. The high velocity of the round had transferred enough energy to me through the impact with my gear to knock me on my ass and roll me up and out of the ditch. I was almost giddy with the good luck. Quickly, I reached for the second set of glasses that I had taped to the stock of my rifle and stretched out to retrieve my damaged helmet as I pulled myself even lower into the muck of the ditch to keep more rounds from finding me again. I just knew that I couldn't be that lucky twice in the same day. While I was trying to regain my composure, the enemy fire grew worse. Either they had a better idea of where we were and were firing more accurately, or there had been some shifting of their positions, and there was just a greater volume of incoming fire. Gardner exchanged a few short messages with Hackworth over the radio, but I was unable to hear the conversation because of the added noise of incoming friendly artillery that was landing just beyond the curtain of the hedgerow immediately to our front. Gardner turned to me and said something I didn't understand about the machine gun positions that were placing enfilade fires down the ditch more effectively than before. He held out his hands and yelled, "Give me your grenades!" I pulled the 2 frag grenades off my harness and handed them to him. He quickly dropped them down the front of his shirt, his pistol belt keeping them from falling out. Without another word to me, he got to his feet and ran up the trench toward the enemy machine guns, firing his M16 and yelling profanities at the enemy soldiers in the bunkers barely 50 meters away. The Tigers in that ditch fired around and over Gardner's head to help suppress the enemy fire. It was one of the most incredible acts of courage that I have ever seen, watching Jim charge straight into enemy positions with their return fire chewing up the muddy field in front and along his route to their bunkers. Although Gardner was taking enemy fire and being knocked off his feet, he kept on going, single-handedly destroying the first and then the second enemy machine gun position. During his charge, one of his grenades was pitched back out of a bunker after he had thrown it in, and the blast of the grenade hit him in several places. Still he charged forward, shooting, throwing grenades, and shouting. But the third interlocking machine gun position stopped him only moments after he had silenced the second bunker. When he went down, it was for the last time. He had given his life to relieve the pressure on the rest of us in that ditch, to give us a chance to get out. Before I could even take in the impact of Jim's death, someone stuck the radio handset in my face and yelled, "It's Hackworth!" I don't know what I said into the mouthpiece, but Hackworth didn't give me a chance to say much. He was screaming at me over the incredible noise, telling me that he knew Gardner was dead and that I was in command now, and that I was to get the Tigers out of the inside of the enemy perimeter. It was the first time I realized that what we had was a series of concentric circles of bad guys and good guys. We were on the inside of a perimeter of a heavily armed and well-equipped NVA battalion, and they were surrounded by rifle companies from 2 American airborne battalions, and I was holding up the show. Hackworth wanted to blast the enemy battalion with artillery, mortars, airstrikes, and helicopter gunships, but he couldn't until the Tigers got out of the inside of the enemy battalion's positions. If we had not made it across the field, and if we had not pushed through the heavily dug-in perimeter, the American efforts might have been more successful. So I had the responsibility for getting the surviving Tigers out, and Hackworth wanted it done immediately. I tried to explain our situation to Hack on the radio, and he told me to stand by to make a dash back to the communications trench that the NVA had dug behind the original row of bamboo-topped bunkers. On his signal, we would try to slip out from under the crosshairs of the enemy gunners while he and the 2 rifle company commanders brought the maximum fires to bear. He told me to expect hell like I hadn't seen before and not to let it slow or stop us. If we lost momentum crossing back over that field, we would die there. Guaranteed. I explained it all to Sergeant Belden, and he passed the word. If we hadn't been taking so much fire at the time, I would have expected some resistance to busting back out into the open. But the spot we were in was absolutely untenable. We had to move or die there. The enemy fire was getting heavier and even more accurate. Hackworth gave me the final "stand by," and I passed the signal. The incoming artillery began to fall to our front and behind the bunkers that Jim Gardner had eliminated. Gunships worked next to the artillery, and an Air Force fighter bomber dropped bombs on enemy positions he had identified. We took off in a flat-out run across the field. No deliberate moves, hopscotching over one another. We had to make the smallest target for the shortest amount of time, while Hackworth brought the full fire resources to bear to suppress enemy fires. I'm sure that I was fairly typical of the Tigers crossing that field again. My legs wouldn't move fast enough. The uneven plowed field made it very hard to keep my footing, and I stumbled a couple of times. My chest burned and my eyes filled with sweat and grime trickling down from my forehead. As we ran, there was no doubt how much incoming enemy fire we were taking. This time the fire was coming from our flank and from behind us. We could see the ground being chewed up in front of us as we ran. We could also see the leaves and small branches dropping in the bamboo tree line to our front, cut down by the unrelenting firing. After a few steps, I felt someone or something hit me and knock me in another direction. I lost my footing again, but recovered after a few faltering steps and got back on course. After 2 more strides, I was in the middle of the field, the point of no return. But again, I was nudged and lost my feet under me, tumbling in a sort of roll, but getting back to my feet. Once I got back up from the second stumble, at just about the edge of the commo trench, I just leaped over the edge and fell down into the ditch, crashing into a pile. No grace or control involved in the landing. But I didn't care. I was below the level of the field and out of the enemy line of fire. One by one, Tigers came over the edge. I counted and cheered as each man made it. Every man who started from the irrigation ditch had made it to the large communications trench. We didn't wait. The route to our escape from the inside of the enemy perimeter was up the trench, toward Hackworth's command post. That last dash was hidden from enemy fire, but we weren't sure that the trench was clear of enemy soldiers. On the way, we ran over body after body, most of them NVA, some of them ours. The end of the trench spilled out into a small clearing that we had to cross to make it to safer ground. Every man found the strength for the last push, and we made it out of the perimeter and into our own B Company's position. I counted the last Tiger through the gap and yelled, "Last man!" to the nearby Americans. As I turned to orient myself, I found that Hackworth's small command post was right there in the middle of it all, not back away from the line of contact. He heard my announcement and turned up the heat on the artillery, airstrikes, and gunship runs. Hackworth pointed at an area inside of the American perimeter for the Tigers to assemble, and Belden quickly led them there. Hack then motioned me over. He was on his belly behind a large log, the paddy field we had crossed to start the assault to his rear, the enemy on the other side of the log. I followed suit and flopped down next to him. He looked at me and shook his head. I was a wreck. I had taken a couple of more hits crossing the last field, and my web gear and an ammo pouch were shredded by enemy rifle fire. Then Hack gave me a smile and stabbed his finger onto the map he had spread out just under his face on the ground. He gave me a quick orientation as to where we were, and where the other friendlies were, and where the bad guys were. In the middle of all that, he was controlling airstrikes himself and yelling instructions to Don Corman, the artillery forward observer, who was adjusting artillery to fit Hackworth's fire plan. He wanted me to take the remaining Tigers and assume responsibility for a small section of the crescent-shaped perimeter he had established up against the enemy positions. Hack's smile was his way of saying, "Okay, you did a good job." And I learned that it always preceded a new mission. I was to get the Tigers in position, reorganize and redistribute ammo, treat and evacuate my wounded, and stand by for additional security missions. As I listened to him, Hackworth was the model of calm. Enemy rounds kept coming out of the tree line on the other side of the log and hitting it on the far side with thunk after thunk. A chopper came in not more than 20 meters to our rear, taking fire as it landed, and a civilian jumped out and ran up to us. He plopped down between me and Hackworth and asked where all the action was. Hack raised his hand up and then pointed his finger over the top of the log. The civilian raised his head and took a single round in the forehead. He went out, dead, on the same chopper that brought him in. It wasn't the last I would hear of that dead civilian. The term "my wounded" didn't hit me until I was running from Hack's position to Belden's across the original rice paddy. They were my wounded. Jim was dead, and I was in charge, and I had a hell of a lot of things to do, and it was clear that Hackworth wanted them done fast. If he tasked me to do anything else, I had to have the Tigers ready to go. Looking at the survivors, I saw a really beaten-up bunch. It wasn't the same bunch that had left the beach on the South China Sea only hours before. Within the hour, I found out just how high our casualties had been. The bodies of the dead Tigers who fell in the paddy field on the first assault had already been collected and laid out near us. All I saw, as I walked toward them, was their boots sticking out of the ponchos that covered their bodies. The other bodies were still inside the enemy positions and would have to be retrieved later. The survivors had not been spared. With a couple of exceptions, every Tiger had been killed or wounded. By the time I got over to the Tiger position, Belden had organized a triage to evacuate the critically wounded first and treat the seriously wounded who could wait to be evacuated. Hackworth had set up a medevac landing zone in the same field we had crossed, and chopper after chopper made the difficult approach through the enemy anti-aircraft fire to pull out our wounded. One of the choppers didn't make it and crashed near our position. Trying to reorganize in that chaos was the most difficult thing I have ever done. We could hardly hear each other yelling over the noise, and our voices were hoarse from the screaming we'd already done. Belden seemed to get cooler and calmer as the confusion increased. Within about an hour, we had accounted for all of the Tigers, resupplied and redistributed ammo, and replaced some trashed weapons with working ones. The contact continued with all the fury that Hackworth and the ground elements could bring to bear on the little village. The positions in front of us finally fell to the pounding, and Belden and I took a few men back into the enemy's perimeter to clear out any remaining NVA soldiers from their well-covered bunkers. We found a few and exchanged bursts of automatic fire. Our efforts added to the enemy casualty figures and let us retrieve the remaining bodies. By dusk, we were absolutely exhausted and very concerned about what the night held for us. We had learned from the reports of all the American ground and air elements that what we first thought was a small Viet Cong unit turned out to be major elements of the elite 95th North Vietnamese Army Regiment. We had grossly underestimated the strength and the determination of the enemy forces, and we had been totally unaware how well dug in they were and how well armed they were. After checking the 3 positions that we had tied into the rifle company perimeter, I went to the shallow depression in the rice paddy that Belden had chosen as our command post. He was there, going over the details of the names and the wounds of the wounded and the list of our KIAs. Battalion was already on our back about reporting casualties. The place reeked of death and burned flesh. Fires spotted the remains of the structures that used to be the village of Mekon II. I looked from the smoking village back into our own perimeter and saw the row of bodies that had been Tigers. We had retrieved Jim Gardner's body. The poncho had blown back so I could recognize him. I had never felt so alone in my life as I did that minute. Jim was gone. I had inherited his responsibilities, and I couldn't, by any stretch of my imagination, believe that I was trained or prepared to step into his boots. I wanted to be sick. Just after dark, Hackworth discovered that another serious mistake had been made. Green replacements had been sent forward from the beach, and they were wandering around in the dark. They must have come in on the medevac choppers and resupply ships. They were looking for who they should report to and where they belonged. Hackworth, whose CP was only a few yards from my position, asked one of the soldiers who he was and where he had come from. Nervously, the boy said he was from Montana. Hackworth lied and told him he was from Montana, too. He squatted down with the soldier and spent a few minutes telling him and his buddies what had happened, what he was going to do with them, and what would be expected of them during the night. He took the time to tell the troops just what the hell was going on, and made them feel a part of the whole chaotic situation. Hackworth was instinctively doing what had been pounded into my head at Fort Benning, but somehow he made it look easy. I will never forget that he found the time to do that for those men. Hack called me over to his CP and wanted me to take a small recon party just forward of our perimeter to see what our security situation was. For all we knew, the entire 95th Regiment could be massed inside the communications trenches that paralleled our positions only a dozen yards out. The thought of going back over the same ground, through the same trenches that we had crossed twice during the day at such a high price, didn't thrill me. As I moved back to the Tiger CP, I realized that we could get out there and not make it back this time. I asked for volunteers and got too many to use. They were tired, beaten up, and most of them lightly wounded, but the Tigers still volunteered to go. Half a dozen of us slipped out of our own positions after hasty but detailed coordination with the folks to our left and right. We wanted to make absolutely sure that we wouldn't get killed by Americans on our return. We got a promise from our sister units, and they kept it. I don't think I took a breath during the entire patrol. We went out not more than 50 meters, and then took a turn to move along our own front for another 150 to 200 meters, and then returned. As we did, we didn't see any enemy soldiers or activity, but we heard plenty. There was clinking and clunking of equipment and the sound of muffled footsteps out to our front. They were still out there, and they were doing the same thing we were doing, getting reorganized and licking their wounds. Coming back into our own positions was every bit as dicey as being out in bad guy territory. We knew that our folks were plenty jumpy, and we made more than one call on the radio, whispering that we were coming back into a point near where we went out. As we got within 50 feet of our own position, there was a pop, and the night lit up like Texas Stadium. Trip flares give off the most intense white light to illuminate the presence of intruders. I must have crawled over one of our own. We scrambled like hell, yelling and all talking at once to let our people know it was Tigers and we were coming back through the wire. No one fired on us, even though later some admitted that they were a heartbeat away from opening up. We reported what we heard out to the front, and by the time I got back to my shallow position from the CP, Hackworth and Corman had adjusted the artillery fires to break up the reorganization that we had heard. Dropping my gear, I was again aware of the bodies of the fallen tigers who still hadn't been evacuated because of the danger to any chopper coming into our positions. They would have to wait until we had cleared the area of the still active anti-aircraft weapons. Before I had a chance to check the tigers' positions, the radio blasted again, and it was some field-grade staff officer at brigade headquarters who demanded that I give him the exact details of the death of the civilian who had wandered into our firefight. I told him that I didn't have a clue who the guy was, why he was there, or where he came from. The voice on the other end screamed at me for not knowing all the details of what was going on in my command and asked how I could possibly be in charge of a combat unit and not have a better grip on what was happening. What I didn't need at that moment was a class in leadership and responsibility from some puke who was in a clean and well-lit tactical operations center at Tuiwa North. I told him so, and he threatened to have my ass. He would take the matter up with my battalion commander. I suggested he do so, and ended the conversation before he was ready to quit. He was hot, and I was hotter. I had no idea who the jerk was. I didn't recognize his call sign, and wasn't about to pull out a flashlight to check it out in the blood-stained signal operating instruction booklet that I had inherited from Jim Gardner. I found out later that the civilian was a journalist from a major U.S. magazine looking for a story, and the jerk who was busting my balls was a major, the information officer for the brigade. I also heard that he had tried to register a complaint with Hackworth at one of Hack's visits to the brigade headquarters. For his troubles, Hackworth offered to kick his ass for him if he ever jumped the chain of command and hassled one of his lieutenants again. I never heard another word about it. It was after midnight, and I realized that it was my birthday. I was 22 and in command of troops that were the envy of every lieutenant in my battalion. I realized how different my 21st birthday had been. I had been excited and thrilled with the successful completion of my first parachute jump and my first plane ride. What a difference that year had made in my life. I wouldn't find out until several days later while filling out the paperwork on the Battle of Mekong II that Jim Gardner had died on his birthday. During the night there was sporadic shooting all along the perimeter. The instructions for heightened alert were hardly necessary. We had been inside the NVA's well-dug-in and well-connected bunker positions and knew that they still had the capacity to move around with little chance of detection. Sometime during the middle of the night, an explosion went off to our rear, near the friendly positions overlooking the river we had waded through. A grenade had been lobbed into an American foxhole, killing the 2 soldiers in it. As near as anyone could guess, the NVA had paddled a small boat up the river until they found that particular hole and just popped the grenade into it and then drifted away with the strong current. They picked that hole because the 2 soldiers in there were smoking. The cigarette was still burning in the bottom of the hole when they found the bodies a few minutes later. Chapter 18. The night had only a few hours remaining before dawn, but for me it went on and on. I reflected on what had happened and anticipated what would be expected of me in the hours and days to come. I tried to convince myself that I was up to the demands, but I had even more confidence in Jim Gardner, and he was only a few feet away, under a grimy poncho. I thought of what I had experienced in the 10 days of my tour in Vietnam, and thought that if it was going to be a year like that, I could never make it. I thought of my family, and how my father, grandfather, and great-grandfather had all served in the wars of their generations without faltering, and I knew that there was no choice. I had asked to be a soldier, an officer, and a platoon leader, and I ended up with the absolute cream of the airborne crop. How could I possibly complain? I'm sure I said a Hail Mary or two and tried to get some sleep while staying alert. a special place in hell between awake and out cold that distorts and embellishes all that is real and confirms all that is not. It rarely results in rest. We went to 100% alert an hour before daybreak. I greeted dawn with very mixed emotions. The spookiness of night was gone, only to be replaced by renewed efforts to regain contact with the enemy to finally flush him out of Mekon. We had made it through day 1. Could day 2 be worse? I checked the tiger fighting positions on the perimeter and found some very dirty, very tired tigers eager to hear what was next. I promised them that as soon as I knew, I'd let them know. Hackworth sent word down that, a couple at a time, he wanted every man in the Mekon area to see the contents of the foxhole where the 2 dead soldiers were, dead from smoking. It was an ugly sight. The hole held them in its grip, while the grenade had ripped them apart, and, clearly visible, the remains of the cigarette rested on the floor of the hole. The lesson was clear. Coming back from the hole, I had to relieve myself, and I walked back to the bushy hedgerow, where we had all waited the day before for Jim's signal to charge across the open paddy. But it was gone. The vegetation had been almost completely chopped down to about waist level by the murderous fire that the NVA had placed across that field to stop us. It made me wonder that much more how any of us had made it across that field. I remember shuddering at the sight of the mowed brush, mowed by enemy steel. Back at the shallow hole we called the Tiger CP, I lifted my shirt and looked at the spot where I had been grazed. I found a large, ugly, raspberry-colored, basketball-sized bruise. I realized just how lucky I had been. Some of the tigers made faces at how bad it must hurt. Their view of it was lots better than mine. I probably would have been in more pain if I had actually seen the entire bruise. The doc told me that he thought I'd broken a rib, or at least bruised the crap out of one. I realized that morning that there were 3 kinds of combat. The combat the Army had tried to simulate in training, the combat we saw in John Wayne movies, and the real thing. None of the 3 resembles either of the other 2, and the first 2 didn't help us get ready for the real combat. I knew from that day in Mekon that I would have to spend the rest of my time as an officer remembering how real combat differed from the pretend and preparing and training for the real one. It would be a tall task, for every soldier had many, many more hours of pretend and movie combat experience than the real thing, and on-the-job training was just too deadly. There was almost no break at all. We were ordered to sweep back through the area we had been in twice before to look for stragglers and to try to get a prisoner if we could. We saddled up and moved out of our perimeter back into the village of Mekon. But before we took our first step, the shooting began on the far side of our perimeter, and the rifle companies were routing out NVA soldiers still dug in. We knew that we weren't going to find an empty village from the experience of the units on our left and right, and we moved out much more deliberately and with much more emphasis on concealment than we had the previous day. As we moved away from our perimeter, choppers and more gunships and medevacs and forward air controllers cluttered the sky. The thought of being mistaken by the pilots as enemy forces concerned me, since we were not wearing the standard green jungle fatigues. I made a couple of radio calls to the Task Force CP to remind them to tell the pilots that while the NVA were all wearing uniforms that the Americans had not seen before, so were the Tigers. I was told not to worry. I tried to take in everything as we moved slowly through the now visible remains of Mekon. None of us had a chance to see much of it the day before, and nothing on the night patrol. The destruction we had brought on that sleepy hamlet was unbelievable. The place had been pounded with bombs, rockets, miniguns, and artillery for almost 20 hours, and in places the terrain features had been obliterated. Dikes had become craters, and tall trees had become piles of deadfall. Houses and thatched shacks were smoldering ruins, and dazed and wounded livestock staggered about in total confusion. The evidence of how large a force we had tangled with was everywhere. Sandal prints by the hundreds testified to a battalion or larger size unit. Abandoned and damaged weapons, crew-served machine guns, rocket launchers, and anti-aircraft guns were scattered about. This had been no light infantry unit. The detail that went into the design and the building of the defensive positions, the firing positions, and the communications trenches attested to the enemy unit's advanced level of training and experience. With each step, we discovered the size of the beast we had met with, and were amazed that we had been inside the jaws of that monster and had somehow gotten out. It was one of the more sobering patrols of my year. The artillery kept coming in. The gunships kept making passes in front of us, and the Air Force kept dropping 250-pound bombs into the village. I couldn't see how anyone could have lived through the pounding, or if they did, why they would want to stay for more when most of the others were dead or had escaped. Still, during our sweep, we made some contact and killed a few remaining stragglers without taking any more casualties ourselves. By the time we re-entered the wire in the early afternoon, it had become a complete VIP and media circus. I remember Hack pointing at me and saying to a cluster of generals and war correspondents, "Here's Foley, my Tiger commander." I had never seen that many general officers and their horse holders in one place. Our brigade commander, Brigadier General Willard Pearson, was there to see how the battle had shaped up. A lieutenant general from Saigon was also nosing around, and the press was interviewing everyone. Lieutenant Colonel Joe Rogers, my battalion commander, was briefing the assembled crowd. Numbers were being thrown around about how many of us had been killed and wounded and how many enemy bodies we had counted. It was only the second time I had ever seen Colonel Rogers. But there was layer on layer of echelons between my station as a second lieutenant and his as a lieutenant colonel, battalion commander. Low-key was his style, and I doubt if I saw him a dozen more times in the few months he had left with the battalion. There was a lot of picture-taking, and generals' aides fluttered about getting names to provide to the photographers. I found the entire zoo uncomfortable, and quickly slipped away from the crowd of flunkies trying to get themselves recognized by the general. I didn't have any problem with the press, or the generals for that matter, but I was just more at home with the Tigers, and figured that the press had plenty of folks to interview and photograph. I just wasn't one of them. By the time I dropped my gear back at the muddy spot we called our CP, I was hit with a long list of messages that had come in by radio from the beach and by messenger from the Task Force CP. All of them had to do with providing information up the chain of command. Not one message was information on how the wounded Tigers were, when we could expect some new uniforms to replace the shredded tiger stripes we were wearing, or anything else of importance to us. Since the operation had completely petered out, I thought things would quiet down. But the radio never stopped squawking from the moment Jim Gardner waved us forward to cross what the troops were now calling Tiger Field. It seemed the ongoing mop-up operation of the 95th NVA Regiment was the only combat action in Vietnam. We were getting so many questions, the replies would have filled books. Every time we reported some essential fact that we were expected to call into higher headquarters, it became the catalyst for more questions. I recall one of the more ridiculous ones that came through intelligence channels. It had to do with a report of several fresh footprints leading away from the far side of the enemy positions at Mi Con. Some boot prints, and some were from Ho Chi Minh sandals. Ho Chi Minh sandals were made from salvaged tires. They were a terrifically functional and frugal way to provide footgear. The question was, could the pattern of the sandals be recognized as having been made from American or foreign tire treads? I think I got a small ass-chewing later for the flippant answer that I gave to the caller. For the next 5 days, I took the Tigers out in larger and larger loops, looking for the fading NVA soldiers. During the day, we went on foot patrols, and at night, we set up ambushes. We made some light contact and added only slightly to the body count for the operation. What was important was that the Tigers were still on their feet, still conducting operations and still effective, and still without a complaint. I would find out, years later, the value of Hackworth's insistence that the Tigers be immediately recommitted to combat operations. He felt strongly about never letting a bloodied unit sit and think about it for too long. He was sure that only guaranteed a unit would begin feeling sorry for itself and would soon become a morale problem. Getting them going again was like starting a cold engine on a freezing night. I followed Hack's lead several times during those years, and I found it to be true. During the half-dozen patrols we mounted around Mekong, we were able to reorganize into two small teams that would either work independently or as one team. We picked up some efficiencies in our combat loads, our rations, our signals, our movement, our light and noise discipline, and our self-reliance. The kinks were working out, and each of us was just glad to be alive after the battle, to have something to work out. Eventually, Task Force Hackworth abandoned the village and moved to a fire support base a few miles to the north. When we were finished with our ambush patrol, we were to make the walk to the hamlet of Van Lock to join the battalion there. Moving through the Tuiwa Valley was incredibly deceiving. The visibility could be as much as several hundred yards across open fields, and if you stayed in the tree lines and the hedgerows, you could see and not be seen. At least that's what we thought. In reality, every move we made was being watched by guerrillas, whose sole job was to follow us at a distance, figure out what we were up to, and report it up their chain of command. Occasionally, they would take a few shots at us and run like hell. At other times, we must have slipped them, or they were unable to pass the word that we were in the area. We didn't realize the extent to which we were being watched, and when we did start to suspect it, we were decoyed by being allowed to find small enemy units to engage. But that first long walk from the south end of the Tuiwa Valley to Van Lock was the beginning of dozens of patrols that would take Tigers from one end to the other of that huge valley, looking for VC or NVA. Often we were out of radio contact with our battalion TAC CP, and out of range of our direct support artillery batteries. That pretty much qualified the Tigers to consider themselves long in the long-range patrol sense of the word. Long-range reconnaissance patrol had been a term thrown about in other units in Vietnam, but Hackworth would not restrict us to that narrow definition. While he might have used the term a few times, he dropped the notion that our job had to do with just reconnaissance. We were to make contact when and where we could, and reconnaissance was considered an added mission, not a primary one. Van Lock 2 was a small bend in a river that had been a hamlet sometime before our arrival. What remained were some charred, thatched huts and a dirt roadway that ran directly through the middle of the perimeter. Inside the perimeter was the tactical command post for our battalion and 2 artillery batteries. Security was provided by one of our rifle companies. The Tigers were given a small area inside the perimeter and a slice of the perimeter to man at night. In the daytime, the rifle company filled in for us. Our mission, once we closed into Van Lock, was to get reorganized, re-equipped, take on replacements, and train. We were also put on standby for any mission that might come up. We weren't on a complete standby, but neither were we out of the combat zone. Fresh food and beer was waiting for us when we got to our own area. Platoon Sergeant Lawrence Smith had somehow arranged to get for us what no one else in the battalion had. We ate, drank, showered, and got mail. It was a bit of heaven. But late the first night back, Hackworth called me to the CP. I walked into the general-purpose tent that was blacked out from the outside but brightly lit by generators on the inside. He offered me a beer and said we had to talk about the Tigers. I was still not comfortable talking to a major, but he didn't much care how comfortable I was. He was comfortable talking to me, and that's all there was to it. I tried to look casual and cool as he began going through a list of mental notes he had for me. Some of his notes were critical. He wanted us to work on out-G'ing the G. In the pre-Vietnam days, guerrillas were often referred to as Gs by American forces. Hackworth was talking about the Vietnamese G, He wanted us to move quieter, faster, and lighter than they did. He wanted us to be more independent and less reliant on helicopters and radios to conduct our operations. He wanted us to move through an area and not leave a sign we had ever been there. These were not the strong suits of American combat units at that time. We had been trained to move quickly, loudly, and decisively when closing with and destroying an enemy force. Hack wanted stealth to be our byword. I took notes rapidly and tried not to wonder at that point just how the hell I was going to do that. He continued. He wanted me to recruit more Tigers and pick only the best. He didn't care how many or how few we accepted, as long as they were good. Anyone who couldn't hack it or changed his mind would be released from the Tigers and reassigned without prejudice. I asked him how we were going to get enough volunteers. He laughed and leaned forward to tell me a secret about combat. He told me that after the amphibious patrol and the Battle of Mekong, the legend of the Tigers was growing out of proportion to our actual deeds. But that was good. He went on to tell me that every man in the 1st of the 327th wanted to know if he had what it took to be a Tiger. He said all we had to do was stand in the middle of the perimeter on a small ammo box and whisper that the Tigers were looking for volunteers, and they would come. He was right. They came, and they worked hard. We ran local, short-duration patrols and longer-distance shakedown patrols that spanned several days. It was truly on-the-job training. The wrinkles were worked out of our patrolling techniques by the high number of Ranger School grads we actually had in the Tigers. In airborne tradition, everything we did started with the mission and worked backwards. We would get an order for a patrol or an ambush or a stay-behind ambush and organize and equip for that mission alone. Unlike a rifle company that would carry everything with it that it would need for all types of missions, we went as lightly as we could. When in doubt, we took more ammo, but the weather was moderate enough for us to not have to carry too much related to surviving weather extremes. Rations were the heaviest problem after ammo. Hackworth used us as an effective economy of force. We were not only sent out to verify rumors and reports of enemy activity, but he also increased the safety of the fire base and the static rifle company positions by denying the enemy freedom of movement. He knew the value of controlling the countryside. Even if you didn't have someone parked on every inch of the real estate, you could throw the VC off balance by active and vigorous patrolling. We sorted out some volunteers and sent some back to the rifle companies without any fanfare. Then an extraordinary thing happened. A young black staff sergeant came to my CP and told me that he wanted to join the Tiger Force. He had an engaging smile and a terrific can-do attitude, but I didn't have a job for a staff sergeant. He was young to be a staff sergeant, but still older than I was. I told him that I just didn't have a job for him. My 2 platoon sergeants were E7s, and most of my team leaders were sergeants E5. I just didn't want to move a 3-stripe sergeant down to make way for a staff sergeant after all of the training we'd been doing. He told me that he'd be a rifleman and wait for a job to open up, if it was all right with me. I took Pelham Bryant on the spot and did just that with him. He went to work for a 3-striper, and there was not a complaint out of him. Bryant took to the Tigers like he'd been there all his life. He quickly got to know every member of what was shaping up to be 2 Tiger platoons. He was good at everything he was given to do, and he was reliable. About the same time Bryant arrived, Hackworth called me in for another one of his chats. Beers appeared, and he beamed. It seemed the reputation of the Tigers and the wisdom of creating them had become an accepted fact, not only in our battalion, but at brigade headquarters. The other 2 battalions had created similar units, the Recondos in the 2nd of the 502nd and the Hawks in the 2nd of the 327th. Hack had also persuaded Lieutenant Colonel Rogers to allow him to expand the Tigers to a 2-platoon unit with 3 officers. The announcement that there would be 3 officers hit me between the eyes. I was becoming pretty possessive of the Tigers, having inherited command on Jim Gardner's death. New officers most likely meant that I would no longer be the senior one. There still wasn't a lieutenant in the battalion whom I outranked, but our success had caught up with us. Every lieutenant in the battalion was on Hack's back to let him into the Tiger Force. He picked 2 of his most experienced and most trusted first lieutenants to send to the Tigers. Johnny Howard and Norm Grunstad were classmates from West Point. I had only met them briefly, but both had been with the battalion for much longer than me and were itchy to get time with the Tigers. The new organization was that I would lead one platoon, Johnny would lead the other, and Norm would be the Tiger commanding officer. I was pretty disappointed with the news, but saluted and didn't argue about it. As it turned out, I got along well with both of them. My experiences with Norm and Johnny were limited because Hackworth often gave missions to the Tiger platoons directly, and not through Norm. We were often working independently, and many times Norm wasn't anywhere near where my platoon was when a hot mission came down to us. So I scaled my focus down to worrying about the one platoon that I was responsible for, and quickly discovered that not only did I have a terrific bunch of troops to work with, I had 2 completely qualified platoon sergeants, Belden and Bryant. Still, we stepped off on operations with little trouble. There was so much momentum built up in the core of the Tiger Force that the introduction of new officers and a dozen or so new volunteers didn't do anything to retard the spirit or the bravado of the Tigers. With the new organization came a backtracking of patrolling missions. Instead of working in the far-off hills, we returned to the valley floor and the surrounding small hills to revisit the hamlets, trails, and streams for any signs of rebuilding and returning NVA units. At the same time, we began to experiment more with new techniques and new methods of patrolling. We also found ourselves as guinea pigs for the new equipment that was arriving in Vietnam. As to the techniques, we began by saturating the valley floor with patrols during the daytime and establishing small ambushes at night. We tried stay-behind ambushes. We'd make a point of setting up before dark and then moving. Our assumption was that we were being watched by villagers and VC sympathizers, if not directly. There was no way our ambushes could be successful if the enemy knew where we were, and it proved to be very risky for us if they wanted to hit us after dark. We tried finding remote observation posts, where we could keep likely routes under constant observation, to be able to drop artillery and airstrikes on enemy patrols. The technique didn't work all that well in the daytime, but at night we had an advantage: the starlight scope. The arrival of the experimental starlight scope in Vietnam was a major breakthrough in leveling the playing field. The VC and NVA were masters at working at night, and they had spent their lives walking the trails that we were hard-pressed to find on our maps. The starlight was heavy and awkward, but terrific when it worked. But it was a constant worry for me. I was cautioned that to lose one, or even talk about it, could cause grave repercussions. The item was to stay hidden and remain classified as long as possible. There was no sense in letting the VC know that we could see at night. The starlight was a clever application of physics to create a single scope that accepted and amplified low ambient light levels, projecting a green image onto the eyepiece at the rear of the scope. Looking through it at night was much like looking at a daylight scene through a dark green piece of glass. Everything was monochrome green and very contrasted. Still, images ranged from easy to not so easy to recognize. At its worst, the starlight was a wonderful device that probably saved far more American lives than we can ever estimate, and cost the enemy an equal or greater number of casualties. But for us, the starlight came with extra demands. We had to carry it in a manner that would conceal it. We had to provide reports on its effectiveness, and we had to account for it as a controlled item. On one patrol to the south end of the Tuiwa Valley, we were tasked with climbing up what was a nearly vertical slope that took 5 or 6 hours to climb. Our mission was to confirm intelligence reports that there was an enemy base camp located on or near the top of the very steep hill. Once we got there, we found little evidence that there had been anyone there since prehistoric times. We spent the night setting up an ambush without contact. By mid-afternoon the next day, we were back down on the valley floor and headed back to the firebase, some 15 kilometers away. But I was alarmed to find that one of the tigers had set down our starlight scope on a rock, thinking that his partner was going to spell him by carrying it down the hill. It was never picked up. I called the battalion CP and reported in double talk that we had left the item on top of the hill. I don't know what I was hoping to hear. What I got was a message from Hackworth to find it or not bother coming back. Ever. I had a real leadership problem on my hands. Send a portion of the dozen-man patrol back up the hill to retrieve the starlight, if it was still there, or take the entire patrol. I discussed it with Pelham Bryant and decided we would all make the trip back up the hill, even though only 2 of the tigers were at fault for the screw-up. Morale hit an all-time low on the second trip up, but we broke into the clearing we had left early that morning and found the starlight still sitting on the rock. If anything proved that there was no VC activity on top of that hill, the recovery of the starlight did. Still, with all its extra weight and battery problems, it was great to have. As the weeks wore on, we received new test ammunition for the M79 grenade launchers, different types and sizes of canteens, and even tested a large hot dog-shaped container for water that could be dropped from a chopper. While it was interesting and encouraging to get new items that might help us operate better or might help save lives, the added burden of slightly modifying operations to test the items was a pain, as were the subsequent evaluations that I had to draft and forward. But the real topper was the Manpack personnel detector chemical, quickly nicknamed the People Sniffer. I was picked by someone up the chain of command to go to a nearby Special Forces camp to get the short course on the new gizmo. When I asked, I was told that my name was selected because I had retainability and because I worked in reconnaissance. It sounded like a weak excuse to me, but I had little to say about it. Trying to describe the People Sniffer is fairly simple. It was a mechanical nose that could be carried by the foot soldier in the bush. Its principle of operation was based on the theory that all mammals give off minute amounts of ammonia, and the sniffer could detect them. The selling point was that people were supposed to give off so much more ammonia than other animals that the sniffer would be able to detect the presence of humans at great distances. Did it work? Sometimes. But it depended on a large number of variables. First, the operator would have to carry the rucksack-sized metal box on his back. That was the problem. Then there was a vacuum cleaner-type hose that extended from the box to a sample-collecting device that attached a couple of inches behind the flash suppressor of the operator's rifle. Finally, the sniffer operator had to be the first person in the direction of march, or he would detect the troops in front of him. To these physical problems was added the complications created by the shifting weather and wind patterns in the bush and in the open. And there was a reduced vigilance on the part of the point man sniffer operator, because he had to watch a readout needle on the gauge mounted to the front of his rifle. He was unable to keep his eyes on the area to his front. The weather considerations were so important to the operation of the People Sniffer that the instruction included a complete mini-course on micrometeorology. Great care was taken to acquaint the operator with the different airflow up and down hillsides, canopied and bare, at different times of the day. Once I returned from the People Sniffer training, I had to give the same training to selected operators from the 3 infantry battalions in the brigade. I don't mind saying that my heart was not in the job, and I didn't much believe in the utility of the device. It worked, and the physical sciences involved were sound, but the tactical application of a device that displaced combat gear and diverted the attention of a point man was just not workable. Just after sniffer training, the personnel turbulence picked up. Many were moving into short timers status since they had come over with the earliest elements of the battalion. Belden was one of them. I told him that as soon as he got his orders he could plan on going because I had Bryant to replace him. The announcement made both of them happy. Chapter 19. In early March, we had been working north of the fire base at Van Look when one of our rifle companies bumped into a dug-in enemy emplacement near a village named Mifu, not more than 5,000 meters from Mikan. The company was coming back to the fire base from an unsuccessful sweep, and we were patrolling in the hills looking to drum up business since the Rice Bowl had gone fairly quiet. The rifle platoons that made the initial contact immediately wrapped around the enemy firing positions and tried to develop the situation into a favorable chance contact. What started out as simply the exchange of a few rounds became a significant battle. The NVA unit turned out to be near their own pre-dug positions, and they quickly scampered into them and began returning highly effective fire against the Americans. The contact developed quickly enough for Hackworth to divert all of the battalion's resources to bottling up and destroying the enemy battalion. When the fight began, the Tigers were at the battalion's firebase at Van Look. We had only been there overnight to refit and send out more ambush patrols and to provide security for the artillery battery in the perimeter. We were immediately alerted to reinforce the fight at Mifu. That meant an immediate reorganization to a maneuver unit again. So, with one ear on the radio crosstalk, we reorganized our teams, redistributed weapons and equipment, and prepared to be committed to the fight. Hackworth wanted us at Mifu right away, but the chopper resources of the brigade were not that flexible. We stood by, anxiously waiting to be thrown into the fight, while we heard of the staggering casualties on both sides. My concern grew as the sun waned, but the fight didn't. If things didn't happen soon, we'd have to make the move by chopper at night. Up until that time, there had been no night chopper combat assaults into hot landing zones. We would be the first. Around an hour after sundown, we were picked up by a flight of choppers capable of handling half of the Tiger Force in one lift. That didn't make me happy either. If we were going to be thrown into a fight, I wanted us to go in one lift and be an integral unit once we hit the ground. The thought of going in with the first lift and then having to secure the LZ and wait for a turnaround to bring the second half of the Tigers in while under fire seemed to me like giving the enemy a better second chance to blow our choppers and Tigers out of the sky. But I was a second lieutenant, and my opinions on how best to commit the Tigers were not worth much that night. None of us had gone anywhere by chopper at night short of administrative flights. Night heliborne assault just hadn't been developed as a standard technique. I was told later by some chopper pilot friends that the reason for limiting night chopper operations was that there were few reaction forces and plans in place to handle the contingency if a chopper got shot down. In all probability, the survivors would have to wait for help until first light. I had my radio headset pressed tightly to my ear to hear the latest developments as we lifted off the PZ at Van Lock. The fighting continued, and so did the list of mounting casualties. I was told by Hack to expect to land on a hot LZ and to be careful not to shoot up troops from A and B companies. We would not be landing inside a secure area, he said, so be ready to defend ourselves as soon as we jumped out of the chopper. Chopper? I asked for more details and discovered that I was the only one who had not been told that we would only be able to get into a small landing zone one chopper at a time, and that we would be going in with no navigational lights and no landing lights to make us harder to hit. As we flew the short hop to Mifu, my pucker factor went up. I had no idea what the ground situation was, only a vague idea where the friendlies were, no ground reference points to orient myself, and no idea what to expect, beyond trouble. One of the pilots turned around and gave me a hand signal that we were 5 minutes out, to let me pass the word to the others on board. I nodded okay and kept on trying to pass the word to the leaders in the two choppers behind mine. It was at that point I realized just how tense everyone was. I had been smoking a last cigarette in the darkness of the chopper cargo compartment, and I absent-mindedly flipped the lit butt out the open doorway. The cigarette went out into the slipstream, got caught by the wind, and zipped by the door gunner. The gunner must have thought it was an enemy tracer, because he opened up on full automatic with his machine gun, spraying everything below with snaking tracers. I quickly explained to him that I had flipped the butt, and we were not taking ground fire. I have to admit that I was terribly embarrassed by the stupid move, but no one saw any humor in it. Neither did they say anything about it, then or later. Everyone was deep in thought as we lost altitude on our approach to our first hot night LZ. The descent was agonizingly slow, and all of us searched the pitch-black paddy fields and clumps of dense vegetation for some sign of friendlies or enemy forces. Tracers zipped in all directions, and the sky was streaked with smoke trails from the dozens of flares that had been dropped by the Air Force, circling at a much higher altitude. We slipped out of the slight illumination of a distant flare that was slowly drifting diagonally across the sky over the battlefield. The 6 Tigers and the door gunners leaned out, stepped out on the skids, and searched the ground below for some sign, anything. No one was sure we were landing at the right spot, or if we were even close to our own A and B companies. As we got within several dozen feet above the landing zone, I was able to make out what looked like the weak beam of a GI flashlight. It flickered on and off, and then stayed off. Since I couldn't talk to the pilot over the intercom, or get his attention while he was on short final, I just had to hope that he knew more about what was happening on the LZ than I. The first chopper in, we landed on a hard, dry rice paddy. The Tigers with me bailed out and ran out from the chopper just far enough to let the pilot maneuver up and out of the LZ without worrying about killing someone. The noise of the chopper turbine and the blades covered the first few rounds of enemy fire directed toward us. I think each of us heard or felt the presence of the small arms fire, but we were all looking for someone else to confirm it. The level of confusion, landing blind on a black LZ while taking fire, was new to all of us. No one in the 101st had ever made a night combat assault on a hot LZ before, and we just had no experience, no right way to do it. The chopper lifted off and left room for the second ship to follow him in. I pulled the few men I could muster off to one side of the landing zone to start counting heads. I probably should have tried to establish some kind of perimeter for the choppers to land inside of, but I thought that there was a greater chance of a chopper injuring a Tiger than there was of a Tiger providing any kind of protection for the choppers. Even if we knew where the fires were coming from, we were hesitant to return fire for fear of hitting someone in A and B companies, wherever they were. Between the first and second lift, while I was trying to get a head count and a feel for the landing zone, all I heard was shooting, at us, around us, and near us. I didn't have a clue where I belonged and where the Tigers were supposed to link up with friendlies. Suddenly I heard my name being called. It was a voice I recognized immediately. Soft-spoken, but forceful, Hackworth was trying to get my attention. He was standing in the middle of the paddy repeating his call. As I turned around and crouched down to see if I could silhouette him against the skyline, I fully expected to find him surrounded by some security. But that, as I was beginning to understand, was not Hack's style. He stood alone in the middle of the paddy, ready to guide me and the Tigers into our positions. Reaching him, we talked as we watched the second chopper land, it too taking enemy fire. He wanted me to assemble my platoon and help seal the circle of troops that he had wrapped around the enemy battalion that they had bagged. He also made it quite clear that A and B companies had been badly chewed up, and if anything went sour during the night, he was counting on me to take up the slack. My Tigers were fresh, and he would expect them to be flexible and ready. Assembling the Tigers in a clearing that I couldn't see well while under fire was something that I would never like to have to do again. The confusion factor was almost as high as being in a firefight, and the ability to communicate was hampered by the fact that we were receiving sporadic incoming fire. In a better situation, we would have called for supporting fires on the locations we could identify as the source of the incoming. But since we hardly knew where we were, much less the other friendlies, we just had to try to avoid the incoming and get to our assigned position on the perimeter. Hack led us through the light vegetation to one side of the unconnected circle and let me know where he wanted me to place the Tiger Force. He told me to come back to his CP after that for more instructions. It was a completely unnerving experience, trying to move into line while the shooting was still going on, not knowing exactly where the good and bad guys were. The Tigers didn't make the job more difficult. They understood the confusion, waited patiently while I established contact with the rifle companies on each flank, and then moved quietly into their two-man fighting positions. During the movement, the sky was filled with snakes of red and green tracer fire, and the entire battle area was bathed in the gently rocking light provided by high candle power flares. I went back to Hack's CP, only to find him in his usual unprotected headquarters that consisted of him and his radio operator, Darrell Nunnally. He was talking on the radio. He didn't even say anything to me directly. He simply reached out and grabbed my sleeve and gently pulled me down, closer to the map they were looking at. His gesture was a mixture of his wanting to include me in the instructions and a concern for my safety. Just because it was command post didn't mean it was safe by a long shot. He finished his radio conversation and traced his finger in a tiny arc on the map. He explained that he was sure that it was better than a battalion, or what remained of one, and that the plan was to close the loop and pound the crap out of them all night with air and artillery. My job? Don't let them out. He then dropped his grease pencil on the map case and grabbed my shoulder and told me that he wanted no heroics out of the Tigers. He wanted me to make sure that I understood that all we had to do was sit tight and let them try to squeeze out of the circle. Let them make the moves, and we'll drop them from good firing positions, he said, and followed it up with, "You got that?" It was clear. He didn't want another Me-Con 2, and I could feel the anguish in his voice from the heavy casualties that the battalion had already taken that day. He wanted to take care of the NVA battalion with no more casualties. His priorities were clear to me. The troops came first. For a man who had garnered a reputation for being ruthless on the battlefield, I was never confused about his priorities. He wanted the small unit commanders to be absolutely sure that he was interested in body count, but his body count was about how many healthy American soldiers we brought back from the field. Good training and solid leadership would result in plenty of enemy casualties. We didn't need to make any more charges across any more fields, like Me-Con 2, to be successful. To this day, his priorities have never changed, and he remains the strangest combination of aggressiveness and concern. While I would spend many, many more bizarre nights in Vietnam, that night of the Mi Phu battle will always stand out. It was well after midnight when I finally got the Tigers' positions adjusted, areas of responsibilities assigned, and coordination made with units to my left, right, and rear. During the entire process, I could feel and hear the movement of the NVA in our encirclement. They were scraping things on the ground, digging, clanking metal against metal, and signaling to one another with whistles and bird calls. During the same time, we were dropping an unending stream of artillery and mortar fire into the perimeter and lighting up the night with a non-stop string of parachute flares. We fired at each other sporadically, not sure if we were seeing movement or shadows from the oscillating flares. No one slept, no one ate. We just watched and waited for the muffled sounds of the far-off artillery tubes to deliver the deafening crack of rounds on target in our circle. Occasionally, we would see the NVA carrying their wounded by their arms and legs or on homemade stretchers. When that happened, not one of our people fired at the images. I found out later that A and B companies were sending recovery teams forward into the encirclement to retrieve their own wounded. They, in turn, were not fired upon by the NVA. It was as if there had been an unwritten contract to fire on combatants only and to allow each other's recovery teams to move unharmed. It was a very long night. The smell of death hung in the still air, and the acrid smoke from the hundreds of mortar and artillery rounds burned our eyes. I don't know how many casualties we inflicted that night. I do know we only took light casualties, as did A and B companies. Dawn came and painted a completely different battlefield than I had assumed was around me in the darkness. I was upset to find out that I had made some very unwise choices in positioning the Tiger Force. Some positions were looking up at slightly higher ground. Others were oriented the wrong way, and still others were too far apart to be mutually supporting. The lack of understanding of my sector led me to fill the blanks in my mind the way I thought the ground lay, rather than the way it actually did. I'm glad that the NVA didn't make a break in force to try to punch out through us. It would have been very costly for us, defending the shaky deployment that I had designed in the dark. After first light, our battalion lifted the artillery and mortar fires and continued the medical evacuations of the wounded that didn't get out from the previous day, as well as the new casualties during the night. The enemy firing had stopped. What we saw in front of us was an incredible scene of destruction. What had been a cluster of small hamlets making up a village on generally flat rice paddy land was churned earth and smoking leveled structures. The 18 to 20 hours of continuous small arms fire, air strikes, artillery, and mortars had pockmarked the tiny village over and over again. Bombs destroyed gardens and sent the earth flying several times over, each time a new one landed. The effect was the repeated violent relocation of large chunks of earth, trees, hedges, and thatched houses. With the firing stopped, the rich black earth smoked from the explosives, and the few pieces of remaining thatch and wood flickered with small flames. And among the loosened earth were bits and pieces of bodies, equipment, and uniforms that we could see from our positions. I was again summoned to the CP. Hack and Lieutenant Colonel Joe Rogers were preparing the battalion to sweep through the battle area. The plan was to develop the contact if there were remaining NVA forces in the circle. We were to do so by probing the enemy positions to determine the remaining strength, with the caution not to act impulsively since we had them surrounded and the village that concealed them under constant observation from the air. By 7 o'clock, the air was filled with circling choppers, bird dogs, and medevac ships. The rifle companies sent out small patrols, and I did the same with the Tigers. I led one of the first patrols out into the center of the circle. I was prepared for some enemy casualties and some remaining resistance, and moved the small patrol cautiously in a widely dispersed formation. I wasn't prepared for what we found. As we got into the bunkered and camouflaged areas of the village, we found large concentrations of enemy dead. But they weren't just dead. They were dismembered and scattered all over the area. The continuous pounding had blown them apart, and then continued to blow pieces of bodies all over the area. The level of violence that we witnessed was extraordinary. The trauma inflicted on the NVA was so thorough that it was often difficult to identify body parts. It was a field of collapsed bunkers strewn with meat, bone, flesh, hair, and uniforms. That was about as precise as we could be in our identification of the damage done during the night. It was horrible and chilling. Though I had seen dead men before in my first few months in Vietnam, I had never seen so many bodies so dismembered or so widely scattered. I'm sure that none of us will ever forget the degree of destruction we witnessed that March morning. As soon as it became clear that there was not much chance of significant enemy contact, Hack called me and told me that he was pulling most of A Company and some of B Company out of the search for stragglers. The mop-up would be the Tigers' job, and he was going to relieve and reorganize the battered rifle companies. We spent most of the morning walking cautiously the length and breadth of the enemy positions, surveying the extent of the destruction and searching for any remaining NVA stragglers. We found none, though we continued to find more and more body parts exposed and half covered by loose dirt. We found out what the scraping noise was during the night. The NVA had slipped small figure-8 lengths of rope over the feet of the dead and dragged them off somewhere. Some of them must have been wounded or interrupted by the subsequent fires, because we found a few bodies that had been dragged short distances and left behind with the ropes still attached to the ankles. The other noises must have been the survivors trying to dig out others who had been buried under the mounds of dislodged earth. We found several small entrenching tools where their owners had been using them to help their buried buddies. Without exception, it looked as if all of the hundreds of dead had died horrible and terribly frightening deaths. We buried as many as we could, and doused the others with diesel fuel and burned the bodies to cut down on the risk of infection in the area. By the end of the day, we were exhausted and terribly depressed by the experience. The tigers weren't any more hardened to the job than I was, and before it was over, there were more than a few of us who lost our breakfasts doing the job. We talked little and stayed cautious, ready for the odd survivor, but there was none. The dead were dead, and the living had made it out during the night. But where did the survivors go? Where they always went in Vietnam. They slipped away in the night. I suspect that there were some holes in the encirclement that we, as a battalion-sized force, failed to plug. To this day, I am amazed at how successful the VC and NVA were at breaking out of what we thought were tight encirclements. But they knew the terrain, and we didn't. Our first few months of existence was hard. We learned every lesson the hard way and had no one to compare notes with. The Tigers didn't operate at all like the rifle companies and didn't know what to expect with each coming day. So we kept on taking on new missions and trying out new techniques to outdo the VC, and some worked, but each new discovery cost us dearly. Not long after we returned to the firebase at Van Lock, we got a new battalion commander. Walter Meinzen was a no-nonsense West Pointer who had little or no sense of humor. I got the feeling that he didn't much like me from the minute we met. He was the first officer I ever worked for that I just didn't get along with. His first appearance in the Tiger Force area was an unannounced inspection of the Tigers, as we waited to be outloaded for operations to the north of the firebase. Meinzen told me to assemble the Tigers so that he could inspect them. This didn't go over well with the troops. Each of them had rigged their rucksacks and web gear to carry the maximum amount of ammo, water, and rations to take us through a 10-day operation. We were pack-mule heavy and hardly able to stand without bending at the waist to compensate for the loads. Trying to stand at attention for Colonel Meinzen was nearly impossible, and I think he detected the negative attitude that the normally gung-ho Tigers were giving off. They felt it was chicken shit to inspect them, after they had been inspected by Tiger NCOs and by me, but they didn't say anything. Wearing telltale new fatigues, boots, and light web gear, Meinzen found small things that he wanted corrected. His criticism wasn't well received by the Tigers, but I was a second lieutenant, and he was a lieutenant colonel, and I had little footing to argue with him over it. I let it go. As soon as he finished the inspection, he strode off to his tent without so much as a customary thank you. We all brushed it off and mounted our choppers to head off to the foothills of the Vietnamese Central Highlands. That operation began a true test for us. We were patrolling a wide variety of mountainous terrain types and operating at great distances from the battalion. Our overall mission was to develop more enemy contacts for the rifle companies to exploit. Our days consisted of humping the hills that were often near straight up-and-down climbs. Our nights were ambush after ambush. We got little sleep and learned to be very self-reliant. Our contact with the battalion was by radio and occasional ration resupply. It was very hard to tell just where we would find enemy forces. We could not count on them working in a certain type of terrain or avoiding certain areas. They were equally comfortable setting up their small base areas in the triple canopy rainforest as they were concealing them in small caves or tunnels. I suspect that we avoided many contacts at their option without ever knowing it. It was months before we discovered the extent of the damage that we had inflicted on the VC and NVA forces in the Tui Hoa Valley in the Mekong II and Mi Phu battles. They weren't ready to tangle with our battalion again until they could replace their losses and retrain their units. Had they been at the strength they were at those two battles, I suspect that we would have been in deep trouble on some of our long and lightly manned patrols. The patrols themselves were extremely unforgiving and were the best classrooms for learning small unit techniques. We discovered just how hard we could push ourselves without sustaining crippling illnesses and injuries. We could almost tell when we were overdoing it and would pay for it with a drop in security, lack of dexterity on the move, and failing resistance to the array of illnesses and diseases that looked for the chance to invade our bodies. As the hills got steeper and the patrols got longer, the number of losses went up in direct proportion. I had to find time to pull tigers out of their jobs, sometimes for just a few hours to let them sleep, or just clean up and lay down in a sunny spot beneath the canopy. They just needed some small breaks to recharge from the constant demands on their bodies and the strain on their minds. When we failed to do this, it would result in compromising our positions, as we called in medevac choppers to take away our sick and wounded. Malaria, dengue fever, chronic boils, dysentery, and infected cuts and bruises were as crippling as gunshot and frag wounds. Then, after each evacuation, we'd have to move harder and faster to put distance between us and our evac site to regain our security. That backfired on me. Every man knew the cost of calling for medevacs and wouldn't speak up if he had a problem until the problem was so far advanced that there was little option but to evacuate him. I never did figure out how to make them say so when they were hurting. I just tried to watch them. But I was no doctor. We tried ever more daring patrols designed to flush the reluctant VC out of their strongholds in the many hiding places throughout the huge Tuiwa Valley. We tried to act as bait. The concept was to walk trails and hope to spring an ambush. At first blush, the idea seemed foolhardy. But when you are really prepared to be ambushed, there is not too much more danger in it than making a chance contact. We were feeling fairly confident that the VC and NVA remaining in the area had broken down into very small elements to avoid being detected by American patrols saturating the area. So to look like we were doing the same and tempt the enemy to fire on us, we struck out in patrols of 10 to 15 men. We carefully selected areas we had become familiar with, and we had reaction forces staged nearby in choppers waiting to pounce on whatever contacts we developed. Thus, we didn't have to sustain a long contact. We only had to survive a short and violent one. We upped the ante by having almost every man in the patrol carry a machine gun. On the few occasions when we did make contact, it usually happened with us spread out in an extended file along small trails with close vegetation. We would take fire from small or hasty enemy ambushes and return such an overwhelming volume of heavy fire that they were often overcome in the initial volley. While the technique never proved to be too costly for us in casualties, it was terribly costly in how it tied up other reaction force troops and choppers that could be out searching for contacts themselves. I suspect that the high demand on manpower and machinery, balanced against the few enemy casualties we produced when contact was made, caused the tactic to be dropped. After one such operation, we were instructed to move to the battalion base camp on the South Tui Beach. As we approached the battalion encampment, I got a call over the radio that a chopper and crew had just been shot down a few miles down the coast and just inland from the ocean. I was to take my 2 chopper loads of tigers to the site, evacuate the pilots in my choppers, secure the downed aircraft, and wait until it could be recovered or for further instructions. My only response was, "Wilco." We landed in a fallow rice paddy field next to a sugarloaf hill that ran parallel to it and to the sea on the other side of the field. At the base of the hill were 2 downed choppers, not one. We found out that the 2 gunships had been returning to the brigade when one took accurate ground fire. The pilot wrestled the crippled gunship to the ground, and the second chopper landed behind it to pick up the crew. As he attempted to take off, the pilot of the second ship meshed rotors with the crippled ship, downing his own chopper in the process. So what we found was 2 3-man chopper crews and 2 completely loaded Huey gunships. The first part of the mission was only complicated by the fact that I had no radio contact with the downed crews and had to try to pass information back and forth through the pilot of my chopper. No one on the ground knew if there were any VC in the area or where the initial fire had come from, but they suspected the Sugarloaf Hill next to the choppers. We quickly landed the 2 Tiger Force choppers in the middle of the wet rice field and unloaded. As Pelham scattered the Tigers around the choppers to set up a perimeter in the less-than-optimum terrain, I waved frantically for the chopper crews to hurry up and get into our ships. As soon as the extraction choppers cleared the area, it got pretty quiet. It was a clear day, bright and sunny, and our visibility was excellent, but we still didn't know what the enemy situation was. I radioed back to operations to find out what the plan was to lift the choppers out. I got the runaround. No one knew the exact answer. I was told to stand by one of the battalion TOC RTOs. Pelham and I were both concerned by the fact that we were in the worst possible position. We had nothing to provide cover or concealment for the Tigers, and our presence in the bottom of a hole surrounded by hills on 2 sides had to be known by everyone for miles around. Then Pelham came up with a good idea to equalize the odds a bit. He found that each of the choppers had 2 working M60 machine guns on board, extra barrels, and thousands of rounds of belt ammo. We dismounted the machine guns and added them to the 8 we had already brought with us. We couldn't have been more heavily armed if we each had a tank. While Pelham was working on distributing plenty of ammo around our feeble little perimeter, I tried to plan some artillery fires on the hill to our west and the one to our south. I knew that I could easily direct lots of accurate artillery on positions on the hill because I was sure of my position and sure of the hill's locations. That's when I got the bad news. No one could fire for us. We were on the end of the gun target line. Our target was to the west of us, and the artillery batteries were also to the west, at the maximum effective range of the tubes. The concern was that if they fired for me, there was a real good chance that a round could go a bit long, clear the top of the hill, and land on us. And there was nothing we could do to change our positions or dig in for protection. We were tied to the choppers with our bellies in 3 inches of stagnant water. Before I could report my problem to the battalion headquarters, we began noticing movement all around us. Not much, just a glimpse of a fleeting figure on the hilltop and a couple of fast-moving, pajama-clad images darting between clumps of bushes on the southern approach to the hill. We were sure that we were in some trouble, and soon began taking small arms fire from the hilltop not more than 300 feet above us. I called for gunships, and was told that there was another contact going on, and they had priority. Whoever answered my call at the TAC CP suggested that I use artillery. I tried to explain that I couldn't get artillery when the enemy fires started getting more accurate, and a strange voice overpowered my reception of the TAC CPs. The voice asked me if I needed some help. I said yes, but I had already been told that I was in the wrong location for supporting fires. He told me to look up and to my rear. There, lazily rolling flying figure-eights in the sky, was a Navy bird dog. He was an Anglico pilot, Army-Navy ground liaison, or the Navy's equivalent to an Army forward observer. He was trained to bring naval gunfire onto ground targets in support of the Army and the Marines. I told him that I needed artillery and couldn't convince the Army that they should fire the mission for me. I could use all the help I could get, but then I had a sudden sinking feeling. I remembered that all I knew about calling for naval gunfire procedures was from a short classroom exercise back at OCS. He told me to stand by while he did a little looking and a little checking. He flew over the target area and took some ground fire. After telling us to button up, he fired some artillery on the far side of the hill, safely away from us. From there, he must have convinced someone to fire the mission for us. I didn't know who was firing or where the fires were coming from, but he delivered. He then told me to pass the word to my troops to put our heads down. I thought that was unnecessary since he knew we were taking fire and that we were down as far as we could get. After all, we were taking plunging fire from the hilltop, not fires that we could hide behind something to avoid. Before I could tell the observer that I wasn't too sure that we were far enough away from the target, he called to tell me that the rounds were on the way. A split second later, I heard the report of the guns. Rounds plowed into the exact spot on the hilltop we'd selected. The ground rocked, and our ears rang with the incredible noise the 3 exploding projectiles made. Without waiting, the pilot called for 3 more rounds in the same location. They, too, impacted with deadly accuracy, and we all waited for some response from the hidden enemy positions on the hill. The plopping of flying debris into the paddy water stopped, the smoke cleared, and it was silent except for the ringing in our ears. We waited for the enemy fire to resume. It did not. We scanned the surrounding hills for any sign of movement. There was none, and the sun was setting. I thanked the Navy observer for his accurate and effective fire and let him head back to his airfield for the night. He gave me a frequency and call sign to use if I needed any more help during the night. The thought of calling for more indirect fire at night, that close to the target, didn't thrill me, so I just thanked him and told him I'd let him know if I needed more hilltops rearranged. Another call to the TAC CP told me that there was no chance of recovery before full dark, and the aviation battalion didn't intend to attempt a pickup at night. I was instructed to sit tight and wait for further instructions in the morning. Pelham and I huddled next to one of the choppers and tried to figure out what to do during the night. We knew that any enemy unit in the area was absolutely sure what we were doing, where we were, exactly how strong we were, and what kinds of weapons we had. There was nowhere we could move to, no more help to call for than what we had already tried, and no idea just what the enemy intent was. We decided to take advantage of the machine guns to keep any enterprising enemy forces from sneaking up on us by using them to fire harassing and interdicting fire. So, in the closing light of the day, Pelham and I set out to create range cards for each of the gunners. We moved from position to position and selected the most likely approaches to the perimeter and set them as priorities for the gunners to aim at in the dark. Throughout the night, we would fire random bursts of machine gun fire along the approaches we had identified. With as many machine guns as we had and a high density of tracer rounds, the night was filled with ricocheting machine gun fire every few minutes until dawn. During the night, we took no enemy incoming fire. Still, I was worried that they might think we were worth the effort, move some mortars within range, and lay some rounds in on us. That would have been very costly for us since we had no cover to hide behind and had brought no entrenching tools to dig in with. By first light, I had received a call from the aviation battalion that they were going to send a Chinook to rig and lift out the 2 choppers, one at a time. While I was glad that they were going to recover the choppers, I was disappointed that they were only going to send 1 Chinook to do the job. I really don't know what I expected. Chinooks were the workhorses, and just finding 1 to recover the choppers was hard enough. But even if they had 2 of the large choppers available, there would have been no way that they both could have worked at the same time, since the 2 downed choppers were less than 20 feet apart. My concern was that they would at first send in a Huey to drop the rigging crew and wait for them to finish before bringing in the Chinook, and then have to make a turnaround to pick up the 2nd chopper. Then there would probably be a 2nd Huey to pick up the rigging crew. Still later, there would have to be other choppers to pick up the Tiger Force. I saw it as plenty of time for any remaining enemy snipers to try to bring down one of the 4 flights that would be overhead. While waiting for the rigging crew, I called in a situation report to the TAC CP and asked what the plans were for extracting the Tigers. I was told to stand by for a reply. That bothered me. There didn't seem to be any plan to get the Tigers out as soon as they were no longer needed at the crash site. The recovery of the choppers went off without event, and by early afternoon the slicks came in to take us back to the battalion base camp. I sent Pelham with the Tigers to the Tiger Force area to clean up and get some chow while I reported to the TAC CP to find out what was on tap for us. As soon as I entered the CP, Colonel Meinzen gave me a puzzled look and asked where we had been. I was confused. I wasn't sure if he was kidding or not. My experience with the man had been that he was not the type to kid with second lieutenants. I said that I had just returned from the chopper recovery down south of the battalion's base. He didn't even know we were out there, that there were choppers down, that we had taken fire, that we had to scramble for support. Nothing. Now I was dumbfounded. It seems that during the relocation of the battalion from the fire base to the beach, and with the turnover of personnel in the TAC CP, I simply had been lost in the shuffle. And while I was out at the crash sites thinking the brief reports I was sending into the CP were informative enough and were being passed on by operations to the battalion commander, nothing was happening. The realization that we could have been in very big trouble out in that paddy and not to have been able to raise some help bothered me plenty. As a junior officer, I learned a very valuable lesson that day. Communication wasn't just exchanging radio traffic. If your commander doesn't know what your situation is, there is every chance that you could be the cause of a disaster for your troops. I filed that little near calamity in my brain and promised myself that it would never happen to me again, no matter how much of a pest I had to be on the radio. Chapter 20. After several more weeks of moderately successful patrols in the hills to the south and west of the Tuiwa Valley, things quieted down, and we returned to the fire base at the Tuiwa Beach for a few days' rest. While we were there, we began shuffling short-timers to other jobs in the Tiger Force headquarters, and we also lost a few who were sent back to the rear to help teach at the brigade CERTS, Screaming Eagle Replacement Training School. Because the bulk of the brigade would be rotating back to the States in the summer, a large number of individual replacements were arriving to fill in the slots vacated by death, wounds, illnesses, and rotation. Since they all came from different training experiences, and there had been some unfortunate events after replacements had been fed into maneuver units, a standardized orientation course was created. At the same time we were doing some readjusting within the Tiger Force, we lost Johnny Howard to malaria. Then we lost David Hackworth to a new job. The brigade executive officer moved to a battalion to assume command, and Hack replaced him. Turmoil trickled down to the Tigers, and we did as we had always done. We adapted. No sooner had we made these personnel changes than we were alerted to move from the Tuiwa Rice Bowl to the coastal town of Phan Thiet, south of Tuiwa. Phan Thiet was a particularly ugly patch of red dirt on the South China Sea, with a runway that had an unusual dip in the middle. Any soldier who landed there didn't need to look outside the aircraft to know he was at the Phan Thiet runway. It headed downhill for the first half of its length and uphill for the remainder. Far to the west of Phan Thiet was the southern stretch of the Central Highlands we had worked west of Tuiwa. Intelligence held that there was considerable enemy activity in those mountains, but they weren't sure just where. Those reports had brought our brigade and some other Allied units to find the elusive VC. The large stretches of relatively flat terrain west of Phan Thiet would have to be checked out, along with the mountains. The Tigers were dispatched to the mountains to develop contact. I mounted a heavy patrol of about a dozen Tigers and lifted off from our new Phan Thiet base camp, headed for the heavily forested mountain chain. That patrol was one of the most distant we had ever conducted. We were well out of artillery range, ours or any other friendly units. We also suffered from a loss of radio contact. We had to rely on a scheduled bird dog to act as radio relay. Twice a day, the tiny plane would fly out to Phan Thiet to a midpoint, where it could relay our radio traffic back to the Phan Thiet base. I expected the mountains to be similar to the ones we had become accustomed to in Tuiwa, but I was wrong. The Phan Thiet mountains were much more heavily covered in thick vegetation and were much steeper. They also were a lot rockier. The streams that flowed out of the Tuiwa Mountains had flowed gently down the hills to the valley floor. In Phan Thiet, the streams had cut deep paths through the rocks, creating stream beds with very deep, steep sides. It wasn't unusual to encounter a hilltop stream only to find that to cross it required climbing down several hundred meters to its bed and then back up the other side. As we crossed one of those streams, I was unaware that the torrents of rushing white water and large boulders would soon take their toll on me. We humped the hills for days and found little to convince us that here was or had been any enemy activity in the area. Each time I called back a dry hole, I would get new instructions to move to another part of the mountain range to look for trouble. I'm not sure if not making contact wasn't more stressful than making it. As patrol leader, I was constantly worried that the lack of contact would result in a drop in alertness and a false sense of security. And in the back of my head, I was convinced that they were really there and keeping us under observation until they could pick a time to obliterate our small patrol so far from help. One night we were moving along the steep slope of a hill, contouring it. We had to get to a point along a route that paralleled the length of the hill's axis. But rather than walk the spine of the hill, I elected to stay just off the top for more security. After a few hours picking our way through the dense growth on the hillside, we began hearing noises behind us. We would stop, and the noise would stop. We would resume our march, and the noise would resume. After stopping about 3 times, Pelham, Bryant, and I were convinced that whoever was following us didn't care if we heard them. The crashing and crunching of deadfall grew louder and louder, and I moved the patrol up to higher ground and set up a hasty perimeter to defend against whatever enemy force was approaching. My readiness to make contact at 3 a.m, with no radio contact with my higher headquarters and no way to call for artillery, was weak. But the noises continued, and the stalkers kept approaching without concern. Suddenly the noise stopped. Pelham tugged on my shirt sleeve and handed me the starlight scope. I raised it to my eye and scanned the nearby hillside for the source of the noise. There, not 200 meters away, stood the largest tiger I had ever seen, his leg raised as he pissed on the base of one of the huge mahogany trees. No wonder he didn't care who heard him. It was his rainforest, and from the looks of those hills, he had never seen humans before. I relaxed for a few seconds, and then wondered what I would do if he decided that we should be his breakfast. I wasn't too keen on shooting a tiger. Neither did I want to give away our position by shooting if we didn't have to. Before I could make a decision, Pelham put something in my hand. I held it up in the slight glow of the night and realized that he was way ahead of me. It was a CS, or tear gas grenade. But as quickly as we had the solution, the problem went away. The tiger must have lost interest, or he got a real whiff of how gamey we were and turned and walked away from us. I was glad we didn't have to have a showdown with that beautiful animal. I was also glad that he stopped following us. I had conjured up all manner of explanations in my head as to why some enemy unit, a large one in my mind, would be following us and was unconcerned about our knowing it. A few nights later we came to grips with nature a second time. We had been moving up a particularly steep hill for most of the evening and were exhausted. After several nights of moving all day and setting up ambushes at night, I elected to take a night off. I found a spot in a terribly dense thicket. I posted the 2 machine gunners at the only 2 approaches and allowed the remainder of the patrol to go to 30% alert to get some rest. About an hour before dawn, I was shaken out of my sleep by the thundering clap of 2 claymore mines detonating and the rattle of machine guns. Before I could even orient myself as to what was happening, there was a loud, high-pitched trumpeting. Then, as I tried to get up on one knee to see what was happening, I was knocked back on my butt by another tiger who fell into me. After a few moments of confusion, I was able to find out that one of the machine gun positions had thought we were being probed by an enemy force, and when the noise immediately in front of them became too suspicious, they detonated their claymores and opened fire. What they did was spook and slightly wound a baby elephant that took off toward us instead of away from the firing. He ran through the center of the thicket, knocking tigers aside as he did. While no one was injured by the 4-foot-tall elephant, we were pretty shaken up. and I elected to move to a new location for the rest of the night, feeling that one had been compromised. The next morning we found small blood trails that told us the elephant had been hit. The incident made me more aware than ever of the wide variety of threatening events that can befall a patrol operating at a distance from support. I shuddered to think what might have happened if someone had been killed or seriously injured, and we needed to conduct a medevac from that thicket. I also realized what a bad choice the thicket had been. I had chosen it because of the concealment and the early warning it gave us, but failed to consider the difficulties it could pose. The last few days of the patrol were more of the same. We were getting more fatigued by the demands of the extremely rough terrain and the smothering heat of the lush triple canopy. To that was the added strain of the length of the patrol and the diminishing rations. On the last morning, we walked up a stream bed trying to find any sign of life in the area. It was a technique we had learned in Tuiwa. All enemy forces eventually came down to stream beds to fish, get water, and wash clothes and gear. And they usually didn't cover up their footprints and the damage they often did to the soft stream banks. It was easy to backtrack from a point on a stream to the enemy positions. We were so desperate to turn some sign of enemy activity that I elected to put security up on the high sides of the mountain stream and walk the stream bed looking for tracks. After a couple of hours of fruitless tracking, I leaped up on a rock and lost my footing on the slippery surface. My feet went out from under me, and I landed in a pile on still another rock, knee first. The sharp pain in my knee was unrelenting. I wasn't sure if I had broken anything, but I was sure that I was in real pain. The fall provided a few moments of humor for the patrol, since it is always fun to watch the boss bust his ass. The medic looked at my leg and suggested that I stick the knee in the cold running stream for a cold soak and gulp down a Darvon. And after a few minutes, I was able to get up and walk. The knee was very stiff and ached quite a bit, but I was mobile again. By the middle of the afternoon, my knee had swollen to the point where my fatigue trousers were cutting off the circulation. I had to cut the seams on both sides of the trouser leg to allow enough room for me to bend the leg and get some blood to my lower leg, and the pain was returning with a vengeance. As we moved to a pickup zone for extraction, I was happy to know that I would be able to get back to the base area at Fontiet and get the combined weight of my body and my combat load off the knee for a while, to allow the swelling to subside. I reported to the operations tent at Battalion and gave an extensive but empty report concerning the long patrol. We had learned a lot about patrolling in Vietnam, but still not much about the elusive enemy that was supposed to be secreted in the hills. I didn't appreciate that even that information was useful to higher headquarters. Knowing where they aren't is almost as good as knowing where they are. I was grungy, hungry, and very tired when I came out of the tent on my way back to the Tiger Force area. I took a few awkward strides when I heard Colonel Meinzen's voice. He wanted to know what was wrong with my leg. Approaching the tent, he had seen me limp and noticed the swelling and the rips down the sides of my trouser leg. I told him that I had bumped my knee and that I'd be all right. He quickly brought me up short and questioned me about my qualifications to determine the extent of damage. He then instructed me to immediately report to the battalion aid station to have it looked at. After my trip to the medics, I ran into Meinzen again in the mess tent. He smiled, asking me if the medics had fixed me up. He was not happy to hear my reply. The battalion surgeon had pulled me from duty, and I was being evacuated to the 8th Field Hospital in Nha Trang for more observation and care that evening. At the hospital, they ran me through the usual tests and x-rays. I was then allowed to take a shower, and then assigned to a bed in a ward between a soldier who had broken both feet by dropping an artillery round on them, and another who was recovering from a circumcision. A doctor saw me later that night and told me that I was to stay in bed and that he would diagnose my injury after he read the x-rays. In the meantime, he prescribed pain medicine, put bags of ice on either side of my knee, and inserted a small drain in my leg to draw off the collecting fluid that had swelled the whole joint to at least twice its normal size. I don't know if it was the drain or the medication, but I was relieved of much of the pain within the hour, and I laid back to enjoy the supreme luxury of fresh sheets and a real bed in a clean, airy ward. By lights out, I was aware of the tension easing out of my neck and shoulder muscles. I hadn't had a single moment to do nothing since the day I arrived in the battalion. The sensation was welcome, but at the same time I felt guilty that I was eating fresh food, wearing clean, fresh GI pajamas, and simply resting. I wondered what the Tigers were doing, and if they were okay. I probably could have enjoyed the break better if I had known that just hours after I was evacuated, the battalion had begun a move from Phan Thiet on the eastern 2 Corps 3 Corps border to Non Co on the western border with Cambodia. The second day in the hospital, my doctor came to my bedside and announced that he had consulted with another doctor, and they had decided that they needed to operate on my knee. He explained that the kneecap was fractured and that the tissues and cartilage needed some minor cleaning up. The fracture of the kneecap had trashed some of the soft tissues underneath. The thought of an operation on what just felt like a very sore knee didn't thrill me, and immediately I remembered that I had never met a jock who had ever had a knee or shoulder cut who ever had full use of it again. I also felt a flash of panic run through my mind about the consequences of being laid up for recovery after an operation. I couldn't see any scenario where my job with the Tiger Force would remain unfilled while I laid around a hospital in Nha Trang. I also thought of the multitude of unpleasant jobs that I might be shifted to after returning to my battalion, if I was even lucky enough to go back to my battalion. In a hasty moment, I told the doctor that I thought I could get by without the operation. He laughed and told me that if he didn't operate on my knee, that it would continue to swell, hurt worse, stiffen up, and I'd soon be begging him to cut. I asked him to give it a chance. I suggested that he let me go back to my unit on light duty for a few days to see if it would heal itself. He laughed again. He bet me that if he let me go back to my unit, I'd be back in his ward within a week. I asked him if 50 was a good bet. He took the bet. The next day, after pulling the drain out of my leg, he put me on orders back to my unit with instructions for 30 days light duty. I was given my tiger-striped fatigues back, cleaned, and with a couple of large safety pins some kind soul had attached to them. I also got a pair of crutches. That bothered me. The last thing I wanted was to go back to the battalion looking for certain like I was useless. I passed the smiling doctor at the nurses' station, and he told me how easy it was going to be to take that $50 off of me. I smiled back and tried my best to look like walking on the crutches didn't hurt. As soon as I got out of the ward, I found the first medic I could and told him a big lie. I said that I had been instructed to turn my crutches in, but that I wasn't sure where the doctor told me to go. The medic directed me to a supply room not too far away. Once there, I told the clerk that I was supposed to swap the crutches for a cane. The clerk was a patient who had been given the job and didn't much care about anything other than having a great rear-echelon get-over job that kept him out of the field. He didn't suspect that I was trying to put anything over on him, and gave me the cane. It took me 2.5 more days to catch up with the battalion. I had a hitch ride from Nha Trang on the South China Sea to Non Co on the Cambodian border. I was able to thin out the paperwork that the hospital had sent back with me to avoid as much restriction on my return to the Tigers as possible. I didn't want the battalion surgeon to put me on ice. From my first night out of the hospital, I found that sleeping with my leg elevated as high as I could get it was helpful in relieving the pain and reducing the remaining swelling. I babied the leg and did everything I could to disguise as much of the limp as possible. Just before arriving at the battalion base camp off the Non Co airstrip, I lost my cane. There were a few more days of delay while the battalion closed on Non Co before its full strength was committed to the battle that had developed. The extra days allowed me to do a lot of sitting and plenty of healing. The swelling went down, and all that remained was terrible stiffness, some pain, and extreme tenderness. But looking at my leg in trousers, you could no longer detect any swelling. The first week of combat operations took us to a nearby village called Buza Map. What we found there was the start of the monsoon season, followed by the first new contact for the brigade. A rifle company made light contact, and the Tiger Force was spun around to investigate the possibilities of finding more enemy elements. We spent the next 3 weeks humping through dense rainforest cover that blanketed the low, rolling hills. But, unlike the rainforest we had experienced before, the Non-Co area was thick with bamboo. Much of our movement was interrupted by hacking through bamboo or taking wide detours to avoid it, and the rains made the job slippery and swelled the stream beds to hard, rushing brown rivers that we often found difficult to cross. The area had its own special breed of ground leeches that were everywhere and into everything we wore and carried. We found ourselves rotting from the constant dampness and the heavy rain showers. The weather slowed our pace and cut our visibility and drained our energies. It ruined our ammunition and interfered with our radio communications. We had to adjust our combat loads, rations, and goals to accommodate the dramatic complications that came with the monsoon season. We saturated the area around Buza Map with patrol after patrol and ambush after ambush, but made only occasional contact with small enemy units. Meanwhile, a sister battalion discovered a large but abandoned headquarters and POW camp. Occasional stragglers were captured, and revealed that the massive artillery strikes and the repeated B-52 strikes that the brigade had been dropping on the suspected sites were working. The NVA units massed just inside the border with Cambodia were forced to break up and cross back into Cambodia to reorganize and refit from the damage. They were also successful at springing a large multi-company ambush after being tipped off by an NVA prisoner about his regiment's location and plans. When the smoke cleared, the NVA had left several hundred of their number dead in the killing zone as they fled to the protection of neutral Cambodia. By the end of the Non-Co operation, the contacts were getting fewer and the terrain was getting more difficult to traverse. Choppers were frequently grounded, and supplies were stacking up somewhere in the pipeline. They sure weren't getting down to rifleman level the way they had in Phan Rang, Tuiwa, and Phan Thiet. During the operation, I had been lucky enough not to aggravate my knee injury, and by deliberately going out with a very pared-down combat load, I was able to reduce the strain on the knee joint. But it cost me rations, risky ammunition loads, and extra gear to keep me warm and dry. I just didn't have a choice. I had to travel light to allow the knee to heal. Pelham quickly figured out what I was doing, but kept my secret and said nothing directly to me. He complained about bringing too much chow with him and made a small scene out of deciding what to throw away, casually asking me if I wanted whatever it was he was pitching. I had never met a man as generous as Pelham Bryant. It was no surprise to me why the troops all loved him so much. He was a rock wrapped around a huge heart, something rare in a macho organization. The one positive thing that came of the Non-Co operation was the completion of the rebuilding and retraining of the Tiger Force. The splitting and shifting of platoon members and the incorporation of a handful of replacements had given way to enough field experience that they were working better than ever, the weather notwithstanding. Colonel Meinzen and I had a couple more discussions about just what my mission was, and he didn't like the tone of my voice. He reminded me that the Tiger's mission was whatever he decided it was, and I would be smart to drop my attitude about standardizing the organizational configuration, equipment, and missions. That was the last conversation I had with him. He had not been lucky during his short tenure as battalion commander. He had fallen ill a couple of times before, and not too long after our talk about the Tigers, he was evacuated, too ill to continue in command of the battalion. We soon got alerted to move again, this time to a small airstrip in the center of Tu Corps called Chao Rao. There we took on more new replacements in the battalion and waited for our new commander. I was called in by the battalion executive officer, XO, and told that I would be in temporary command of headquarters and headquarters company until they could find a captain to replace me. It would be in addition to my duties with the Tiger Force. The job surprised me, but the announcement that I would be replaced didn't. There were plenty of captains in Vietnam qualified to command an airborne battalion headquarters company. There was just no way to expect that I'd be allowed to command a company at the rank of second lieutenant. I assumed that the temporary assignment was prompted by the expected arrival of a new captain, and the courtesy that is normally extended to an incoming battalion commander to put off pending major assignment decisions until he arrived. And since I was already on the books of headquarters company, I was the likely candidate to hold down the fort until a replacement became available. We were all surprised when the new CO turned out to be our old XO, David Hackworth. So decisions concerning officer assignments would be something he could do with little or no deliberation. He knew us all, and as Brigade XO, he knew what and who was projected for assignment into the battalion. Hack arrived and everything changed. All of the plans he had privately held for the 1st 327th and had been unable to sell to Joe Rogers, and then Walter Meinzen, were suddenly on the front burner. He was the new bear in the woods, and he didn't have to clear any of his decisions with anyone. At the same time, we received word to move again, this time to the northwest, to help a beleaguered Special Forces camp at Dak To on the Laotian border. My job as headquarters company commander was to get the battalion headquarters and the headquarters company to Dak To. As a second lieutenant, it was a real eye-opener. I had never appreciated the complexities involved in moving a large number of combat troops and their equipment and supplies from one location to another without losing their combat effectiveness, their ability to communicate, or unit integrity. And the entire process was complicated by the monsoon and the strict number of cargo aircraft assigned to us for the job. I can only assume that while we made the move, Hackworth was watching me to make sure I didn't screw something up and leave an important segment of the battalion headquarters stranded at some godforsaken airfield. Dak To was truly a forbidding-looking place. A shabby little airstrip with a shallow clearing on one end and a montagnard town on the other, covered by lush green vegetation and surrounded by steep mountains. We closed on Dak To, set up our temporary base in the clearing off the runway, and immediately moved out to relieve the beleaguered Tumorong outpost. During all the turmoil, Hack called me to his CP to speak with him. He began by telling me that there was more than the normal confusion going on in such an operation because of the loss of so many of the original stateside group who were rotating back home. He was having to make assignments accordingly. I fully expected him to tell me that since a few new captains had arrived during our move, I would be relieved of headquarters company command to go back to my platoon in the Tiger Force. Instead, he blew me over with the announcement that he wanted me to turn over my job in the Tigers to a new lieutenant, and that he wanted to pull me up to battalion headquarters. At first, I was confused. I wasn't sure if I had done something wrong or what. But before I could even sputter a reply, he slapped me on the shoulder and told me that he wanted me in his operations shop. I would become an assistant and the battalion S3 liaison officer. He went on to tell me that he was happy with my performance and thought I could learn something in the 3 shop. I walked out of the CP tent, unsure about what had just happened to me. I wanted to go back to the Tiger Force, but was flattered that Hack thought enough of me to put me in the nerve center of his battalion. But I felt a sudden loss in the pit of my stomach about leaving the soldiers with whom I had spent half a year and had shared so many long, dark nights. But in those days it was considered extremely bad form to question or complain about assignment decisions made by the commanding officer. The assumption was that all assignments were made for the good of the unit, and personal preferences were not considered or solicited. So I swallowed hard and walked back to the Tiger Force area to say goodbye. I only had a few minutes to say my goodbyes, and they weren't very serious since I wasn't leaving the battalion, only the Tigers. I could immediately sense the anxiety that my departure generated. I had not been that long away from the platoon level to know what happens when reassignments start happening. The status quo is disrupted, and the rumors start immediately. For good or bad, they had gotten used to me, and now I would be leaving, and an unknown face would replace mine. Every soldier in Vietnam first worried about the officer in his immediate chain of command. He had the most direct influence on what happened to them, and was the first line of resistance to protect them when the system began making unreasonable demands on them. Until a new officer showed that could be counted on to be fair with them and come to their defense, it was a shaky time around the unit. I didn't know my replacement, just his name. I couldn't promise them anything, and they all understood. I was extremely pleased to meet and get to know John Carey. If I had to build my own replacement out of new parts, I couldn't have built a finer one than John. He and Pelham Bryant hit it off immediately, and the anxieties of the Tigers quickly gave way to the real worries associated with the extremely heavy combat that they saw in the next month. I would be lying if I said that I missed the Tigers and the job right away. Hackworth threw me into the middle of the swirl of activity that was the constant state of affairs in the battalion command post. It was my job to do as much of the face-to-face coordination with higher, lower, and adjacent units for Hack and the S3. Stepping into a fight with a tough new NVA regiment and changing over virtually every officer in the battalion due to rotations was tough. But I soon realized that one of the reasons Hack had moved me into the S3 shop was for continuity. I quickly went from being one of the newest officers in the battalion to one of the few remaining old-timers. The job was exhausting and frightening. I was asked to operate alone, to coordinate very important details of fire support and operations coordination. I was often in a chopper all day long carrying messages to and from companies and the brigade headquarters, not to mention coordinating with the Special Forces and the South Vietnamese units in the area. And while I was out carrying the mail, I was expected to stay up to speed with the quickly developing fight that went on for days without let-up. Then I would end up back at the CP at night and be expected to pull long shifts as the duty officer. I have to admit, at Tiger Force level, the thought of being on the battalion staff looked like a really easy job. Again, things weren't quite what I guessed. At the very beginning of the battle at Dak To, Hackworth replaced Grunstad with Louis Higginbotham in the Tigers. I had known Higginbotham for several months in his other assignments on the battalion staff. I found him bright, courageous, and combat savvy. He was a new captain and had been bugging Hackworth for some time to get into the Tigers. For my money, the Tigers were in good hands with Louis Higginbotham and John Carey at the helm. What followed our arrival at Dak To was a month of continuous combat operations. It turned out to be the most intense fighting of the original 1st Brigade's year. A day did not go by when at least one element of our battalion wasn't in contact with elements of the 24th NVA Regiment, fresh out of Laos. What we had been committed to was the North Vietnamese monsoon offensive, designed to overrun Allied outposts in the Central Highlands. It just turned out that the tiny Tumarong outpost and the Dak To area were their first objectives. During the month, the battalion covered miles upon miles of near-vertical mountain terrain, making company and battalion-size contacts. After the initial contacts were broken, usually at the enemy's initiative, we'd pursue them in small groups to their rally points. Once we had confirmed the location of those sites, we would strike them. The number of artillery fire missions, airstrikes, gunship missions, B-52 strikes, and airmobile operations was far larger than any previous operation the brigade had experienced. The enemy force was well-trained, well-rested, and well-equipped. And unlike our earlier experiences, when the enemy broke up into small escape parties and disappeared into the bush never to be seen again, this time they fought hard until their positions became untenable, and then they would withdraw, only to mount more attacks in very short order. During the battle, Hackworth commanded the battalion from a very mobile command post that consisted of hardly much more than himself, his chief RTO, Darrell Nunnally, and a couple of radios. He had little use for a command and control helicopter except as a means of transportation to move to another ground location. Anything else that needed the CNC to get done seemed to fall on my shoulders. I spent my time on the move. I would frequently get involved in replacing lost platoon leaders and senior NCOs with fresh ones, delivering overlays and maps, picking up prisoners, and writing pieces of the after-action reports. The days started early and miserably. My duty station was wherever Hack wanted me to be, and my rack was wherever I ended the day. I would spend some nights in a shallow sleeping hole in the driving rain. Other nights I would find myself in the cargo compartment of a chopper or the back of a truck, trying to write up the day's combat summaries by the light of a weak GI flashlight. No nights were quiet, and the casualty counts on both sides were high. I cared about all of them, but my ear was especially tuned to word about the Tigers. They were thrust into the heat of the battle, and they rose to the demands. They endured multi-company battles with none of the heavy crew-served weapons that the rifle companies had. The heaviest thing they carried was the M60 machine gun, while they had to face enemy mortars, rockets, recoilless rifles, and command-detonated mines. Still, the Tigers fought on and took some very heavy casualties during the operation. During the first week of the battle, they were down to 16 men, and 9 of them were wounded. Hack pulled them out of the battle, refitted them with more volunteers, patched up the walking wounded, and put them back into the fight. They were a remarkable bunch. They took it and went back in for more. The stories of the Dak To battle got to Saigon quickly, and suddenly we were the place to be. Reporters and television film crews descended on us in great numbers. Most of them were too timid to come to the actual battlefield, and were satisfied to remain in the rear, at the Brigade CP on the airstrip. But some had more guts, and wanted to be where the fighting was. Ward Just came from the Washington Post, humped the hills, and got wounded while covering the Tiger Force. He went on to write some chilling stories about the battles the Tigers fought in field reports and later in books. One morning I was tapped to take the CNC back to the airstrip to pick up some operations orders, overlays, and a long list of things like batteries and cigars. At the airstrip, I was instructed by the battalion executive officer to pick up a news crew and take them back with me to the battle. After finishing my scavenger hunt, I found the 3-man crew sitting on their gear on the runway and introduced myself. The reporter told me he wanted to go forward to get it all on film. I pulled out my notebook and asked for the particulars about each of them, name, news organization, and such. Ron Nessen, later to become presidential press secretary, asked me why I needed to know all that. I told him the story about the journalist who had arrived unannounced at the Mekong battlefield, only to get killed, and how later I got my ass chewed over it. Nessen laughed and said, half joking, "You aren't going to let that happen to me, are you?" All I could tell him was that I was sure I wasn't going to get my ass chewed again for not knowing who he was. He didn't see much humor in my reply. On the flight forward to a rifle company position, Nessen's crew said very little and watched the large number of Air Force and Army aircraft filling the skies over the battle area. Nessen wasn't daunted by the proximity to the battle. He met the company commander and immediately asked to go out with a patrol, preparing to leave only minutes after our arrival. It was okay with the company commander, and the film crew attached themselves to the small patrol. In a matter of minutes after they left the company perimeter, the patrol was hit by an NVA ambush, and Nessen took a serious wound in the chest. Chapter 21. I thought I'd seen the last of the visiting newsmen when Nessen got wounded and evacuated. Several days after the Nessen incident, the battalion was still in contact, and I was with Hackworth at one of his rifle company command posts. He liked to tag along with the rifle companies and leave every unit in the battalion available to maneuver. He had little use for setting up a command post and then draining off combat troops to serve as a palace guard. We had just made a small contact, and the shooting was just about over when a small observation chopper approached our position. The pilot picked out a small clearing near us and put it down, only to let out a single lonely figure. Hack was giving us the plan for the day, and as I looked up to see who was getting out of the chopper, I spotted the round, short figure of an elderly man wearing a khaki uniform covered by one of those see-through plastic raincoats. On his head he wore an army green baseball cap, and on the cap was a large black star. I knew immediately who it was. General S.L.A. Marshall. His face had been on the jacket of every one of his books that I had to read at OCS. Hack also recognized Marshall and told me to go get him. I ran up the hillside to the landing zone and saluted the general, introducing myself. He was gentle and jolly and glad to be there. As we walked down the hill, I asked him what he wanted to see. He told me that he had heard the company we were with had a contact, and that's where he wanted to go. I told him that the smoke hadn't quite cleared yet, and he might want to wait before going down to the side of the perimeter that had made the contact. With that, he stopped, put his arm round my shoulder, and said, "Let me tell you something about soldiers, Lieutenant. In battle, as soon as the shooting is over, every man has to decide if he was a hero or a bum in the skirmish. It's my job as a historian to get there before they decide so I can find out what actually happened." I didn't much appreciate what General Marshall said until years later, when I tried to recall the details of my own performance in battle, and while listening to others recount common experiences from different points of view. Through my own experience, I was surprised to find that you felt like you had been a hero on some days and a bum on others. The magnitude of your courage fluctuated from day to day and from moment to moment. At any given time, you were thrust into situations that would flood your bloodstream with adrenaline, and your response would vary. The first time you found yourself hesitating, it was a frightening experience. You had been confident and aggressive only a moment before, only to find yourself hesitating. It wasn't until many more intense moments had passed for me that I realized that it was probably a natural response. During my months with the Tiger Force, courage or bravery had only been an issue once, and I should have recognized it then for the danger it presented, but I wasn't experienced enough at the time, and I was confusing John Wayne movies with the real battlefield. I had a young staff sergeant in the Tigers who constantly spoke of doing something heroic to win the Medal of Honor. I dismissed the conversations as just beer or bravado talking, when I should have found out what was behind the talk. During the months that the sergeant served as a squad and patrol leader, I had never had any real problems with him. After I left the Tigers, he was killed. The story I got was that he was leading a small patrol in search of the NVA, who had broken contact with the battalion when he spotted an enemy element. He lost sight of his responsibilities as patrol leader and struck out after the enemy force, instructing his charges to stay put until he returned. He left them without a patrol leader and disappeared into the thick hillside growth. He was killed by the very NVA soldiers he stalked. Luckily, the patrol had other qualified leaders to recover the body and avoid further contact until they could get new orders. He never got the Medal of Honor, and I'm sorry I never said anything to him while I commanded the unit. It's hard not to feel somewhat responsible. I can say that I was extremely critical of that kind of boasting and bravado in my future assignments, and never failed to tell that story to future braggarts. The end of the Docto battle signaled the end of the old 1st Brigade of the 101st, as I had come to know it, and ushered in virtually all new faces. The original Screaming Eagles who left Fort Campbell, Kentucky for Vietnam had all been replaced. Hackworth had stayed way beyond his original tour of duty and was getting heat to return to the States to an important job in the Pentagon. He didn't want to go, and he didn't want to end up in the Pentagon, but like all soldiers, he had to follow orders. Before he left, he had a ceremony to pin first lieutenant's bars on my collar and John Every Clayton's. John had arrived in the 1st 327th only hours before I was assigned to the S3 shop, and earned his combat infantryman's badge in the heat of the Dak To campaign. I never envied him that experience, but he came through just as I knew he would. I didn't know then how much of an impact working for David Hackworth would have on my life, but I don't know what I would have done differently if I had. It would be a while before I would find out that to have been one of his warriors would carry with it a reputation that was just as likely to help you as hurt you. It all depended on how the people involved felt about Hackworth. On Hack's departure, we got still another battalion commander, our fourth in my tour over there. And like all commanders, he had his way of doing things and made sure in short order that we implemented his policies and procedures. So while we wrapped up a mop-up operation in the Dak To area, we outloaded for a return trip to the Tuiwa area. I didn't appreciate it then, but soon thereafter, I understood the ripple effect on the soldiers in the Tiger Force of changes in battalion, company, and platoon commanders. They were whiplashed by the changes that came with each new commander, and said very little about it beyond the normal bitching that is a soldier's right. The remaining months in the 101st were not a ranger's experiences, yet they were filled with the kind of stuff that a young officer needs to develop a better understanding of how the entire picture works. Not all of my experiences were pleasant, though all of them were useful. My first unhappy experience came in regard to the level of jealousies and bitterness that a unit like the Tiger Force generated in an otherwise proud brigade. During the months that followed, I often ran into folks who would know that I was from the 1st 327th, but not the former commander of the Tiger Force. Many were not shy about telling me that they thought the Tigers were a bunch of prima donnas, and that in their opinion, they weren't any better than any other unit in the brigade. I was surprised at the comments and the attitude, because I knew of no occasions when the Tigers had bragged about being better or tougher or special in any way, other than the fact that they often had unique and difficult missions. What I came to discover was that their reputation was distorted all out of reasonable proportion, and the stories exaggerated by the jealousies created by the simple fact that they wore distinctive uniforms and headgear. I found out that being different meant that you were treated differently, whether you knew it was happening to you or not. I found staff officers and NCOs at the brigade headquarters who made it clear that there was no love lost for the Tigers, implying that they would do a little equalizing when an opportunity arose to do something to or for the unit or its members. I was terribly disappointed by what I heard, and wondered if it was just unique to the Tigers, and if I had done something to cause that negative attitude to drift through the brigade. I spent the next few months working in operations, learning plenty about the planning and supervising of battalion operations, and was often called upon to provide input to the plans. It was in this capacity that I became intimately familiar with helicopters, their strengths and weaknesses. We were lucky enough to have our own aviation battalion. So more often than some of the other units in Vietnam, we were able to work again and again with the same pilots. This was very good news for the troops. Pilots who were familiar with the troops they lifted into landing zones were quick to respond when things went sour and needed far less briefing to come to the rescue. As the junior officer in the operations section, I was often given the battalion commander's command and control chopper to make my rounds and conduct recons confirming details that the maps didn't show us. During all of this flying time, I became friendly with the same small group of pilots who flew for us and asked plenty of questions about just what made helicopters and pilots tick. My curiosity was simply that I wanted to know about them, even though I knew that there was no chance, because of my poor eyesight, I could ever qualify to fly. They all picked up on my interest and often allowed me to take the controls of gunships, slicks, and light observation choppers. I learned to do a better-than-decent job of takeoffs and landings, and even had a few classes in auto-rotations. I was thrilled to learn, and they were happy to teach me. During the discovery of choppers, I realized how we could use them better as an asset to patrols like the Tiger Force. We had used them all wrong, and I had never appreciated what they could do if we each knew more about the other's needs, in the air and on the ground. Then there were some of our more screwball inventions. One day, late in the summer, a pilot arrived with a jerry-built contraption in the side door of a C-model Huey. Someone had come up with the idea of making a high-powered, night-capable gunship that could fly at an altitude that would allow it to see a large piece of the operational area and be able to fire on targets spotted. The conventional M60s and rocket pods didn't allow them to do this well. So someone cobbled up a series of cargo aircraft landing lights on a frame in the open cargo doorway that could be flipped on to focus an incredibly bright, powerful beam of light that would illuminate anything on the ground at a slant range of a few thousand feet. Then, a .50 caliber machine gun, topped with a starlight scope, was attached to a large piece of plywood and slipped into the chopper. The theory was to fly around the Tuiwa Valley at night at an altitude that would lead enemy forces on the ground to believe that the chopper was not a threat. The gunner could scan the ground below with the starlight scope until an enemy patrol was spotted in the open. Once spotted, the gunner could turn on the lights and fire on the patrol with enough range and cyclic rate to do some damage. All of the technical details had been worked out for the test run. When I asked the pilot why he had to come to our battalion to show it to us, he admitted that they needed a gunner. I couldn't understand why finding a gunner would be a problem. They had plenty of good, qualified door gunners in the aviation battalion. He said that they were looking for someone who knew the valley and could help them distinguish between friendlies and bad guys, somebody who knew the rules of engagement and the details of where friendlies were operating. Someone like an operations lieutenant who might be able to fly with them on the nights he wasn't pulling duty officer. I was drafted. The concept sounded interesting and challenging. It was also filled with some cautions. I was going to be taking it on myself to clear the firing by having my finger on the trigger of the .50. And flying around with the huge landing lights blaring would make us a tempting target for eager VC gunners on the ground. Still, I was up for it, and cleared it with my boss, the S3. The first flight was a loose check ride to see if we could even get all the elements to work. We had to test the scope, test fire the weapon, see if the lights worked, and set up communications that would be working when we needed them. We started by flying to an area far to the east of the valley, over the South China Sea. There we dropped an empty wooden ammo box into the water and tried to find it at altitude with the starlight scope. The scope worked well, and I turned the lights on to flood it with the intense beam before firing on it. As soon as the pilot looked out his left door to see what I was going to fire on, he was able to set up a steady left turn to keep the light on the target. I could operate the light in terms of the diameter of the beam, but not the direction. That took the pilot's practiced hand. I fired a few bursts of .50 caliber rounds at the target and hit close enough to confirm that everything was working all right. With that, we moved back into the valley and alerted all of the nearby units that we would be flying a gunship over the area and to let us know if we got too close. We flew the area for over an hour and found nothing. My neck got tired peering through the starlight scope. We ran short of fuel and batteries and went back to the chopper's home base for refills of everything, including hot coffee. On our second trip up over the area, we spotted a dozen-man VC patrol walking in a single file in a wide open area, between two very distant tree lines. I started shooting at the same time I threw the switch on the lights. The skies between us and the target lit up with the column of white light that cut through the layers of night mist and light fog over the paddies. The enemy patrol immediately took hits, and I was helped out by the left door gunner, who fired his M60 down the same column of light. His fires were not as effective due to the distances involved, but the extra firepower helped add to the confusion on the ground. I was focused on firing and didn't pay much attention to what was going on around me. The .50 kept cranking out round after jarring round, and the inside of the chopper got brighter and brighter until the gunner on the other side of the chopper grabbed me. I heard him yell, "Cease fire! Cease fire!" I led up and looked up and realized that the recoil of the 50 had caused the plywood board everything was mounted on to walk its way out the opposite door, causing the beam of light to flood the inside of the compartment. A few more rounds and the extra boxes of ammo on the plywood panel behind me would have fallen out the other open door. It was possible that I might have been next if we hadn't noticed the flaw in the system. It was back to the drawing board with what was tabbed the lightning bug. After several more test flights, we worked the bugs out of the system, and it went into regular use in the brigade. I spent many nights and drank plenty of coffee pulling my night shifts in the left door of that gunship. From my staff job at the battalion headquarters, I kept a mother hen's eye on the Tiger Force and did what I could to help make things work more smoothly for them. One of the things I was particularly sensitive about was making sure that the normal commotion in the TAC CP didn't overshadow the fact that they were out there somewhere and needed to be monitored. The months that followed the battles of Dak To were taken up with still another rebuilding for the Tigers. They had to fill in the spaces left empty by the killed, wounded, and ill. Tigers lost in the Central Highlands fighting, plus those lost through normal rotation. While all of their losses were sad, they took a particularly hard one not long after we left Dak To. On an otherwise routine operation, Pelham Bryant was lost to a landmine. One of the Tigers detonated a mine by stepping on it. Without concern for the presence of other mines, Pelham provided immediate first aid to the severely wounded soldier, only to set off another mine while helping the wounded Tiger. The gain, and then the loss of Pelham Bryant, was the largest single morale factor in the first year of the Tigers. He was a remarkable soldier who was loved by every man in the unit. His manner was gentle, and his smile ever present. He was tactically proficient and a natural leader. At a time when growing dissatisfaction among the black community was tearing at black soldiers to support demands and extreme actions, Pelham was colorblind. It was my good luck that discrimination still existed even in a largely black airborne brigade. After a few months of getting to know Pelham and spending night after night sharing bits of food, scraps of toilet paper, and stories of home and dreams, I asked him why the Tiger Force. He was surprised at my question. I asked him why he would want to come to the Tiger Force when I had no job for him and he'd have to take a rifleman's job. He tried to put me off, but I pressed. He explained that he had been assigned to one of the rifle companies in our battalion before volunteering to come to the Tigers. There, one of the senior NCOs in the company pulled all the new black soldiers together and gave them a warning. He explained that because their faces were black, that they would eventually prove to be cowards because that was their nature. He threatened them. He would be watching them, and as soon as they turned yellow, he'd make sure that they were sent to the stockade. Pelham told me that to his mind, he thought life as a rifleman in the Tiger Force had to be better than being a senior NCO in a company where that attitude prevailed. He said he was sure he would end up in the stockade over a fight with the NCO long before he would ever get a chance to show cowardice. I'm terribly sorry that Pelham and the other black soldiers in his company had to suffer that slur. But I will forever feel lucky that Pelham came to the Tigers. His spirit and his leadership made the Tigers who and what they were. He became the heart of the Tigers, and his spirit infected each of us. Of all the losses I suffered in Vietnam, it is Pelham's death that causes me the most pain. After months of light contacts in the Tuiwa Valley, the brigade was moved to Kontum City to operate in fresh turf. During the move, we lost the battalion adjutant, and I was slipped from the S3 shop to the adjutant's job. I thought I was over my head when I arrived in the S3 job, but paperwork and personnel was a nightmare land that defied organization. The staff section was in a state of chaos because it had been a holding area for one good captain after another. They would arrive in the battalion and be assigned to the adjutant's job, only to leave shortly thereafter to take one of the coveted company commander's jobs. Privately, I didn't take the news well. I had no interest in being the battalion adjutant and knew that it would only be a temporary job until the next qualified captain got off a chopper. But I kept my feelings to myself and reported for duty. My world was a tent filled with folding field tables and piles of gritty paperwork. My first official responsibility was finding 500 lost paratroopers. I was completely mystified at the charge of lost soldiers when the executive officer made finding them one of my priorities. But once I got into it, I discovered it was a huge bookkeeping problem. In earlier wars, the evacuation of an ill or wounded soldier happened in echelons. As the soldier was transferred back to battalion, he was dropped off the company's morning report and picked up by the gaining unit. The transfer of accountability happened at the same time the evacuation did. But Vietnam was the day of the medevac chopper, and soldiers were often picked up in the field and flown to a field hospital and then evacuated onto general hospitals in the Pacific region. More often than not, the soldier might be admitted to a hospital in the States before his rifle company started begging for documents from the gaining unit to release them from accountability for that soldier. So I walked into the job with a tall order already on my plate. In addition to taking care of the mounds of paperwork normally associated with an infantry battalion in combat, I had to find every single lost warrior. I felt a little guilty about the relative luxury of the adjutant's office. My days in the cockpit of a chopper had come to a halt, and my frequent trips to the rifle companies diminished greatly. I had become a headquarters rat and was looking at combat from the other end of the spyglass. Sure, there were mortar attacks and occasional ground probes of our headquarters, and there were losses suffered by headquarters personnel associated with the dangerous jobs in support of the combat operations. Jeeps were blown off the roadways, aircraft flying to the brigade rear were downed, and headquarters personnel suffered. But it wasn't like waking up in the bush, looking for trouble all day, then setting up an ambush and waiting for it to come all night. Still, the job was filled with its own unpleasantries. By the time I went to the S1 section, I was one of the very few old-timer lieutenants in the battalion. As a result, I knew more soldiers in the battalion than most of the other officers. So each time we had a casualty evacuated to the brigade clearing station, I would drive or fly there to meet the incoming choppers. I soon came to dread the job. Each medevac call brought with it the horrors of the battlefield. From throughout the battalion, casualties would funnel into brigade, and I would see each dead and wounded soldier. As often as not, I would recognize the casualty on sight as soon as I would step into the triage section or the receiving section of the graves registration unit. Every trip was about pain and death. I saw the faces of soldiers I had served with and come to know, and within weeks after going to the S1 section, I was also seeing the faces or bodies of boys who had just processed through on their way to companies and platoons. There is no way I could ever decide which part of the job was worse, saying goodbye to the wounded and maimed soldiers, or identifying the bodies of those who were finally and forever out of the war. I regretted the day that I said goodbye to John Every Clayton, who sat shivering in an OD blanket on a warm, sunny day. Malaria had taken John down, and he became just another casualty as I watched him get evacuated. On another day, I went to the holding tent where they kept the bodies until they could be identified and forwarded to the mortuary in Saigon. The NCO in charge told me he had parts of one of our soldiers that he was having trouble identifying. I steeled myself for what I would find in the tent and entered. Inside, several bodies were laid out on wooden pallets to keep them off the ground. On one pallet, there were the legs and parts of the shoulder girdle, chest, and throat of a headless soldier. Even before I could recognize what body parts I was looking at, I recognized a tattoo in the pale, blood-drained skin that was the name of the soldier's wife. It was a simple paratrooper's tattoo that had jump wings and a ribbon threaded through the insignia. On the ribbon were the words, "Carrie Ann." I knew the owner of the tattoo, even though I couldn't recognize any other parts of his body or uniform. Though I identified many bodies before and many after that day, it was that boy's body that stands out vividly in my memory. The inhumanity of war was there, just pieces of a boy who had left a widow and a small child and wouldn't even be sent home whole to be buried and remembered. I swallowed the pain I felt and put it on top of earlier pains and under many more to come. Being adjutant was one of the easiest jobs in the battalion, and I grew to hate it in very short order. I started thinking more and more about going home and getting out of Vietnam. I was growing tired, and I was different than the boy who had arrived more than a year earlier, wondering if he would be able to keep up. My orders finally came, and I was thrilled to discover that I was going back to Fort Benning. For all its unpleasant training memories, I still liked Benning and what it stood for and what it aspired to. It was something familiar, and to my thinking at the time, unthreatening. Working in the 1st 327th was like trotting with thoroughbreds. I was thrust into the midst of fine soldiers, NCOs, and officers who would go on to prove themselves again and again in peacetime and future wars. Our battalion turned out handfuls of general officers and command sergeants major, many of whom are still serving in the highest levels of today's Army. It was an incredible stroke of luck that I ended up in the 1st 327th and in the Tiger Force, and it changed my attitude about the Army as a career and myself as a professional soldier. Chapter 22. Fort Benning in the spring of 1967 was clearly a different place than I had left only 2 years before. Everything was expanded in multiples. The 3 officer candidate companies that filed in rotation to graduate new second lieutenants had expanded by several more. The Sand Hill basic training barracks were filled to a capacity not seen since the Korean War, and new courses were being added to the curriculum, including a special one to provide replacement NCOs for the ones being lost to war. That course took promising young soldiers from basic training and advanced individual training and sent them through intensive instruction on becoming an NCO. At the end of the course, the best of them were given the sergeant's stripes that had once taken soldiers years to earn. The effort took plenty of criticism from the Army's old-timers, and the NCOs were quickly named shake-and-bake sergeants. The basic officer course where ROTC graduates got their introductory training in infantry subjects and techniques was also bursting at the seams. And since the Vietnam War was an infantryman's war, Fort Benning, home of the infantry, was the focal point for all things related to Vietnam. The post teemed with visiting government dignitaries and journalists. Only the real estate on post looked familiar. All the activities were geared up to a near-frantic pitch, and I was dumped right in the middle of it. Though the war in Vietnam had been going on for 6 years by then, there had only been Army troops on the ground for about 18 months, and a very small number of the experienced veterans had returned to Fort Benning. Of those who did, most of them were senior NCOs and officers of captain and above. There was a shortage of lieutenants who had served in Vietnam. As a result, I found myself immediately assigned to the Platoon Tactics Committee of the Company Operations Department. I would become a platform instructor, teaching officer candidates and basic officer students about what would be expected of them in Vietnam. But first, I had to go through yet another course on being an instructor. It seemed my fear of public speaking was going to be scrutinized still another time. I was still a little shaky about the instructor training course, ITC, but knew that it was unavoidable and put myself into it. Like my experiences at the 7th Army NCO Academy and OCS, I was put through all the classes on techniques and training aids and then critiqued on my performance. But by the time I went through the course, they had added television to the curriculum. I discovered that the presence of a television camera and use of a replay critique can really add to your anxiety. Still, after a few weeks of ITC, I was issued the blue enameled Follow Me pocket badge that marked me as a platform instructor. I still recall the morning that I attached the insignia to my khaki uniform. I remembered the image of that tall lieutenant outside the mess hall at Fort Dix, and how amazed I had been then. That lieutenant hadn't been a person to me any more than the two sergeants on that stage, but they were what I fell back on when I put a uniform together or walked through a troop area. If I was going to do the job, I was going to look the part and project the attitude. It made no difference how unsure I was inside. I wasn't going to show it. And that from Bill Pfeiffer. I was assigned to the traditional courses to cut my teeth, first as an assistant instructor on the rifle platoon in the night attack. It was a hangover from the Korean War, and I assisted in other classes like the rifle platoon in the live fire attack. The live fire was a class that took plenty of supervision, and the last thing any of us wanted was to be wounded or killed in a practice attack after surviving Vietnam. The course that really got my attention was the rifle platoon in the defense. Once I got to that problem area, I became acquainted with the simulated defensive position that the committee had set up. It was a life-size training aid to teach candidates and basic officer students how to deploy a rifle platoon on the military crest of a small hill overlooking a long, shallow valley. The importance of coordinating and tying in the elements of a rifle platoon with its adjacent platoons was so clear to me after that morning at Mi Phu, when I realized what a poor job I had done. I must have done a fairly decent job there because I was given my own class to teach, the night attack. It was a matter of pride to be tabbed as a principal instructor, PI for a class. That meant that everything that happened there was your responsibility. You had to worry about schedules, lesson plans, assistant instructors, equipment, safety gear, radios, pyrotechnics, chow schedules, timing, and most of all, pitching the class. Pitch was the verb used to describe the act of getting out in front of hundreds of students and presenting the formal part of the class from memory. You had to stick to the written script and use all of the correct instructional techniques. It required a performance of very high standards and caused every PI more than a few restless nights. I was newly married to my high school sweetheart after 5 years of waiting for her to finish college and for me to get back from Germany and Vietnam. Living in the small army quarters on post was a whole new world for me. I was used to years of being with bunches of other soldiers around when I ate, slept, or took a leak. Having a home and a wife and lots of homework to do at the dining room table was a real change. The hours involved preparing for instruction, rehearsing on site, and actually giving classes that started at dusk and went into the wee hours were very long. But after Vietnam and prior assignments, it didn't seem all that unusual. At least when I did get home, I could wash up and sleep between clean sheets. Being back in an academic environment, I was very conscious of the nagging obligation to get my college degree. I had enrolled in a couple of night school classes at American University, only to find that I had to drop out once I took over as PI of the night attack class. I kept telling myself that something would shake loose, and I would be able to work around the demanding schedule to get into a class and stay there. But that didn't turn out to be my experience. After a few months teaching out on Red Diamond Road, I was promoted to captain. I was thrilled to get my tracks, especially since I had just turned 23. Within days after making captain, I was called by my boss and told that I was moving to a new problem class as PI. Vietnam had finally changed the face of Fort Benning and the content of the curriculum. Every class on post was reviewed for how it had to be updated to reflect the realities of Vietnam, and the Platoon Tactics Committee was in the forefront of the revisions. My committee converted a class into a comprehensive lecture and practical application of the kind of operations most common in Vietnam. It was to be the showpiece of the post and a place to bring every visiting fireman, congressman, and journalist. I was to give the class with a co-instructor. My partner turned out to be Captain Richard Stilwell, a veteran of Vietnam and the 173rd Airborne Brigade, and one of the finest soldiers I've ever known. He was competent, pleasant, positive, and a joy to share hard work with. We were handed a thick script and told to memorize it. Our job would be to teach a 4-hour lecture demonstration and then to supervise the execution of a 23-hour practical exercise for the students. The class was designed to demonstrate and allow the students first-hand experience in village and tunnel search operations, convoys, counter-ambush, and night movement. Dick and I were at first overwhelmed with the scope of the instruction. We had to commit to memory the exact words to the 4-hour lecture. Variance wasn't permitted because we stood in front of a huge set of bleachers pitching about what was taking place in a demonstration area behind us. As we spoke, certain words were used by the assistant instructors in the control shack to cue helicopters to lift off, vehicles to start rolling, soldiers to move through precise routines, explosives to go off, and weapons to fire. We narrated as the students watched an infantry platoon cordon and search an authentically recreated Vietnamese village. They watched soldiers making good and bad moves, and saw the consequences of falling for booby traps and turning their backs on innocent-looking villagers. After the search was finished, an American convoy moved across the front of the bleachers and was ambushed by enemy soldiers expertly hidden in spider holes and well-camouflaged positions. They watched the soldiers in the convoy attempt to execute counter-ambush techniques, while helicopters rolled in to make simulated firing runs on the ambushers. The class was a non-stop spectacular of the most common actions conducted on a daily basis in Vietnam. For the students, it was suddenly a visible reenactment of what they had studied in theory and what they had only seen clips of on the evening news. For the visiting firemen, it was something they took back to Washington to add credibility to their arguments about the Vietnam War, regardless of their position. For the journalists, it was a chance to get some pictures of Vietnam operations without actually having to get shot at. For me and Dick, it was a chance to screw up. The standards for instruction were very exacting, and before we could even pitch the class, we had to rehearse it to perfection and then present it to virtually every colonel in our chain of command, up to the 2-star general commanding Fort Benning. Our murder board was a grueling day of pitching the class with full demonstrations and hundreds of support troops going through their paces and then walking the VIPs through the practical phase of the class. I know how Dick Stillwell made it through. He was really a class act, but for me, it was really a tough day. Looking back, murder boards were what made Benning Benning. They set a standard of excellence that explained why I got the high quality of instruction I did as a student. Maybe not cutting edge, but high quality. When I was a student in OCS and jump school, I had no idea what the instructors had gone through before they were turned loose on the students. How different it was on the other end of a Fort Benning pointer. The class was officially called the Rifle Platoon in Counter-Guerrilla Operations. The common name for it was Higley Hill, after where the class was taught. As we got better at giving the class, we added up-to-date combat examples of successes and failures right out of Vietnam. It was the one time in my experience at Benning that virtually no effort had to be made to get and hold the students' interest. They were motivated to pay attention and sucked every bit of information out of the dozen instructors and assistant instructors it took to run the 27-hour problem. We ran the problem 2 to 3 times a week, and that meant we would frequently be up for 30 hours at a stretch. We would come home, clean up, change uniforms, grab extra ones, and head back to Higley Hill to meet the next group of students. It was then that I realized why Fort Benning instructors always looked so good. They changed uniforms several times a day, and even in the middle of classes. If Dick and I began a class and it was hot, and we perspired even the slightest bit, we would hurry to the range shack to change. While the students got 10-minute smoke breaks every hour, we were usually up on the shack breaking starch again. Every time we stepped out into the gravel pit in front of the massive bleachers, we would look fresh, shined, and polished, or we'd have our committee chief to answer to. During the night phase of the class, we were all very demanding of the students. They were tasked with putting together an operations plan to move by truck and armored personnel carrier from the bleachers to a dismount point where they would have to move through the Georgia kudzu to a simulated hamlet. Their movement would take them almost all night, and by dawn they had to have the hamlet under observation and then conduct a cordon and search operation at first light. The move by convoy was complicated enough, and the night movement was filled with its own problems for the students. We didn't cut them much slack, knowing the consequences of carelessness firsthand. Every student platoon had at least one Vietnam veteran with it to critique each false step and risky move. By the time the problem ended the next afternoon, the students had been through the full variety of Vietnam operations. I felt we were doing something important at Higley Hill. It was one place at Fort Benning where instructors could spend enough time with the students to impart some important techniques that we had learned the hard way. We were teaching them what they needed most and wanted most to know about: Vietnam. How I wished there had been a class like Higley Hill when I had been an officer candidate. The months flew by, and I saw very little of my new wife and gathered exactly 0 college credits. There was just no class offered in the Fort Benning-Columbus area that fit around my schedule. In October, I was summoned to Washington to take part in an awards ceremony. Jim Gardner's widow was to receive the Medal of Honor on behalf of her fallen husband. The Army invited those of us who were close to Jim at his death, and I was able to catch up with old friends, Belden, Hackworth, and others. The dignity of the ceremony was marred by the coincidence of it being the same weekend that the Yippies had decided to descend on Washington. Tens of thousands of them arrived to show America and the White House how they opposed the war in Vietnam and demanded its immediate end. Being a uniformed infantry officer in Washington that weekend did not garner any well wishes or even a passing thanks. But neither did it provoke any confrontations. I was surrounded with Yippies on the flight up and in the airport and in the streets, but not one of them made a remark or even said a word to me. The low point was at the Pentagon. As the ceremonial party arrived in a small convoy of Army sedans, we found the Pentagon surrounded by Yippies being held back by a smaller circle of armed soldiers. As we got out of the cars, they chanted insults directed at us in general and Jim's widow in particular. When they screamed at us, it wasn't too bad. But when they went after a young girl who had lost her husband in a moment of true heroism to save others, it showed me how low people can go to pursue a goal. Jim's widow was a lovely woman from Tennessee who didn't deserve her loss. Neither did she deserve the insults. I never asked her if she heard the ones specifically aimed at her, and she never said. While they were an angry mob, she was a lady. Back at Fort Benning, all we talked about was Vietnam, what was happening there, who we knew there, and what they were doing. I picked up the habit of keeping a television or radio tuned to the news, and in the background we all heard a clock ticking, getting louder every day. Every official-looking envelope, every call on an Army phone line might be the one alerting one of us for return to Vietnam. For me, it came barely 8 months after my return to Fort Benning. The colonel on the other end of the phone asked me if I was ready to head back to Vietnam. There was no other acceptable answer than, "Yes, sir. When?" He said that I would be getting orders to return to Vietnam in the next 3 months. I asked what kind of duty. He said the words I dreaded: advisory duty. All of us at Fort Benning had heard the horror stories from the old Vietnam hands who wore the MAC-V patch on their right shoulder. To be an advisor was the worst possible assignment. The stories were replete with examples of unmotivated South Vietnamese soldiers, risky combat operations, poorly maintained equipment, graft, political shenanigans, worthless leadership, and sheer incompetence. I looked for some way around it and asked the assignments officer if there was any way I could get back to an American unit. He said I could generally have my pick of a unit assignment if I volunteered to go early. So that's what I did. A few months later, I got a call from the same colonel at Infantry Branch in Washington. He said that my application for early reassignment requesting an American unit was on his desk. He was going to approve it and put me against a vacancy projected in the AmeriCal division. But then he said that he noticed that my personnel file had several applications in it to go to Ranger School, I had long given up going to Ranger School, once I had already gone to combat and served as a platoon leader, specializing in the very skills they taught. In my mind, I had OJT'd my Ranger training. Then he asked another question that left me with only one reply. He asked, "You still want to go to Ranger School, don't you, young captain?" To which I replied, "Oh, yes, sir." He said, "Good. There's a class starting down there a week from Monday, and I'll slot you into it. You'll get your alert orders in a few days." Ranger School in a little over a week? A fate worse than death. Soldiers spent months and months preparing for Ranger School, running and climbing and toughening up for the extraordinary demands that are placed on a Ranger student's body in the 9-week course. I had been going to work, teaching, humping the Georgia countryside at night, and starting all over again the next day. I hadn't done that much physical conditioning, and needed some time to get into Ranger School shape. But there wasn't going to be any time. I had less than a week to get my life in order before I reported in to Harmony Church and the Ranger Department. The news was not the best for my wife either. We had seen very little of each other while I was at Benning, and all of a sudden I came home and started packing. But she didn't complain, and she quietly prepared to be uprooted again. I hadn't even gotten captain's bars sewn onto all my fatigue uniforms when I was ripping them off again. At Ranger School there is no rank, only positions. During the course you are either a patrol leader, an assistant patrol leader, or one of the other members of a patrol. Administratively, the student class was organized into a company of over 200 students. So we were also assigned to rotating responsibilities as acting squad leaders, platoon leaders, and company staff jobs. On the first day, I was tabbed to be the student company commander. In addition to attending all of the training and passing all of the tests in the course, I had to be responsible for the care, feeding, bedding, and accountability of the 214 students. That meant that whatever went wrong in the daily running of the student company, I caught hell for it. That included Ranger students showing up late for formations, riding the sick book at the dispensary, losing equipment, or even flunking out. I would hear about it in a big way. Ranger School was everything I had heard it was and more. The 3-phase course covered hand-to-hand combat, grueling physical training, complex land navigation, airborne, air, land, and amphibious operations. The actual instruction and practical application took place at Fort Benning, Dahlonega, Georgia, and Eglin Field in Florida. While Ranger School had been around for decades and had refined and improved the exacting demands of the curriculum on the students, Vietnam added a special twist to it. The focus was quickly shifted to emphasize counter-guerrilla operations in jungle and mountainous terrain, and air mobility by helicopter. The daily training schedule made every Army school I had been to seem like a vacation. We began instruction in the dark, and were still at it into the early hours of the next morning. And when we weren't getting formal presentations and demonstrations, we were out all night running patrols to ambush, recon, raid, or snatch prisoners. It didn't take me long to realize that I was right in my personal assessment of my readiness to attend the course. But there was just no way that I would quit or fall out of a run or fail to keep up with the younger, fresher Ranger students. From the first morning in Ranger School, we started losing students. They fell out of runs and quit. They failed the high-standards physical training tests, and they just walked up to the tactical officer and said they wanted out. The quitters and the ones who couldn't hack it were pretty much gone by the time we left the Benning phase for the mountain phase. The remainder of the losses we sustained were from illness, injuries, and a couple of compassionate recycles for family reasons. We had some unfortunate accidents during the course that cost the lives of some of the students and seriously injured others. I don't know how it could have been avoided. It is always a problem when the effort to provide realistic combat training results in training accidents. The mountain phase was exciting for me because there was so much new for me to learn. I had never had any mountaineering instruction before, and the ranger instructors were expert at quickly teaching us what we needed to know to feel at home on sheer rock faces, overhangs, and rappelling in free space. When we arrived at the mountain ranger camp in Dahlonega, I fully expected to have some of the load lifted from my back by being replaced as student company commander. It didn't happen. No new student was given the job, even though the other jobs in the company were routinely shuffled by the tactical officer who supervised all of the administrative needs of the student company. I was ready for the break, but didn't complain when the change didn't come through. It would have been bad form. The strain of ranger school was cumulative. By the end of the first week, you were sore and exhausted. By the end of the fourth, you were nearly a zombie from lack of sleep and the constant demands of training. But by the end of the course, you were completely surprised that you had made it without being hospitalized. The hours of near hallucinations brought on by lack of sleep that I had grown to hate in Vietnam were part of every day in ranger school. It wasn't as dangerous as spacing out in Vietnam, but they were all the same sleepwalker-like events. Ranger students, myself included, would think they were someplace else, making imaginary phone calls to their girlfriends while in ambush on the side of Hawk Mountain. Others would think they were standing in front of Coke machines and would kick and pound on large tree trunks, wondering why no soft drink dropped from the tree after they had put a quarter into it. We lost students, and we lost equipment. I was reminded of the lost starlight scope, but just couldn't impress on the others the importance of keeping an eye on their equipment. They just didn't appreciate the consequences involved. I resigned myself to the conclusion that they would each have to lose their own starlight scope in Vietnam to get the big picture. By the time we got to Eglin Field in Florida, we had lost even more students. The 5 original platoons we started with had whittled down to 4 very thin ones. We had all lost plenty of weight. Many were suffering from one upper respiratory infection or another, and no one was spared all manner of rashes, blisters, and a multitude of insect bites. However small the breaks were in your skin when you arrived in Florida, they were guaranteed to blow way out of proportion after prolonged immersion in the Florida swamps. The swamps were a shock for every one of us. We had heard of the swamps and seen beautiful Florida tourism brochures with cypress trees dressed in hanging mosses rising elegantly from the black water. The beauty of those scenes was lost on us when we spent night after night wading through the armpit-deep swamp water, unable to see the sky through the trees. Everything about the swamps threw us. We were unable to find solid reference points and landmarks to navigate. We were unsure of the distances we traveled because we couldn't accurately count our pace in the squishy swamp bottom, studded with cypress trees that found our shins time after time. The already strained patience of the students was stretched by the accumulated exhaustion and extended training in the last few weeks we spent in the Florida swamps. There was also a feeling of diminishing opportunities to graduate and receive the coveted and much-respected Ranger tab. Those students who didn't satisfactorily perform in the job of patrol leader on an unspecified number of patrols would not get the tab. Some would not graduate at all, and others would graduate but not be awarded the tab. The thought of finishing the grinding weeks of Ranger school and not getting the tab was just unacceptable. Still, even the Ranger students with the poorest marks on patrols charged on and pursued the tab. Unfortunately, many of them were grossly disappointed at graduation. Ranger School had made the adjustment to Vietnam faster than the rest of the infantry school because all it took was a decision passed to the instructors concerning the change in curriculum, rather than an evolving academic process with extensive murder boards. The Ranger School quickly filled with Vietnam veteran instructors, and there seemed to be almost no problems associated with making the instruction directly applicable to Vietnam. They were particularly good at introducing rapidly changing battlefield situations to the execution of otherwise simple patriots. As a student patrol leader, you were often given a mission to go from point A to B and conduct a reconnaissance of a possible helicopter landing zone. Before Vietnam, the mission might have been to recon a parachute drop zone. During the movement to the recon site, the ranger instructor was likely to detonate an artillery simulator and declare the patrol leader dead, the radio knocked out, and the patrol compromised. The instructor would designate a new patrol leader and give him virtually no time to get moving, but to get the patrol moving nonetheless. I thought the rapidly changing situation scenario was particularly effective as a stateside training method to prepare students for Vietnam. Flexibility was so often tested in Vietnam, and survival and success were directly related to quick responses and innovative field expedients. Ranger School emphasized flexibility and teamwork. We fought the whole concept of change during the first few weeks of Ranger School, but those who survived the course learned to adapt to every requirement for change that the instructors threw at us. In a career's worth of Army schools, I have to say that the two finest and most useful to me were the 7th Army NCO Academy and Ranger School. I had admired graduates of Benning's Ranger School for their self-confidence and proficiency as combat infantrymen long before I went there myself. I probably appreciated what they taught far more after having first been to Vietnam than I might have had I gone right out of OCS. And the Ranger-qualified Tiger Force members were the best of an already well-qualified and highly motivated collection of volunteer airborne infantrymen. It was both surprising and highly gratifying when I was called out on graduation day at Eglin Field to receive the award as Distinguished Honor Graduate of my class. I was presented with a plaque and an engraved fighting knife from the Ranger Battalions Association and the Association of the U.S. Army. Just graduating and earning a Ranger tab was my highest aspiration, but ending up at the top of my class was a thrill and a moment I am very proud of. Chapter 23. I hated leaving Benning a second time. I had enjoyed the short assignment there, even though the hours were long and the duty taxing. My mindset was quite different about going back to Vietnam than it had been on my first trip. Since I had returned from Vietnam, many things had changed. The opposition to the war had become a staple on the evening news, and the weekly casualty figures were insinuated into every piece of analysis done on the government, the Army, the White House, and the economy. The draft resistance had grown from a series of widely scattered protests to a cottage industry, and the spin-off of the draft deferment standards spawned new community colleges up and down the east and west coasts of the United States. Listening to the whining and the harping about getting out of Vietnam was a luxury that I didn't have the time for while it was happening. And catching up when I got out of Ranger School and went on to Vietnam was something I knew not to do. Instinctively, I knew that I didn't want to leave for Vietnam with the meat of every argument against the war in my head. It would change nothing for me, and only be massively depressing to know that I was going back to a war that kids in the street didn't want to participate in, and many others, not even subject to the draft, had jumped on as a cause du jour. If the war was wrong, and our country had made a mistake, it was up to our country to change policy and pull out. Nixon was promising to get us out, and I fully expected that we would soon cease fire and withdraw, win or lose. It was my duty to return, do what the job required, and let people far more qualified than I take care of the disengagement. In a sense, I held simultaneously a head-in-the-sand attitude and a realistic appraisal of what my bitching about it would not accomplish. At the time, my head was filled with the demands that I knew would be facing me in a matter of a couple of weeks. The war had escalated. The number of experienced NCOs and officers had dropped, and I was fully expecting to be assigned to the Americal Division as a rifle company commander. To an infantry officer, then and now, commanding an infantry company in combat is the highest aspiration and one of the most respected jobs in the Army. The responsibility for the lives of over 100 soldiers and the accomplishment of the missions given a company put its commander in a squeeze that could only be well executed through leadership and training. Those demands on me were foremost in my mind as my plane touched down at Cam Ranh Bay, and, like before, I prayed that I wouldn't come up wanting. When I last saw Cameron, it had been a deep-water port with a few Quonset huts scattered around the sand dunes. Stepping off the plane this time, I saw the first hint of the massive changes that had taken place in Vietnam. One of the first, and most disturbing, was the choke point they put us through. Before we were allowed to proceed with our in-country orientation, we were funneled into a room, and a sergeant recited a list of contraband items we were not allowed to bring into Vietnam. The list covered a multitude of items, from switchblades to drugs. He told us that we were allowed one chance to drop anything on the list into the large red plywood box near the stage. It was called an amnesty box. He then told us that he would leave us alone for a while, and on his return the amnesty was off. If we were caught with any of the banned items from that point forward, we'd be prosecuted under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. The amnesty exercise, while somewhat understandable, put me off in the first few minutes I was back in Vietnam. But that wasn't the end of changes, and true to my 6 years of experience, there was change. As soon as I checked into the processing detachment in Cam Ranh, I was told that my orders to the Americal had been canceled. A flash of low-level panic seized me at the thought of being assigned to an advisory job after the effort I had gone through to avoid one. I wasn't surprised either when the clerk told me he had no idea where I was going, but that I had to get to Long Binh to report into 2nd Field Force for further assignment. The thought of being assigned to a huge American headquarters wasn't much more appealing than an advisory job. I could only hope that once I arrived, I would be assigned to a conventional maneuver unit under the command of 2nd Field Force. What happened was even more surprising. I stepped off the plane at Bien Hoa Air Force Base to find the smiling face of an old friend, Captain Peter K. Lasik. Peter and I had been in the 1st 327th together in 2 Corps. A fine officer and a combat-experienced platoon leader, there he stood, head to toe in a type of camouflage uniform that I had never seen before. On his head he wore a floppy hat similar to the ones we wore in the Tiger Force and commonly worn by the Special Forces. His jungle fatigues were camis, but the pattern was new. It was the now common woodland pattern that is the standard issue in today's Army and worn by just about every police agency in America. On his left shoulder he wore 3 arced tabs over the camouflaged 2nd Field Force patch. They read Long Range Patrol, Ranger, and Airborne. He smiled broadly, shook my hand, and welcomed me to F Company. F Company? What the hell was F Company? I'd never heard of it. Peter ushered me to a jeep and explained as we drove from Bien Hoa to Long Binh to in-process me. F Company turned out to be the 2nd Field Force Long Range Patrol Company. During my absence from Vietnam, and in part due to the successes of units like the Tiger Force, each of the 2 field forces had decided to create their own long-range patrol companies. And, like the Tiger Force, F Company was assigned to the staff supervision of the Operations Section, G3 of 2nd Field Force, rather than the Intelligence Section, G2, as were some other long-range patrol units. The difference was very important and set the whole tone of the unit's attitude. Long-range patrol companies and detachments had popped up in virtually every American maneuver unit. The ones who were responsible to the intelligence effort were usually designated as LRP units, and those who were under the supervision of their headquarters operations sections were more often designated LRP. The difference in the abbreviation was the extra R for reconnaissance. At the risk of overgeneralizing, LRRP units were primarily in the intelligence-gathering business, and the LRP units were in the enemy contact business. Intelligence and contact missions were conducted by both types of long-range patrol units, but the primary missions of intelligence collection, or making contact, set the stage for what was most likely to happen to a team once it was on the ground. The doctrinal philosophy of intel versus ops has raged on since Vietnam, and I don't see any day when it will end. For me, there was no philosophical contemplation. The decision had been made before my arrival, and the missions for F Company, Long Range Patrol, 51st Infantry Airborne, came from the operational side of our higher headquarters, and that's the way it was. F Company had been set up to operate in the southern half of South Vietnam for almost 9 months by the time I got there, and it already had a terrific reputation. If the Tiger Force was a new car with all the accessories, F Company was a Cadillac. It had 4 patrol platoons of up to 7 patrols each, a communications, mess, maintenance, and headquarters section, and an array of attached assets. In addition to the organic resources, F Company had a dedicated Huey lift platoon to insert and extract teams, a gunship platoon for fire support, a full ground cavalry troop to act as a reaction force, a forward air controller, FAC, to coordinate and deliver airstrikes, and an artillery liaison officer to coordinate artillery support. On any given day, there would be as many as 500 men focused on the F Company operations, either conducting patrols, supporting them, or preparing to launch them. In essence, F Company was a very light airborne Ranger infantry battalion, capable of emplacing and supporting multiple small combat patrols with immediate air, artillery, and maneuver elements to exploit enemy contacts. For a Ranger, this was the big time. This was ideal assignment if you were going to be in the Ranger LRP business in Vietnam. The more Peter talked, the more I relaxed about my worries over ending up in a headquarters or an advisory job. Somewhere in the middle of his enthusiastic briefing, I stopped him long enough to ask him how I ended up going to F Company, half the length of Vietnam away from where I was supposed to go, and what I would be doing. He smiled smugly and told me that he had heard I was due in country and had put the bug in the ears of the right people at 2nd Field Force. They tracked me down and got me diverted to F Company, where I would be the operations officer. Operations officer? In a company? He explained that F Company was set up much like a battalion, with staff officer responsibilities divided up into operations, intelligence, supply, and administration. F Company had an operations officer, intelligence officer, and a communications officer, and Peter was a combination of adjutant, supply officer, and executive officer. I said, "Great," relieved by the details and excited by the assignment. Then I asked who the commander was. He told me that I didn't know him and that I'd be meeting him later. It was the first statement out of Peter's mouth that didn't spill over with enthusiasm. 2nd Field Force Headquarters was a complete surprise to me. When I had left Vietnam, various high-level headquarters had commandeered existing Vietnamese buildings to adapt to their needs. But while I was with the Tiger Force, and after my departure to the States, plenty of construction had taken place. 2nd Field Force Headquarters was a long, narrow set of buildings that paralleled the road to Saigon and sat a short jeep ride to the south of the sprawling Bien Hoa Air Force Base. As Peter took me to all of the usual spots I had to hit to in-process, I was able to see the size and complexity of the headquarters, whose primary function was to control the combat and administrative operations of up to 5 full infantry divisions, several separate brigades and regiments, and a plethora of assorted support units. The headquarters had every creature comfort, and even some that troops didn't have in the States. The buildings were all newly built tropical structures with fans, screens, and cross-ventilation. Clubs of all sorts dotted the compound. Enlisted men's clubs, NCO clubs, senior NCO clubs, officers' clubs. Theaters, basketball, and tennis courts fought for real estate space with large post exchanges, swimming pools, gymnasiums, snack bars, and Class 6 liquor sales stores. And to top the whole facility off, general officers had fully air-conditioned, gleaming aluminum Airstream-type house trailers to live in. It was truly a Disneyland in Vietnam. As surprising as the appearance of the headquarters was, my first look at the troops should have warned me about what a different war they were in than the soldiers who laid in wait on night ambushes in F Company. Their uniforms were all fully appointed, with all authorized patches, badges, name tapes, and headgear. Every uniform swished with the scratch of freshly ironed starch, and their boots gleamed with spit shines. When the young LRP driver caught my reaction to the appearance of the troops, he said, "Hooch maids." Hooch maids? He explained that they all paid Vietnamese girls to come clean up their barracks, make their bunks, wash and starch their uniforms, and even clean their latrines for them. For the headquarters rats at 2nd Field Force, there were virtually no unpleasant duties. I hadn't missed the presence of the civilians either. Everywhere in the compound, there were Vietnamese men and women doing all of the menial tasks that soldiers had traditionally done. They were washing vehicles, pulling KP, sweeping streets, digging ditches, hauling trash, cutting grass, painting rocks, and policing the area. What a wonderful place to be assigned. That is, if the war was a fairly low priority for you, and proximity wasn't much of a problem either. After checking in at 2nd Field Force and meeting all of the staff officers and NCOs I'd soon become familiar with, Peter took me back to Bien Hoa to the F Company base camp. As we drove through Bien Hoa Army, the section of the base area reserved for Army units, I noticed another distinctive change. Black soldiers congregated in distinct groups. Gone were the gatherings of mixed colors. There was an unmistakable tension in the air and a confrontational attitude in the walk and the look of the black soldiers. In addition to the visible attitudes of the blacks was an open effort on their part to modify their hair and uniforms to accentuate their segregation. Afro hairstyles were everywhere. Wide, dark leather bracelets and watch bands were worn by many, while others wore thin black gloves in the middle of a hot Vietnam day. And passing black soldiers were quick to exchange what I would come to recognize as a Black Power salute of solidarity. It was all new to me. The same signs were nowhere at Fort Benning, nor had they been in the 101st before I left my earlier tour in Vietnam. It was disturbing, but I didn't even know why. I just knew that it would lead to some kind of trouble. Before I could talk to Peter about it, a 34-foot jump tower appeared down the roadway in front of our Jeep. Now, no paratrooper ever sees a 34-foot tower without remembering the days of agony he went through making qualifying exits from the door of such a tower. I asked Peter whose it was, and he said, "Ours." We came closer and stopped at the barber pole gate of our own compound, marked by a large black, red, and white plywood scroll. With the jump tower prominent near the front gate, the camp took up several acres of former rice paddy land, flat and manicured to military standards. It was nearly as plush a base area as the headquarters I had just left at Long Binh. Several long, low team barracks stood neatly arranged next to a company headquarters, mess hall, and a tactical operations center. Just inside the compound's gate stood the officers' quarters, complete with its own club. But except for the solitary soldier standing guard at the entrance gate, there seemed to be no one in the large compound. Peter explained that the company was forward. For F Company, forward meant any temporary launch site used to base the combat and patrolling activities. Late in the summer of 1968, it was out of Cu Chi, the base camp of the 25th Infantry Division, near the Cambodian border. I would be going forward as soon as I got settled in. Peter took me to the orderly room where the basics took only minutes. The clerk, helping Peter run the rear detachment, got all my particulars, and I was quickly on my way to the operations section. It consisted of a heavily sandbagged building surrounded with large rolls of concertina wire stacked in rows on top of other rows. Inside was just about everything you could expect to find in a working infantry battalion tactical command post. Radios stood on solidly built wooden benches and shelves to monitor every frequency necessary to run the air and ground operations of the company. In a place or two there was a hole where some of the equipment had been taken forward to Cu Chi, but would return when operations were again launched from that room. Maps of the entire 2nd Field Force operational area and the bulk of eastern Cambodia covered all of the available wall space. Provisions for batteries, supplies, expendables, backup radio equipment, and a number of field telephones took up the remaining space. It was clear to me that my predecessors had thought out the needs of the company and filled them. It was reassuring to know the extent to which they had gone to be deep in resources and redundant in many. But the place was manned by one RTO who was there to relay information to 2nd Field Force from the company. Forward. Peter and I grabbed something to eat in the mess hall while I waited for a ride forward. He ate and worked and tried to give me bits and pieces of the setup in the company. But mostly he tried to fill me in on what he expected of me to help him help the company. It was right and appropriate for him to prioritize that way. He didn't know when we'd get another chance to speak. It began to rain, and the chopper that had been expected for a milk run didn't show up. I had planned to take the chopper back to Ku-Chi to report to my new boss. I was eager to find out more about the company, its mission, its commander, and its troops from Peter, but he was really swamped with calls to take and make, wearing the many hats that he did. He promised me we'd get time to talk, and suggested that I relax for a while, since he was sure it would be my last quiet night in Vietnam. I found my room and stowed what gear I was sure I would not be taking forward with me. The thought of having my own room with a sink and a shower was nearly enough to make me feel guilty. But I would soon find that I would spend very little time in it while in F Company. Peter's duties didn't allow for much more discussion, and it was obvious to me that he was beat by the time he finally turned the light off over his desk. I decided not to push it. I wanted to do something to thank him for saving me from the possibility of a terrible assignment somewhere else in Vietnam. The least I could do was let him get a few hours' sleep. Sleep that night was hard to come by. It was like any first night in a unit filled with unknowns and the promise of plenty of enemy contact. I wondered just how complex and how difficult my job would be, and if I had the skills and the talent to pull it off. I cursed myself for not having paid more attention on my earlier tour to just how the operations section of my battalion had worked. I was sure that I could have gleaned something then that would prove useful to me later. I got up from my rack and went outside to the two-holer latrine that stood several yards from the officers' billets. The sky was filled with stars, the sounds of choppers were everywhere, and I realized that I had at least another year of such nights ahead of me. It's as difficult a feeling of yearning as you can get, knowing you are as far away from home as you are going to be. I looked around the compound, named for two of F Company's soldiers killed in action, Lindsay and Latin. Though the place was empty and quiet, I could just feel the presence of the men that had left there for battle to come back victorious or bloodied. It was a long night. After breakfast, a chopper arrived, carrying broken equipment and weapons parts, 2 LRPs headed for R&R, bundles of paperwork for Peter, and a rucksack filled with captured documents marked for G2. The pilot put me in the right seat, and we took off for Ku-Chi. I had never seen the huge floodplains of the Mekong and its tributary rivers from anything less than 8,000 feet before. Flying along at 70 knots at 1,500 feet was a real eye-opener for me. The area was heavily populated for as far as I could see in every direction. Even the rivers and large streams were busy thoroughfares for boat traffic. The central effort seemed to be divided between going to and from local markets and tending the fields that supplied them. With the exception of a very few light industrial districts clustered in the small towns, everything was oriented on agriculture, fishing, and the military. South Vietnamese army compounds, fire bases, and outposts dotted the terrain every few thousand meters of our flight path, and as far as I could see on either side of us. It occurred to me that if I could pick them out from 1,500 feet in the air, that they shouldn't be hard for the VC to find. What had not changed was the South Vietnamese soldiers' approach to the war. Even from the chopper, I could see them crowding the roads, clustering in the marketplaces, lounging in hammocks, and sleeping in the backs of parked trucks. There was just no sense of urgency in their daily routine. I could see Ku-Chi from a long way off. It sat on the western edge of a wide band of partially abandoned rice farms. A solid strip of swampy reed plains separated the farms from the Cambodian border. The terrain was flat, and the concealment offered by vegetation was almost non-existent. That was the first thing that bothered me about operating west of Cu Chi. Cu Chi itself was a moderate-sized town next to which the 25th Infantry Division had placed its base camp. The camp's most visible feature was the red laterite dirt that defined all of the damage that could be done by posting a partially mechanized infantry division in farmland. It looked dirty, everything the same reddish color. The dust kicked up by all of the truck, track, and chopper traffic had covered the base with a thick layer of red powder. During the course of the division's history in Vietnam, it had been augmented by some and then lost other units, and had sometimes been split up into separate brigade-sized base camps. These changes left a large portion of the huge Cu Chi base camp abandoned. One such area was known as the Old Warrior Area, named after the mascot of a unit who had once been billeted there. Operating along the Cambodian border was just too far for F Company to be supported from Bien Hoa. So 2nd Field Force moved F Company operations to the Old Warrior section of the Cu Chi base camp. As we approached the large, worn landing pad with the Indian head insignia painted on it, I got a look at the shabby buildings and facilities. It was clear that the area had been abandoned for quite some time before F Company moved in, and the elements and the red dust had taken a toll on the tropical buildings, roadways, and walkways. It looked pretty sad. As he shut down the chopper, the pilot pointed me toward what looked like a one-time supply building. I grabbed my gear and headed for the company TOC. Looking around, I could tell where the troops were living and where the company had taken over old buildings to serve its feeding, bathing, and supply needs. The rest was left in its original, shabbier condition. LRP gear hung from the eaves of the building, drying in the sun. Boots sat on crumbling barracks steps, crusted with drying mud and slime from the marshy terrain they had just walked through, and rock and roll music came from a couple of the hooches. I could see a few of the team members just back and teams preparing to go out in a few of the ramshackle hooches. And as I approached the TOC, I had to step around an older soldier wearing only shorts, stretched out on a folding cot just catching some sun. He was sound asleep, and I assumed he was catching up after a patrol. On the ground next to the cot was a mess hall cup and a bottle of Pernod. I winced at the thought of the sickening French liquor and assumed that it was not a problem for an off-duty LRP to have a drink if he wanted to. It made sense to me, considering the hours they spent in the bush. Inside the TOC, I was greeted enthusiastically by the man I was replacing, Captain Tom Meyer. Tom was on his way home after a hard tour of duty with F Company. I remembered how thrilled I was to meet my own turtle when I left Vietnam the first time. Turtle was the term we used for the guy who replaced you because he was always so slow in coming. After some short pleasantries, Tom got me a cup of coffee and began briefing me on the job. He made occasional references to Zumo, the commanding officer, but focused on the operations and the intricate process that he had developed. Tom explained how the teams prepared for inserts, how long they could be expected to stay out in the AO, what happened when they were compromised or made contact, and how they were extracted. He was very proud of the operation and the teams. He had plenty of good things to say about their professionalism and their state of training. I asked about chopper support, remembering how hard it was to come by for the Tiger Force, and how we could never count on them not to be diverted. He smiled and told me that I would be very happy with the slick and gun support that F Company had. They were part of the family and could be counted on down to the last pilot. While Tom was briefing me, I kept one ear on the small speakers that sat in the spaces between the radio equipment mounted on a bench and on the wall. Teams were calling in situation reports and progress reports. There was plenty of crosstalk from the pilots about swapping shifts of standby choppers, refueling, and maintenance. At first it sounded very confusing, but I was most impressed with the tone of all the message traffic. There was not a trace of friction among the voices, and not a hint of confusion about what they were doing. It sounded like men all familiar and comfortable with one another. I don't mean by that they were casual or not focused on what they were doing. They were serious. They just didn't have that manner about them normally associated with confusion on a battlefield. Tom assured me that I'd be very pleased with the Army and Air Force pilots and the artillery support personnel. I asked again about the CO. Tom motioned out the front door. Out on the cot, that was the boss, Lieutenant Colonel Joe Zumo. Chapter 24. It only took a few minutes for me to dump my gear and get to work alongside Tom Meyer. Our overlap wasn't going to be long, and I had to pick his brain as fast and as well as I could. Since the talk was filled with radio operators and other company personnel, I thought it was the wrong place to ask Tom what the story was with Zumo. I decided to focus on the most obvious questions related to the company's operations SOP and my job. I never got a chance to ask Tom about Zumo before meeting him. Tom left the talk to fly out to the AO to pick up a team, and Zumo walked in, still groggy and sweating from the hot sun. He looked at me in the darkness of the talk, squinted, and asked, "Who are you?" I told him that I'd been assigned to F Company. I thought I'd better not tell him that I thought I was to be the new operations officer. Over the years, I had discovered that all commanders jealously guard the privilege of making their own decisions about who gets assigned to what. It was a good way to get off on the wrong foot, telling a commander his business. He scratched his stomach in a most unmilitary manner and grumbled something about remembering that I was supposed to be Meyer's replacement. I nodded in agreement and fully expected to get some instructions from him on my job and what he expected of me. I got nothing. He just shrugged and said, "Meyer will take care of you," and walked back to the sleeping area of the large building. I didn't see him for the rest of the day. It was the most unusual welcoming I ever got to a unit. Tom got me started that afternoon. I began by getting a copy of the organization chart to get a feel for how many operational teams each patrol platoon had and what their status was. Some were out in the AO west of Cu-Chi. Some were just back and standing down, waiting for a warning order for their next mission, and others were prepping to go out. Still other teams had been zeroed out as too short in manpower to field a full 6-man team. The status of a team changed from day to day, and at any one time a team could be in any one of these states of readiness or deployment. Radio calls filled the radio net, and there was a constant stream of LRPs entering and leaving the talk for various reasons. Each time someone new would come through the door, I would be introduced. While I was glad to meet each new face, it made it difficult to concentrate on absorbing all of the new information that I would be expected to master. I tried to get some time with the map of the operational area, but the interruptions continued, and I was eager to get up to speed. Tom Meyer returned, and I met our command and control pilot and the platoon leader of the Slick platoon that routinely supported F Company. Michael Reitz was an artillery officer by training, but a helicopter pilot by divine right. Of all the chopper pilots I have known in my life, only 3, in my opinion, were born to fly, and 2 of them were with F Company. I explained to Mike that I was trying to get a handle on our operational area and was not very successful at it. His suggestion was to get on out there and see it. I agreed. The AO was a complete surprise to me. I had never seen an area quite like it. It was flat. At least it was flat by Central Highlands standards, and it was often wet or marshy. Its most dominant characteristic was the clumping of little thatched huts into large farms, hamlets, or small villages. Each of these areas was marked by little squares of trees that broke the wind and shaded out the sun on all 4 sides. From the air, they looked like scattered little blocks of green with structures inside them. From each of the little squares, a spiderweb of foot trails led off and eventually joined other trails, which would become dirt roads. In turn, the dirt roads would eventually lead to the few hardtop roads, all of them leading to marketplaces and some of them leading to the larger cities, including Saigon. Mike flew the CNC with the grace and effortless motion of a sailboat captain. His moves were almost automatic, and his control of the chopper was smooth. As he gave me the tour of the AO, he kept me oriented on the map I had on my lap. His mental bearings were so well fixed in his own head that he could tell me where something we were looking at from the air was on my map by just reaching over and tapping the terrain feature. Mike's map was in his head, and it was more accurate than the one I had stretched across my knees. He could point out features of flatland life that it would have taken me months to discover by myself. I was most impressed with the fact that he had a ground-oriented, tactical sense about everything. He would point something out about the terrain or the rivers or the weather, and then explain its impact on the teams. He understood the teams and what they needed to survive and do their jobs on the ground. I quickly realized how much we had missed in the Tiger Force by not having the same chopper support dedicated to us. But in those days, there just weren't as many choppers. The priority was placed on the infantry battalions first and the Tiger Force later. Mike Reitz showed me everything. He flew the chopper so that the visibility was best from the right seat, and we hit it off right from the first minute. I knew I was going to like him, and I had a hunch that I was going to be able to trust him and his judgment. What I didn't know at that moment was the importance of the role he played. F Company was entirely dependent on good, solid, and predictable chopper support. The terrain and the weather in 3rd Corps was much more suitable for chopper support than it had been in 2nd Corps. There was also an added piece of good news. We had H-model Hueys, and no longer had to rely on the B, C, and D models that we had in the 101st. The difference was in payload size and weight. An H model could lift more weight than earlier models and could hold larger cubic loads than the B or C models. It boiled down to an increase in the reliability and the lift capacity to support teams on the ground. And having Mike to consult about the differences and the capabilities was great. I returned from my first flyover of the AO with plenty of notes to absorb. My day had been filled with good news, except for Zumo. I had decided not to ask Mike about Zumo since I thought it would put him in a spot. I just didn't feel right about arriving in a new unit and then asking everyone to explain just what the problem was with the commander who seemed to be completely out of place. That evening, I kept working on gathering information and sat in on a brief back that Tom conducted with one of the teams going out the next day. I was impressed with the attention to detail, the professionalism, and the focus. Everything in the operations section of that company was about the teams. Nothing else mattered, and no other business was done there but team business. That was good. Late in the evening, I was sitting at an improvised desk when Zumo came back. He was still in his bathing trunks and was wearing his floppy hat. He asked me what the status of the teams was, and I did a fairly good job of briefing him. But as I was briefing him, I got the feeling that he really didn't care about the teams. He was sizing me up. I didn't know how to handle briefing a half-naked lieutenant colonel, so I just kept on doing what I was doing. He grumbled something about one of the team leaders having a tendency to complain and wandered back out of the room again. Later, I wanted to jot a few words down on paper to let my wife and family know where I was and that I was okay. My stuff was in the sleeping area, which was nothing more than a large room with a plywood floor, some folding cots, and a single bare bulb down near Zumo's bunk. Zumo didn't notice me entering. He was on his bunk reading a paperback book, sipping more Pernod. The scene bothered me, and I didn't know what I was going to do about the distance the man had kept between us and the chill I got from being around him. I didn't feel comfortable approaching Zumo, so I simply got the envelopes I was looking for and went back into the talk to finish writing. The next day started early, with me sitting in on a team getting a warning order. We then took the CNC out to the AO a few minutes before the lift ships. As we lifted off the old Warrior pad, Tom Meyer made one more call to the first team scheduled to come out that morning to make sure they were ready. He gave them an estimate on the pickup time and promised to get back to them after the first scheduled insert. Tom coordinated the insert of the fresh team from the back of the CNC like it was the easiest thing in the world. He identified the landing zone from quite a distance and called the lift ship to bring on the team to be inserted while he put the gunships in a high orbit to be ready to roll in on anything that threatened the inserting team or the supporting aircraft. The radio traffic was thick, but effective. Choppers coordinated their every move to avoid trouble. Tom kept the inserting team and the pilots abreast of what he wanted and when he wanted it. There was no wasted effort and no needless orbits. The lift ship came into its landing zone, barely skimming along the ground on its approach, and touched down in the wet paddy, heels of its skids first. The chopper gently rolled forward from the momentum of the stop, and the team burst out of one side. As they sprinted for the nearby tree square, the chopper rolled up on the toes of its skids and lifted off the ground. Then it was silent. Everyone listened and watched the ground for signs of shooting. The silence was dramatic after the non-stop chatter that had filled my headset during the setup and approach to the landing zone. The slight hiss in the headset was finally broken by an out-of-breath whisper. The team leader reported the team in and safe. No opposition. Everyone in the chopper exhaled, and Tom gave the choppers a new heading to the team coming out. The next few days were a blur of activities. I followed every move that Tom made until he jumped on a chopper and headed back to BNY to outprocess. He had done a great job and deserved to get home and get some rest. Zumo and I were not warming up to each other, but I was too swamped with my job to worry about it. He seemed either to avoid me or he would just sit in the talk and watch what everyone was doing. Occasionally, he would make some remark about what we were doing right or wrong, or just remain silent for long periods. I got a lot of help from the pilots and from the young and very experienced Assistant Operations Officer, Lieutenant Al Snyder. His radio call sign ended in the suffix of 3F. As a shortcut, he became known as 3 Fox, not only on the radio but in person. No one referred to him by his real name. Instead, everyone knew Snyder as 3 Fox. I found 3 Fox to be just about the most efficient lieutenant I had ever worked with. He was capable of handling many things, all crowding in on him at the same time without rattling. He knew the capabilities of all the teams, and he knew all the personalities. He was a strong right arm, and I was very happy to have him there. After a few nights on the job, Zumo came in and watched while I handled the incoming transmission from a team that had movement near its position. From all indications, the movement was probably enemy. That didn't mean that they knew the team was there, just that the likelihood that the team was about to make contact was very high. Without having received a request from the team leader for extraction, Zumo made the announcement that that particular team leader was always spooky and told me to leave his team on the ground, no matter what. Then Zumo just walked out. As the evening went on, the movement around the team began to escalate in frequency and appeared to be closing on the team. In the team leader's opinion, he was about to make contact. I had checked as soon as I got the first call and found that the team was a light one, 6 strong, with a mission of watching a long canal for reported enemy sampan traffic. They were too light in combat strength and in a bad location to get in a rock-throwing contest at night. The sounds kept up, and he began reporting muffled voices. I told him to prepare to be extracted, but not to make a move yet. I then alerted the gunship pilots and the standby slicks and the CNC. Mike Wrights came in to see what was happening, and the leader of the gun team called me from the pilot's hooch to see if I needed him there. I told him that I probably needed him sitting in the seat of his gunship more than I needed him in the talk. Zumo came in while I was briefing Wrights and asked me what the hell was going on. I explained that I was getting the air package ready to pull the team in the event it made contact or was seriously compromised. Zumo started yelling, "Negative, negative, negative!" He then reminded me that he was commanding F Company and I wasn't. I told him that I couldn't leave that team on the ground, 6 men strong, and not do something to back it up if the crap hit the fan. He waved his finger at me and told me that I was not to pull the team from its location under any circumstances, and then he disappeared again. Wrights left, but gave me a look that convinced me that he would be ready if I needed him. About 3 in the morning, the team called in again. They had seen enemy troops moving along the concealment offered by a thin tree line on a nearby paddy dike. They were sure the enemy patrol was trying to flank them. I remembered what Bill Pfeiffer had drummed into our heads about moral courage and doing what was right, and not just what was right for us. I was sure that I was asking for lots of trouble, but told the team leader to stand by for extraction once again. Zumo overheard my instructions and came barreling into the talk. He yelled and screamed and carried on, and when he was through, the only words I heard out of him were, "You're relieved! Get your shit and get out of my company!" My service in F Company had lasted not even 4 days, and I had been fired. Being relieved in a combat assignment was something I had never heard of any officer surviving. As I packed my gear into my rucksack and the single laundry bag I had brought with me from the rear, I wondered what civilian life was going to be like. I was sure that Zumo would make a point that we had disagreed and crucify me. Suddenly the contact siren mounted on the roof went off. It was the signal for all in the compound that a team was under fire and for everyone to drop everything and stand by to help. I figured that didn't apply to me since I no longer had a job in F Company. Zumo exploded into the sleeping area of the building, still wearing his shorts and his hat, and screamed at me. He wanted to know just what the hell did I think I was doing. I told him I was packing just like he told me to, and that I was leaving on the next thing headed east. He said the hell I was and that I better get my ass in the CNC and go out and pull that team before they got overrun. I couldn't wait for a better time. As we flew out to the AO to pull the team, I asked Mike Wrights what the hell the deal was with Zumo. "He's nuts," is all he said. I asked if he was like that all the time. Mike shrugged and said that he'd never seen him any other way. Explosive, temperamental, and completely unpredictable. We were lining up to pick up the team under fire, so there wasn't time for more conversation. It was my first hot extraction, and it was incredibly black outside the windscreen of the chopper. I looked at my watch and guessed it was still 2 hours until dawn. I had hoped that my first such flight would be in the daytime, when I could see better and have more of a sense of control over what was happening. The team had taken 2 bursts of fire from the enemy element not 100 meters away. The team leader had elected not to return fire in the event that the enemy was only conducting recon by fire to determine exactly where the American patrol was. After the first 2 bursts, there had been nothing for almost a half an hour, but the team leader said that they could hear the movement continuing toward them up until the sound of the choppers drowned it out. We decided upon a pickup zone to the rear of the patrol's position. They would pull back from the last known location of the enemy gunners and then give us a visual signal where they were so we could pick them up. It seemed to take the patrol forever to crawl the 50 meters to their pickup point. The team leader held up a shielded strobe light, and Mike coordinated the touchdown of the pickup ship and the chase ship with the parallel firing passes of the 2 sea-model gunships that were going to burn a wide strip of paddy dyke up. Mike put the CNC almost on top of the pickup ship and followed it down to the PZ, passing over its rotors as it lost all forward motion on touchdown. Mike pulled a hard left turn to pass back over the pickup, and I saw the gunships spew streaks of flame out of the miniguns as they took turns rolling in on the target area. The calm voices of the pilots were a contrast with the sounds of violence and powerful swishing of the chopper blades that could be heard in the background as they keyed their lip mics. I had not seen the team moving until I caught a frozen image of a running LRP in the red light of the rotating beacon on the pickup ship. The pickup ship rolled forward and pulled itself up out of the wet paddy. The team leader's voice, raspy and out of breath, broke the silence on his net and said, "We're up. We're okay." That's all I needed to hear. I asked Mike if his ships were okay, and he raised his left hand off the collective and waved it so I could see it out of the corner of my eye. I then asked the lead gun pilot if he thought he had a target worth firing on any longer. He wasn't sure and asked for permission to go low and look around. I told him that I didn't want to be pulling a gun team out of the paddies on the same night and called him off. Back at the talk, the team members drank a beer, ate some sandwiches sent over by the mess hall, and gave a good debriefing of what happened. As I took notes and asked more questions, I suddenly noticed that everyone was in the room for the debriefing except Zumo. I was just as happy not to have him looking over my shoulder. It was at that briefing that I realized that F Company was more unlike the Tiger Force than like it. The size of the unit was great in terms of redundancy and degree of support and speed of response. But the larger a unit like F Company, the more the negatives show up. A bit at that debriefing, but more so in the months to come, I discovered that the problem was one of height and width, for lack of a better description. The height of the unit was that distance from the lowest level private first-class scout to the lieutenant colonel who commanded the company. Depending on how you count platoon sergeants and platoon leaders, that meant that the echelons in the chain of command numbered 5. 5 echelons making decisions and setting policy for that PFC are bound to create and reinforce feelings of mistreatment and reduced concern. The width of F Company was evident in how the teams were divided up organizationally and operationally into greater separations between teams and between individuals. In a regular rifle company, each PFC has a chance to compare notes with the other PFCs in his platoon and other platoons. It gives the soldier a chance to recalibrate his impressions by measuring them against the experiences of others. Rifle companies, for the most part, did everything together, or at least in platoon strength. Not so with F Company's LRP team members. Their lives were lived in a routine that was in sequence to the other teams, and not concurrent with their schedules. When one team was in, the next was out. When one team was at one set of grid coordinates, other teams were at other locations. Opportunities to meet and discuss things at any great length were slim during stand-downs and the few other slow periods. But those chances to compare notes were complicated by the personnel turnover, the internal reassignments, and the heavy demand for sleep and personal needs. In short, rifle companies had plenty of time and opportunities to see, feel, and hear how others were treated in their own company. In F Company, there was more left unknown. The result was a drastic reduction in the sense of universal awareness than I had experienced in the Tiger Force. It was a rare incident that happened to one or some of the Tigers when every man didn't quickly know about it in accurate detail. What one of them knew, all of them knew. They felt like they all knew what was going on. In F Company, there was so much compartmentalization because of the size of the unit and the lack of unified commitment that some of the problems with poor interpersonal communications, operational misunderstandings, simple petty jealousies, and bitching might have been eliminated if we had pulled heavy teams from the same platoon all the time. But the rotation schedule and the randomness of the ready status of teams did not permit this. There was also a weak link in the effectiveness of the leadership brought on by the structure of the chain of command and the training options. In a regular line unit, the commitment of a platoon to combat under the control of a platoon sergeant who had upwards of 15 to 17 years' service was not a problem. When he received instructions, in person or over a radio, from an inexperienced lieutenant or a staff officer on the battalion staff, he was able to act accordingly. He would take into account the needs of the unit, which were factored into the decisions being made and passed to him. He would understand the lack of experience of the lieutenants, too. He realized that the lieutenant, as most did, had plenty of responsibilities, some authority, but very little experience. That was not the lieutenant's fault, and through the interaction of the two, the lieutenant would eventually become experienced enough to command a company. But in Vietnam, in 1968, and in F Company, specialists and sergeants ran patrols, and even the occasional staff sergeant had nowhere near the grasp of how things worked as the platoon sergeant with 16 years of experience. As a result, the receipt of instructions were often second-guessed in a vacuum, and or resented by the inexperienced team leaders or team members who had very little information with which to form an attitude. In a rifle squad, there was no end to the conversations. In a long-range patrol team, there was very little opportunity to talk in the field. So there was too often friction between the team members and the chain of command. Part of it was justified. Most of it was unnecessary. All of it was regrettable. The lieutenant problem was a particularly difficult one. Every long-range patrol and ranger unit in Vietnam tried to recruit members who had combat experience. And finding enough enlisted men and NCOs who had spent as much as a year in a combat job before volunteering was not difficult. Not so with lieutenants. It was rare to find a lieutenant who had spent significant time in the field who wasn't on the verge of making captain. During the mid-Vietnam years, the required time to make captain dropped dramatically from previous years. By 1967, a new second lieutenant could count on spending a year at that rank and a year as a first lieutenant before making captain. During that 2 years, it was common for the lieutenant to have spent as much as a year in the States, in schools, and his initial assignment before going to Vietnam. That meant that by the time a junior officer spent some time in a platoon in a rifle company, he was nearly ready to make captain by the time he arrived at an LRP or ranger company. Of course, there were those who were not selected to make captain, but whatever reason kept them from being promoted was sufficient to make them unacceptable to the LRPs. So the company-size LRP units were forced to accept lieutenants who had little or no combat experience. Making them patrol platoon leaders led to resentment from the men in the platoons who thought that the measure of everything was how much time a man had spent in bad guy territory. To train them, they would be sent out with patrols. This was a useful training vehicle for the lieutenant, but left the platoon unsupervised while the lieutenant was in the field and made the team members training aids. And most of the team members had no idea of the responsibilities of the platoon leaders when they were back in the base camps. The lack of proximity, team member to platoon leader, was fertile ground for grumbling. In earlier wars, lieutenants were occasionally commissioned from the combat units, and then it was more common for junior officers to be more experienced and older. Still, the lieutenants did a good job considering the squeeze they were in. Many of them have gone on to be general officers and captains of industry, who owe so much of their success to the PFCs and Specialist Fours who broke them in. Aside from these small problems of rumors out of proportion and the natural tendency of the soldier to assume that no one knows or appreciates his situation and his burden, F Company was an effective and highly reliable combat resource. The weeks that followed my fast start only picked up speed, and my relationship with Zuma went from shaky to unpredictable. There were times when he said little or nothing to me while I went about what I assumed was my job of training and committing the company's teams and other assets to accomplish the missions given us by 2nd Field Force. On other occasions, he would get irritated with me over something that seemed quite trivial, but overall, he left me alone. After a couple of weeks, I began to see him less and less. He made frequent trips to the rear, Long Binh or Bien Hoa, for no reason that he ever cared to specify. I would just find out from a radio operator or the operations sergeant or Mike Wrights that Colonel Zumo had scheduled a chopper to take him to the rear. Sometimes he would remain in the rear. I found it very peculiar for a commander with an extensive Special Forces background to behave that way, but it was not my place to approve of his techniques, and while he was gone, he was out of my hair. I was able to follow through on plans I had made and provide some continuity for the teams getting ready to insert on the ground and coming out. It was my opinion that there was so much uncertainty in their individual missions that the best way to help them survive was to eliminate as many variables as I could for them. I can't explain why, but sometimes that effort seemed to be okay with Zumo, and other times he felt I was being too soft on the teams. We had a fundamental difference in how things should operate in F Company, but he was the lieutenant colonel commanding the outfit, and I was the captain operations officer, a fact he reminded me of on several occasions. When Zuma was forward at Cu Chi, I never knew what he was planning to do. I would plan, brief, insert, extract, and debrief teams, unless he was around. And as often as not, he would tell me that he was going to pick up a team or pick one up and move it. As good luck would have it, he didn't do it often. But when he did step into the operations, it often ended up with him arguing with the team leader and me. His arguments with the team leaders usually ended once they were on a chopper coming out of a hot or compromised position. With me, he often resorted to relieving me. He did it several times, only to reverse himself when contacts took place. Several times I found myself repacking the same bags and unpacking them to go pull a team out of the AO when a contact was made. His unpredictable style of leadership soon stopped being a consideration for me. We were pulled back from Cu Chi and returned to our base at Bien Hoa in order to operate in War Zone D. Once we returned to Camp Lindsay Latin, I just about never saw Zumo again. He stopped showing up in the talk and stayed to himself in his room or office or out of the compound somewhere. We found different times to do routine things. When we were having regular meals, he was in his room. When I was briefing or debriefing a team, he was nowhere around. After a few weeks of this, he pulled out of the compound for good one day, while I was out inserting and extracting teams. He never said so much as goodbye. He just left. Chapter 25. The departure of Joe Zumo did not generate too much sadness in F Company. I wasn't there during the months when he had created a rift between himself and many within the company, and all I know is what I experienced. And the coolness that surrounded him was unmistakable. Once I discovered it, my first selfish moment was thinking that I hoped that I never found myself in that kind of a situation. The troops don't have to love their commander, but respecting him and being sorry to see him leave would be a nice start. What had happened between Zumo and the company was so much fast-moving water under a shaky bridge. I couldn't change the history and had to deal with what I found when I arrived. So I never gave much thought to Zumo and his leadership style as something I could have changed. I was too busy getting to know my job and getting a new routine worked out with Zumo's replacement, Major George Heckman. Heckman was everything that Zumo wasn't. He was smart, pleasant, and above all, dedicated. From the first moment I met him, I liked him and knew that I could count on him. He gave off the unmistakable signs of reliability and professionalism. He jumped into the job fast and never slowed down. Since there was no discernible break in operations to allow much time to get acquainted, we got off on a business level and stayed there. I never found out how he got the job, where he came from, what his background was, or any other personal or professional details about him. He was a major, an airborne ranger, and my new boss. That's all I needed to know for starters. The rest fell into place quite naturally. George Heckman came to F Company ready to go to work. He knew what F Company could do and what it had to do it with. In very short order, he set the tone of operations and training and stayed consistent. He was a generous and deliberate man, not given to anger or moodiness. I was very thankful for that. In the months that followed Major Heckman's arrival, things that were lumpy smoothed out, and our routines took on an even more professional tone. He was a real hands-on kind of boss, but not disposed to over-supervision. He would give me a job and let me do it. If I screwed it up, he told me. If I did it right, he told me that too. While he was a quiet and private kind of boss, not given to dramatics, you knew what he wanted, and communication happened without lots of discussion. The division of labor was one of the first things that Heckman changed. He put much greater demands on the platoon leaders to take care of their patrols and make sure that they wanted for nothing in the operational or morale departments. He was not as focused on putting platoon leaders on the ground and set their priorities for them, training them for more responsibilities. He split up the supervision of the operational aspects of the company between the two of us. Teams went in, made contact, and came out at all hours of the day, every day. There was no way one officer could handle all the inserts and extractions and also be up to speed on the details of all the patrols. He would set his schedule around the demands on his time that took him away from the company. He handled virtually all of the contact with the G3 at 2nd Field Force, and he and I split all of the routine and emergency supervision of operations. There were days when either one of us would get into a chopper at dawn and not walk away from it until near dawn the next morning. The hours were brutally long, and the needs of each team were usually handled as if they were the only team on the ground. The thing I remember most about George Heckman was his private concern for the troops. I don't think he knew that I was aware of it, but when it was late and I would be controlling the teams on the ground so he could get some sleep, I would find him awake. He would spend long hours studying reports and maps and asking questions of himself and others when he should have been getting some rest. He cared that every team went into the AO prepared and had every chance he could give them of being successful and coming back home in one piece. After George Heckman's arrival, the immediate problems of the company cleared to allow us to deal with the more important ones. We were often misused by the system that collected and analyzed our information. I discovered that we were getting missions to send patrols into locations of suspected bunkers or tunnels or the like, only to find out we had reported them earlier. It was something that the rapid turnover of officers created. Had Tom Meyer still been with the company, he would have recognized missions to check out certain grid coordinates as places the teams had been before. But enough time had to go by for me to have put a team in, reported up the chain what they had, and then later get a mission related to that report. An example would be a team discovering an abandoned string of bunkers in a tree line and reporting their location, description, and condition. Some months later, we might get a mission to confirm the location of a series of bunkers reported to be at the same location. I don't think that any of these relooks were ordered with any malice or carelessness. After I looked into it, I found that it was a product of the staff system and the fact that we were under the supervision of the Field Force G3. Our reports were passed to the G2 intelligence section of the Field Force for evaluation. All intelligence reports were graded as to the reliability of the source and the probability of their accuracy. In order to expand their information, the G2 section would look for opportunities to cross-check input. Where the ball got dropped was when the source, being us, was somehow disconnected from the report. Ultimately, someone in the G2 section would ask the G3 to try to verify a report. By the time the reports, summaries, and requests had passed from hand to hand and desk to desk, no one remembered that we were the original source. As such, we were the last resource that should have been tasked to cross-check. As far as I was concerned, there was no reason for us to send a team back into a location to confirm what they had reported. The risk associated with the confirmation was just too high, and the confirmation could easily be done by aerial recon, a maneuver unit in the area, or by using the ARVN or RFPF forces who routinely worked the area. Heckman put a stop to it in short order. For a few months, we were able to work together well, and each subsequent insert of a team showed that the improvements and policy changes that George Heckman made in the company were working. The numbers of successful patrols mounted. The kill ratio was very good by anyone's standards, and the incidence of death, wounds, and injuries in the company were low. The numbers pointed to good training and high morale. I would be leaving out a very large factor if I didn't mention the contribution and the day-to-day involvement of the chopper pilots and crews. No matter how good a team was, if the chopper crews that put them in, took them out, and supported them in contacts were screwed up, then the team would suffer. Heckman also cultivated better working relationships with the air crews. Mike Wrights was not my only champion of flight. The mission commander of the attack helicopter teams that supported us was to Cobra gunships what Mike was to Slicks. Joe Stroud was a captain, former warrant officer pilot, and former enlisted crew member who lived and breathed helicopters. Joe was dedicated to making the gunship support he provided to F Company as slick and as effective as it could be. He spent endless hours with the company, even when he wasn't on call to fly. He and Mike Wrights became intimately familiar with the operations, plans, and procedures of the company, and it showed in their performance. The contrast between the excessive crosstalk and explanatory transmissions that we needed between choppers and the Tiger Force, and the relative radio efficiency with Joe and Mike, was evidence of their teamwork. Good pilots are always good news for LRPs. So the war stories about Joe Stroud's and Mike Wright's chopper crews spread fast. I've not yet met a member of F Company who didn't have the ultimate confidence in the chopper crews. They would take advice and help from Mike and the slick pilots, and would trust Joe's gunship fires enough to walk them so close to their positions as to risk taking fire, had their marksmanship been less accurate. They had confidence in the slicks and guns, and I did too. They never let me down. When they promised to do something or be somewhere, I could count on them. And time after time we would go in and pick up teams under fire, and I could always count on them not to be squeamish. They were reliable and quick to commit themselves to dangerous options to help the needs of the teams on the ground or another chopper crew. Never before or since then have I ever had such a close and reliable working relationship with chopper pilots and crews. Aside from the personal dedication of those crews, I would say the remaining ingredient was their frequent contact with the company. The more we worked together, the better we were as a team. George Heckman had seen this long before he came to F Company, and he made every effort to include the pilots and crews in the company activities to make them feel welcomed and valued. It worked. Many months before I arrived at BNY and joined F Company, a series of decisions set in motion the ultimate demise of the company. The irony was that the success of the long-range patrol effort caused the breakup of F Company. The good intelligence and impressive contact results of the existing long-range patrol companies and detachments set up a demand for more of the same. It also started the ball rolling in the redesignation of the LRP units to the World War II and Korean War title of Ranger Companies. And while the decision to redesignate them as Ranger Companies was extensively studied and considered, a source of new units was being sought. Planners at Department of the Army had responded to the wishes of commanders in Vietnam to expand long-range patrolling and add more units. They elected to go to the National Guard for what they couldn't generate out of the active Army. The Indiana National Guard had a long-range patrol company that could be activated, modified for Vietnam, and deployed. On paper, it sounded easy. In reality, it sent out a series of waves that seriously disrupted schools, units, and individual LRPs. In the process of deploying Indiana's D Company, 151st Infantry, the decision was made to ensure the greatest chance of success by polishing off their training. Not ready to rely on the level of training that the LRP company had been able to conduct in its National Guard status with its part-time schedule, the Army gave the members of the company the opportunity to go to the best Army schools. Some who were not Ranger qualified attended Ranger School. Those not airborne qualified went to airborne school. And still others went down to Panama to attend the Jungle Warfare School. After the National Guard Company completed its added training, it was sent to Vietnam. The problem arose because no one had given adequate thought to what would be done with them on arrival. They were a corps-level LRP company, but the two corps-level headquarters already in Vietnam had their own companies. There was some discussion about breaking up the National Guard Company and sending its platoons to separate infantry brigades to create LRP detachments. But those conversations took place in ignorance of the severe restrictions that applied to National Guard units. The gaining unit, 2nd Field Force, was not authorized to break up the National Guard Company. Neither was it allowed to infuse regular Army officer personnel into the vacancies that would surely occur as a result of combat operations and routine losses. The momentum of D Company stopped at BNY, and we had to make room for them. Initially, we were to introduce the company to combat operations by conducting joint operations and supplementary in-country training. Then, early in 1969, The decision came down to break up F Company and send its personnel and some equipment resources to the 5th Infantry Division's separate brigade and to the 82nd Airborne Division. And since those new LRP units would be detachment platoon-sized, there was no need for the more senior officers and NCOs from F Company. George Heckman was given a loose command authority over the National Guard Company, and I, already unhappy with the decision, got even worse news. I was told to be prepared to move to Long Bin for reassignment. The Field Force G1 had me slotted to become the new G3 briefing officer. The thought of being the daily briefer for the Field Force still sends shivers up my back. I was not so young or naive as to think that reassignment would be an acceptable alternative to commanding a company in combat. There would come a day, in the not-too-distant future, when my course would be determined as much by where I had been as by what I had to offer the Army. I was already painfully aware of the fact that I still had not finished college. Hell, I hadn't even started it. I knew that spending the second half of my tour in Vietnam in the air-conditioned headquarters of Long Bin would be time wasted. I tried to get out of the job. I asked to be reassigned to any infantry division, hoping I could work my way into a job as a company commander. I was quickly reminded that my assignment would be determined by the Field Force G1 and for the good of the command, and I would be best advised to stop making waves. I was very disappointed at the turn of events and did what I could to help George Heckman get the old F Company ready to break up while getting D Company ready to replace them. Then, at the last minute, the field phone rang in the talk. It was for me. I picked it up and heard the familiar voice of a good friend calling on behalf of David Hackworth. He had a simple question for me. Did I want to command a rifle company for Hack? It took me a split second to tell him, hell yes! He explained that Hackworth was back in Vietnam and had been tapped to command a leg infantry battalion in the 9th Division that had fallen on hard times. The chain of command had not been happy with the performance of the battalion, and at the time the division was looking for a replacement battalion commander. Hack was immediately sent to the 9th Division, and from what I heard, eagerly accepted the challenge. And somewhere along the line, he made a deal that would allow him to replace selected members of the battalion with officers and NCOs of his choice. Hack put me on a list of officers and NCOs to track down and get reassigned to the new battalion. I thought he might run into a stone wall with the folks who owned me at 2nd Field Force. 2 days later, I had orders to report to the 9th Infantry Division in the Mekong Delta. I felt pretty bad about the entire handling of the F Company, D Company changeover. The troops in F Company had worked so hard at honing their skills and deserved better than they got. The big picture had landed on them, and there was just no way out of the morass of legal restrictions and regulation limits that prevented the mistakes from being reversed. F Company had to give way for D Company to work in Vietnam, and there were just no allowances for the needs and the desires of the troops who were displaced. I was further irritated by how quickly the administrative side of the war forgot about F Company and the terrific soldiers who had served it. One of the last things I did before leaving F Company was to finish off a large number of recommendations for awards for soldiers, pilots, and crews I had personally witnessed performing deeds of bravery and heroism worthy of the awards, and there was no shortage of that in F Company. To this day, I have seen no evidence that any of those recommendations were ever processed. In the long run, it was the LRPs of F Company who were not recognized for their individual acts of remarkable courage, and there was just no excuse for that. And I was sorry to say goodbye to George Heckman and Peter Lasik as I left BNY for the 9th Division. I feel that their contribution was pushed aside by the focus on how to fix the poorly thought-out decision to add an LRP company where one didn't fit. Chapter 26. The Mekong Delta came as another surprise to me. I thought I'd been through some rough and hostile terrain, but I wasn't even close in my estimates of what to expect. But once there, I was focused on the problems of assuming command of a company that had not done particularly well in recent months and was sure to be filled with far less motivated soldiers than the ones I had become accustomed to, working with volunteers in airborne and long-range patrol units. The 4th Battalion, 39th Infantry, presented me with a number of new experiences that I was not prepared for. On arrival, I was immediately given command of D Company. The 9th Division had been allowed, as had many other divisions in Vietnam, to expand into 4 rifle companies instead of the usual 3. D Company had an authorized strength of 6 officers and 158 enlisted men. During my time with D Company, the most I was able to take to the field was 86 men. I had 3 officers, a first sergeant who was in such poor health that I had to leave him in the rear, and virtually all of my NCOs had less than 3 years of service. My executive officer, a terrifically talented and capable first lieutenant, was named Roberson. He was so good that he was the rotating company commander. Every time we lost a company commander in the battalion, Hack would put Roberson in command until a new captain could be found. So, in effect, I didn't even have him. My initial anxieties about motivation and professionalism of the soldiers in D Company were unfounded. While I found them short on experience, a bit lacking in appearance and the gung-ho attitude of lifers, they were serious and reliable. They took orders well, followed through, and suffered the miseries of the war in the swamps and reed marshes of 4th Corps like any career soldier. They were faster to ask why than the volunteers I had been used to, but once they got the answer, they delivered. What they lacked in experience and career orientation, they more than made up for in youthful exuberance. After I got used to them, and they to me, we got along fine and dealt with the problems unique to the demands of our area of operation. My time in the company, and I was thrilled to get the chance to command it, was cut short by a booby trap. In only a matter of weeks after getting into the saddle with D Company, I was knocked out of my job. We were in contact with a small enemy element and had been making headway at closing with them and stacking up enemy casualties. I found it a chore to keep the forward elements of my company from being channeled into a narrow front by the restrictive terrain. Parallel to our movement was a steep riverbank on one side and deeply flooded rice paddies on the other. The narrow, frosting-like mud path that we slipped and slopped through was a tempting alternative to the exposed flanks. I moved forward with the lead platoon, and though I know I should have been more deliberate with my route, I stepped off the cleared path just long enough to trip a wire. My radio operator and I hit the ankle-high wire at the same moment and saw what we had done just 1,000th of a second before the 2-pound coffee can attached to it exploded. The booby trap was just a can filled with explosives, rocks, glass, and ragged pieces of metal. The blast threw me up and flipped me end over end. I remember seeing the head-high bamboo from the top and then landed in the gooey mud on my back. At first, I felt no pain. I had no idea what the extent of my wounds were because I was literally covered in mud so thick that I was unable to see where I had been hit. Not so with my radio operator. He took much of the blast in the back, at kidney level, and needed to be evacuated immediately. The only medevac we could find was Hackworth's small, light observation helicopter. Hack came in right away and evac'd my RTO and told me he'd be back for me. But I had no one to replace me. I had no other officer to turn the company over to, and we were still in contact with the enemy. After Hack left with my RTO in the back of the chopper, I started to feel the pain. As soon as the stunned sensation of the blast wore off, I was able to be sure that I had been hit in the legs and was losing blood pretty fast. I continued to move the company forward and trusted my senior medic to take care of my wounds until Hack could find a replacement for me. It seemed like forever, gauging by the pain and the blood, before Hack came back and told me to find a place for him to squeeze his chopper between the nipa palms to evacuate me. I asked him who was going to replace me. He said that he was. Foolishly, I asked why him. He explained very bluntly that there were no other officers available and wanted to know if I had any doubts about his abilities to still command a rifle company. I realized the stupidity of my question and shut up. I was unable to walk far enough or fast enough to keep the evac chopper from being exposed to the continuing fire, and the path from me to the chopper was uncleared ground. Hack waved off the soldiers who were ready to carry. He jumped out of the chopper, walked quickly to my location, oblivious to the danger of booby traps and the constant firing, picked me up, and carried me back to the ship. I couldn't get into the back of the chopper because of the inflatable plastic splint the medics had put on my worst leg. Hack stuffed what he could of me inside and banged on the door to let the pilot know to get out of there. I won't forget looking down at him and my troops with the sinking feeling that I had blown my chance at commanding an infantry company. Hack looked up at me and gave me his uniquely sloppy salute, which clearly communicated that he hoped I'd be okay. Things picked up speed as the chopper did. I had enough time to smoke a cigarette in the chopper before I was dumped off at the clearing station at the division hospital. Medics in green gowns fussed and fluttered around me, stripping me and cleaning the layers of mud to get to a point where they could inventory my wounds. I had tubes and needles inserted in various places, all of them uncomfortable, and within the hour I was on an operating table. From what I could tell before drifting off, they were far more concerned with the large amount of blood that I had lost than with the extent of my wounds. All I really know is that they couldn't have knocked me out any more effectively with an elephant gun. I woke up in a fog of confusion, nausea, and pain. Everything hurt and everything smelled. My throat felt as if I had been breathing sawdust, and my limbs all hurt. The trauma of the blast had put me through some motions I was not used to and set me up for some very sore muscles and joints. My arms were tied down to boards. Tubes were filling me with a variety of liquids, and my legs were both raised and bandaged from the thighs to the toes. The dressings on my left leg were white and clean, but the right was stained in various places with large blots of yellow-orange and dark red that seeped from my wounds into the material. I was not happy to see the evidence of the wounds, but I had both feet, and that was a relief. My sense of pain was so screwed up by the drugs they were giving me that I was unable to attach any specific pain to any particular place. I just hurt everywhere. The first voice I heard as I tried to clear my head was Hack's. He stood at the foot of my bed in the recovery room of the division hospital with his arm in a sling, leaning on crutches. During the night, my company had been hit again, and David was wounded twice repelling the attack, but neither of his wounds appeared to merit much of his attention. Instead, he wanted to know about me, how I felt, and if I needed anything. I tried to sound positive and told him that I was sure I would be back in no time and for him to hold the company for me. He explained to me that he had already talked to the doctors and that I was going to be evacuated. He said he wanted me to go, that if I stayed, he was only going to get me killed. It was at that moment I realized just how deeply he remembered all the time we had spent on the ground together, and just how much he cared for all of the troops that he had commanded in combat. He was aggressive and determined on the battlefield, but I never felt that he was cavalier with our lives. Still, I didn't want to go, but I was never given a choice. The next morning, I awoke with a terrible hangover from the anesthetic and the other concoctions that they had fed into my veins. They packed me up to move me to a field hospital in Kanto, not too far away. I dozed in and out on the short flight and was vaguely aware of the jostling as medics strapped me into a chopper and then pulled me out to wheel me into the new hospital. Kanto was a bright, airy world of concrete floors and medical green walls. I passed through a number of stations where medical personnel looked at my paperwork and passed me on to other personnel for them to do the same. It went on for an hour or so, until I finally ended up in a ward next to the nurses' station. A lot happened around and near me, but no one seemed to want to take any time to talk to me. It was all very impersonal, and I was eager to have someone tell me that I would be okay and that I'd be back to my job with D Company in no time. But that just didn't happen. Nameless doctors whisked by my hospital bed and flipped open the cover of my aluminum chart. They read, absorbed the information, and occasionally made some notation on the chart, but none of them looked at me or my wounds. They would just flip the chart closed and walk away. The nurses were a little more conversational, but they had no information. They'd come by, take my vital signs, make a note or two, change a bottle hanging above me or bags dangling below, smile and smell wonderful. When I asked how I was doing and what would be happening with me, I was always told that the doctor would be by to tell me, and I would drift off again in some fog of medication. By the end of the second day at Kanto, I was beginning to get irritated. Still, no matter how much I asked for some feedback, I got nothing. Sometime during that afternoon, I awoke from another one of my drug-induced naps to find that someone had changed the dressings on my legs again without me knowing about it. I was at once curious and worried about what was beneath the large and abundant gauze wraps that covered most of my right leg and some of my left. I asked. I got the same answer. The doctor will explain it all when he makes his rounds. By the end of my fourth day at Kanto, they had slowly backed off on the drugs and replaced the dressings with smaller and smaller ones. The impact of both was quickly evident. The lack of numbing drugs let me know exactly where the pain in my right leg was coming from, and that I had very little pain in my left. I had no feeling in my lower right leg, not in the normal sense, just general pain. I was worried that when I touched my lower leg and foot, that I couldn't feel it. By then I had opened a dialogue with the nurses. I also discovered that the reason that they had said so little to me before was because I was so filled with painkillers it was like talking to a drunk. I didn't make much sense. They didn't have time, and I wouldn't have remembered most of what they had said anyway. They told me that it was too soon to be worried and that the trauma could account for temporary loss of specific sensation. I listened to them and tried not to worry. As my consciousness became less and less altered by the drugs, I became more aware of the things around me and the degree of damage reflected in that ward. Everyone was bandaged to different degrees. Some were missing limbs. Others were trussed in the grip of huge racks that held them together at different attitudes. It was all masked in the efforts most of the patients made to be jovial, partly for the morale of others, but partly to convince themselves the horror that had brought them there was over. And part of it was to be positive and hopeful about how they would recover and adjust to the damage done to them. One of the first things I noticed after the fog of the drugs left me to nights on my own was that none of us slept. Sure, the Army turned the lights off, and there were those in the ward who were too drugged or drained to hold their eyes open. But for the rest of us, we dozed in and out of sleep and listened to how the others were handling it. There was a young sergeant 2 beds down from me who had taken a considerable amount of shrapnel in a rocket attack at his base camp. In the daytime, the doctors would come by and stick a huge hypodermic needle up under his lower ribs and draw off the fluid that kept collecting in and around his lungs. That was hard to watch, and left me with little to say to him to encourage him. But it was his nights that are still vivid in my memory. The number of pieces of metal in his body were too many to remove, so some of them worked themselves to the surface, and with a little digging, he was able to get them out, one piece at a time. Late at night, I would hear him groan and hold his breath while he gripped the jagged pieces of metal that kept him from sleeping. I would know he was successful when I would hear the clink of the fragment hitting the ashtray on his nightstand. It was just over a week after my arrival at Kanto that I finally got to see the extent of my wounds. They took the bandages off to remove the drain from my leg and to let it get some fresh air. The newly promoted Dr. Major explained that if I had been hit with a frag or a bullet, that the process I was going through would not be necessary. They would have cut away the damaged tissue and sewn me up. But since I was booby-trapped, there were extra steps that had to be taken. While I was in the 9th Division Hospital, they had taken what was essentially a couple of ragged round holes between quarter and $half size and cut away everything to form a long, clean slot. The slot was almost 6 inches long and went completely through my leg, between the two bones in the lower leg. As the doctor explained what had been done, I was unprepared for the bizarre appearance of the wound once he unwrapped it. I had expected it to be sewn up, but it had been left open. That was because they assumed it was created by contaminated fragmentation, and they feared infection. The puncture wounds that went through my leg had been cut back to clean the undamaged tissue. As the doctor pulled away the last piece of blood-soaked dressing, I could see through my leg to the floor below. The slot was not just long, it was wide open. I could have dropped an envelope through it. The doctor explained that the next step was to take me back into surgery to close the slot with the use of heavy-gauge wire sutures. So much tissue had been cut away that the wire was needed to hold the sides of the wound together while my body tried to replace the missing muscle and bone. I asked him how long he thought it would be before I'd be back on my feet. I was really asking him if I would be able to get back on my feet. He simply shrugged and said to wait until we saw how the closure worked out. The second surgery left me with another nausea-laced hangover. I felt like crap for another few days, and as soon as I started to feel better, I became eager to get it all behind me and get out of there. The doctor came by and unwrapped the dressing covering the sutures. I was surprised at how much wire they had used to close up both sides of my leg. It was about then I began to feel the tightness that the wire created, but I didn't feel much pain. I asked the doctor how long it would be before I got normal sensation back. He avoided answering me and went on to the next bed. A couple of days later, I tried to nail the doctor about all of the questions I had. When was I getting out of bed? When would I be able to go back to duty? When would I be able to feel my lower leg again? He was irritated by my tone and told me that I'd be lucky to keep my leg. The flip response caught me completely off guard. Lucky to keep my leg? What the hell was he talking about? He explained that there had been more nerve damage than they had initially thought. My self-protective response was that I'd be okay with a little feeling loss. He explained to me that there was a good chance that I could develop circulation problems that would dictate the amputation of my lower leg. I told him no goddamn way. He tried to explain to me that they were doing lots of terrific things with prosthetic devices, and that I would be able to get along fine with an artificial lower leg, since I would keep the knee joint. I tried to explain to him that I was a 25-year-old infantry company commander, and that's what I did for a living. I would not be able to do that with a wooden leg. He became angry with me, second-guessing him, and stormed off. In less than an hour, a colonel, also a surgeon, arrived with the manual for courts-martial and began reading me my rights from Article 31. He was furious with me for giving one of his doctors crap. I lost my temper and told him that if he was going to tell me about me losing my leg, that I would give him the same crap. Somehow he calmed us both down and told me that there was no chance of saving my leg in Kanto if the damage was as extensive as he guessed it might be. I tried to tell him that I just had to get my old job back. It was a pretty veiled attempt at begging him not to let me lose my leg. He said, "Walter Reed." I didn't argue any more. I was shuffled through the casualty pipeline. First stop was Japan, where they waited until I could be taken off of some of the medications. After a couple of weeks there, I was off to the States on a large jet medevac flight. Arriving at Andrews Air Force Base was strange. We were hustled off the aircraft and into waiting medical buses to be whisked away to Walter Reed Army Medical Center. I didn't find out until later that the reason was the Andrews AFB folks wanted to avoid the press. They had been sending film crews there to capture shots of casualties returning from Vietnam for the evening news. The sight of crippled soldiers was good B-roll film for the anchors. I was very excited about getting to Walter Reed since I assumed that whatever was wrong with my leg would be resolved there. Like most Americans in the 60s, I had more confidence in the medical profession's capabilities than I should have had. The truth was that I really wanted to believe that they could fix me up and discharge me. Walter Reed was an experience in itself. The hospital complex and outlying clinics was a massive factory for fixing broken soldiers, and its size took a toll on the personal touch. I was immediately turned into another number, another bed. I was put through an extensive physical exam and assigned to a bed in the surgical ward. Then I waited. No one showed up to look at me or decide on treatment. Days went by, and I complained to the only people I saw, student nurses. They all promised that they would pass on my pleas for attention. Finally, a doctor captain came into my room and flipped through my files. He ordered some tests, issued some instructions, and said almost nothing to me directly. His prescription? We wait. Wait for what? For some sign that the circulation was going to get better, or worse. In the meantime, I was to undergo an uncomfortable series of injections to clear up a destructive and threatening intestinal parasite that I had picked up in Vietnam. He was more concerned with that than he was with the prospects of me having to lose a leg. His abbreviated conversation and his brief visit left me with two problems: wait for some sign and decide what to tell my family. I had no choice but to wait, and I didn't think there was any advantage in worrying my family. So I didn't give them the details of my prospects. Weeks went by, and I tried to determine what was happening in my leg. I had hopes that things would improve when they removed the wire sutures. The removal was very uncomfortable, and the process didn't seem to change any sensations for me. My lower leg felt like the sensation we all have when we have slept on an arm and it goes to sleep. Or, to be more precise, it was the prickly, dull sensation, like when the feeling is coming back. It was almost as if I was wearing a knee sock filled with ginger ale, and it didn't change. But my leg stayed warm, indicating satisfactory circulation, and my parasites finally cleared up after a second series of shots. Then one morning the doctor of few words came in and said, "Well, you're going to keep the leg." No foreplay, just the flat statement. He then turned and started to leave. I asked him about the sensation not returning. He said it probably never would, and just left. I was introduced to a particularly muscular woman major who headed a physical therapy section. She was as short with me as the doctor. She gave me exercises to do and got me on my feet. By then, the whole bottom of my foot had curled under like a claw. My Achilles tendon had shortened considerably, and I was cautioned that I would be smart to take it slowly. The first time I put my foot on the floor and tried to press my heel to the linoleum, I realized the changes that I would have to make. PT was back in my vocabulary. My status changed to ambulatory, and I was able to move around a bit. I was determined to get my leg back in working order, feeling or no feeling. So, while I worked hard in the physical therapy room, I worried about my future, immediate and long range. I kept leaving messages for the doctor, asking him when I could plan on being released. I was ignored. I was very concerned about what the wound was going to mean for me as an infantryman. If the doctor made an issue of the effects of the wound, I might well find myself grounded and out of the running for all the jobs that I aspired to as an infantry officer. I was not forgetting that I had been given a chance to command a rifle company and didn't last long on the job. Chances like that didn't come more than once for most captains. I was sure that I would have to figure out a way to make up for my lack of company command experience if I wanted to stay in the Army. I wasn't out of the woods by a long shot. Then one day a man who I would nominate for angel status in the infantry walked through my door. He was a stocky, cigar-smoking fireplug of a man who looked most uncomfortable in a civilian suit and tie. He stuck his hand out and introduced himself as Lieutenant Colonel Johnny Johnston. He told me that he was on his way to Fort Benning to assume command of an infantry battalion, and he wanted to know if I'd like to command one of his rifle companies for him. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. a second chance. He asked me if I would be getting out of Walter Reed soon. He couldn't keep the job open for me too long, so I had better get to Benning ASAP. His short and welcome visit caused me to turn up the heat on my doctor. I sent enough messages through the staff and left notes at his office to piss him off. He came into my room and wanted to know just what my problem was. I told him that I wanted out of Walter Reed and that I wanted to go back to work. It is worthy of note here that during the Vietnam years, there were plenty of doctors on active duty who were neither career officers nor were they aware of what made us who were tick. My doctor looked at my chart, told me that he thought he could put me on 90 days of convalescent leave and then another 30 days of regular leave on my way to my next assignment. I told him that I didn't want all that leave. I just wanted to go back to work. He scribbled the name and office number of another doctor on a prescription pad and gave it to me. He wanted me to see the other doctor before he would check me out of Walter Reed. I sat across the desk from the other doctor, and he asked me weird questions that made little sense to me. Then the light went on. He was a shrink. I asked him why I was seeing a psychiatrist, and he explained that in the 3 years he and my doctor had been in the Army, neither one of them had ever seen a patient turn down paid leave. I explained the situation to him and told him that if I sat on my ass, I could lose my chance to command another company. He was completely baffled by my attitude, but cleared me to leave anyway. I was still one very sore infantryman when I left Walter Reed, but no one at Fort Benning was going to know about it. Not if I could help it. The chance to command another rifle company propelled me to Fort Benning by the most direct route. The last thing I wanted was to get there late and find that Colonel Johnston had given the company to some other captain. I was slotted against a vacancy in Company C, 1st of the 29th Infantry in the 197th Infantry Brigade. It was a leg rifle company in a leg battalion, but I didn't care. It was a TO&E company, and I wanted the chance. Still, there was one minor problem. C Company had a secondary mission. Not only was it a regular rifle company with all of the normal missions, training and maintenance nightmares, it was also the Fort Benning Honor Guard Company. It would be difficult enough commanding an Honor Guard company at any post, but Fort Benning was the doctrinal home of all things relating to the school of the soldier in general, and dismounted drill in particular. If you were going to be an Honor Guard company at Fort Benning, you had better make every move and issue every command by the book. In this case, the book was the field manual, and command of an Honor Guard company would be difficult enough with both legs working properly. I reported in and found myself in Colonel Johnston's office. He was every bit as engaging as I remembered him from our very short meeting at Walter Reed. He and I chatted for a while about what he expected from me and what I could expect from him, and I felt that I had to tell him that I was not yet 100%. He pulled the fat cigar from his mouth, looked up at me from under his eyebrows, and simply said, "Well, get that way. Take a week or two and practice." I knew what he meant, and we didn't need to discuss it anymore. He wanted me to figure it out, work it out, and do the job. That night after work, I went to the airborne track on main post and continued to work on getting my leg back into shape. It was in those moments of pain that I realized just how important the months of convalescent leave would have been to my recovery. I had lost a considerable amount of muscle tissue, and the ligaments and tendons in my leg were stiff as cables. I had to be able to loosen up, build up, and fake the sensation to execute the marching movements. I ran, and I exercised, and I practiced. I practiced facing movements and marching in my quarters and in my office and on the parade field in front of Infantry Hall. I drove out to the training areas I had come to know on previous tours at Fort Benning and hollered out into the kudzu, developing my command voice. All the while, I hoped to be able to perform without anyone noticing the limp and the stiffness of my gait. Like the murder boards on the instructional side of Fort Benning, I was scheduled to put my company through its paces for the brigade commander and the assistant commandant. Both the colonel and the brigadier general were old infantry soldiers and knew what they wanted to see. It was up to me to make them see it. The company, the band, and an artillery salute battery formed on a parade field, and I took my post in front of the neat, starched, and polished ranks of soldiers as commander of troops. A mock reviewing stand held my inspectors, and Colonel Johnston acted as the visiting dignitary. I called the company to attention, executed a perfect about-face, and reported the honor guard ready for inspection. Colonel Johnston marched to a point in front of me, and then we both trooped the line and reviewed the honor guard. Marching shoulder to shoulder, I could feel the encouragement that he was giving me. After he gave me some quiet and supportive comments, he returned to the reviewing stand, and I led the honor guard in a pass in review. Every man in the formation treated it like it was a real review and made me look lots better than I was. It went off without my making a fool of myself, and I got the job. What appeared to be a wonderful job for an infantry officer at a stateside post didn't come without problems. While we spent much of our time staying combat ready, and some time putting on ceremonies for the post and visiting dignitaries, there were also some unpleasant duties. The war in Vietnam was raging. It was the autumn of 1969, and the casualties were coming home in bigger and bigger numbers. For those kids who gave their lives, there waited a military funeral if their families wanted one. That translated into C Company providing the funeral details to go to the surrounding towns, to give the dead soldiers the best burial honors we could. The funeral details would have been tough enough under normal conditions, but we were smack in the middle of the South and the middle of the racial tensions that marked the 60s. It was not unusual for me to take or send a funeral detail to a small town only to get threatened by the families of the deceased. We had problems with the Ku Klux Klan, and from simply bigoted survivors who had problems with the black soldiers as pallbearers. They refused to let them in their churches and funeral homes, and occasionally called their congressmen to complain bitterly. These incidents made already unpleasant duties nearly unbearable, and the ugliness of racial hatred didn't end once we returned to the post. While I never had an incident within the company, the post was reflecting the frictions that were becoming commonplace outside the front gate. Soldiers were assaulting soldiers over matters of color, and as company-grade officers, we were often involved in maintaining order or serving in courts-martials relating to those crimes. It was only 4 years since my first trip to Fort Benning, but I was amazed at how quickly the rigid and regimented order of Fort Benning had changed into a fever pitch to support Vietnam, and then to one of fear and violence reflecting the national race issue. None of us was happy to have to strap on loaded sidearms to keep the peace during many long, tense nights. I was just getting myself back into shape physically, just getting comfortable with the pleasure of commanding a company like the Honor Guard, and had just started night school to fight the college problem when Colonel Johnston called me into his office. His tone was down and uncharacteristic. He told me that he was going to have to make some changes in who was going to command C Company because of my performance. I was stunned by his words. I stood in front of his desk listening to him set me up to be fired. He told me that I'd be relieved of command effective that day. The only thing I could think to do was ask him why. He smiled and told me that I might be good, but that I was not good enough to command 2 infantry companies at one time, and that I had been chosen to command Company A, Ranger, 75th Infantry, Airborne. I could hardly believe what I was hearing. He was not relieving me for anything I had done wrong, but for what I must have done right. There was only one Airborne Ranger company at Fort Benning, and there had to be 700 available captains who would jump at the chance to command it. And I was picked to replace Tom Meyer, again, who was due for reassignment. It was a coincidence that the Ranger Company was attached to the 1st Battalion, 29th Infantry, so my move from C Company to A Company would be pleasant and easy. I would still be working for Colonel Johnston and would only be moving a couple of buildings away from my job at C Company. My being reassigned to command Fort Benning's Ranger Company was a surprise beyond my wildest dream. I could think of no other company that I would want to command at that time, but I was happy just to have a chance to command C Company, and I knew that Tom was in the position and doing a good job at it. For me, assuming command of A Company was like old home week. Many of the NCOs in the company had been in combat LRP and Ranger companies in Vietnam, and I couldn't have been happier to have them on board. The job was high visibility and very complex in its conflicting training and readiness missions. As with any units that were considered by some to be elite, the troops in A Company were under a microscope. Any move they made that was even a slim margin below the highest standards reflected badly on the company. And in any unit like a Ranger Company, there was a high level of energy, bravado, and just plain boyish playfulness. That, too, came back to haunt me. Those problems of exaggerated standards and heightened enthusiasm were to be expected. I had bailed plenty of LRPs and airborne soldiers out of tight squeezes with MPs, senior NCOs and officers, and occasionally local police. It wouldn't have been a Ranger Company without the occasional flaps. What was most pleasant and livable was still being under the wise and tempered eye of Johnny J. Johnston. He was a no-nonsense commander, but he understood soldiers and what made them tick. Not that there weren't some uncomfortable moments when he had to call me on the carpet for the behavior of some of my animated warriors. I remember most the fact that he didn't go ballistic when he received heat from his commander and his commander's commander. I know that he absorbed a lot of the heat for fights and pranks and stunts that my Rangers pulled. My real day-to-day problems came from 3 different directions. As a resident company on Fort Benning Post, I was saddled with some missions specific to Fort Benning. Those involved providing support troops to the infantry school to act in an aggressor role in tactical training, and the ability to mount convincing enemy operations to test the school's students was a simple matter with so many Vietnam LRP veterans. My second mission was to train the troops who were on orders to go to Vietnam. That mission required that I set up a small training group to provide Vietnam-specific training to make sure that soldiers leaving Fort Benning were ready for service in Vietnam. Additionally, I received the mission of conducting riot control training to keep the company ready for deployment to any one of the hot spots that dotted the American cities. Racial tensions had spilled over more than once into rioting and property damage. A Company had to be ready to move within a few hours' notice of any such incident. While we were training others and training ourselves for missions created by Fort Benning and the 197th Brigade, I still had a company safe filled with missions for overseas deployment. A Company, Ranger, 75th Infantry Airborne, had evolved from D Company, 17th Infantry. Under that designation, it was charged with being organized, trained, and equipped as a Corps-level long-range patrol company. Its headquarters on deployment would be 5th Corps in Germany. That meant that the company's organizational equipment and individual gear had to be tailored for operations in the German countryside. It also meant a completely different way of communicating than most of us were used to. A traditional European-oriented Corps-level long-range patrol company had to be ready to work as far as 150 miles forward of the main body of the Allied forces. That rendered the standard FM voice radios useless for communicating vital information to the rear. Each team had to master CW, continuous wave radios. That also meant that everyone in the company had to have from a passing to an expert level of proficiency in sending and receiving Morse code. All this on top of the local training requirements. That tasking to be on call for Germany didn't go away when the company was redesignated as a Ranger Company. Instead, it took on added contingencies to also be organized, equipped, and trained to deploy to Vietnam. In that configuration, A Company had to be ready to deploy on short notice to Vietnam as a Corps-level Ranger Company. That mission had almost nothing in common, training and equipment-wise, with the other missions. The communications vans and other vehicles essential to operate along the Iron Curtain were fairly useless to us should we head for Vietnam. We might have been able to avoid staying up to speed on some of the missions had the Army relieved us of the requirement to stand repeated surprise inspections. The words IG, Inspector General, and CMMI, Command Maintenance Management Inspection, had always kept company commanders awake at night. And that was for rifle companies with only one mission. But for a Ranger Company with its elite status, that served to fan the flames of some jealousies among non-airborne, non-Ranger inspectors. And that nightmare came in multiples. We had to stand inspections to determine our readiness in our role as a Benning-based and Vietnam and Germany-bound Ranger Company. And while all this was happening, there were no real training or doctrinal precedents to lean on. The training, organization, and equipment of World War II and Korean War Ranger companies were outdated for us. We were cutting new trails as we came to them and had little in the way of a recent history to lean on. I relied on Fort Benning's Ranger Department, the Pentagon's planners, Colonel Johnston, and the Rangers of A Company for help and guidance. All measured up, even though they too were often going on gut instinct when it came to the training and development of the company. We were even orphans. When the LRP companies in Vietnam and the States were redesignated as Ranger companies, there were no parent headquarters designated. That left A Company as the de facto holder and coordinator of things that might properly be handled by a battalion or regimental headquarters. Matters of lineage and heraldry were addressed to A Company. The problems of standardizing things between the companies arrived at our doorstep, and questions about us from the rest of the Army were plentiful. I handled as much as I could, but quickly jumped at the suggestion to designate the director of the Ranger Department the honorary regimental commander. That gave me a chance to pass most of the ceremonial duties on to Colonel John Geraci, or, as he was known by his Vietnam call sign, Mal Hombre. I had known Colonel Geraci from Vietnam and was glad he was the Ranger Department director. For the platoon leaders and NCOs, all this meant preparing and constantly checking the equipment and training of each man in the company in threes. And each soldier had Benning gear, Germany gear, and Vietnam gear. He also was trained for what he was doing and what he could be asked to do on different sides of the globe. It was a constant problem, identifying the demands and requirements placed on the company by missions, policies, and regulations, and making sure we were up to speed on each. At the same time we were trying to do that, the Army was going through tremendous change because of Vietnam, race, and drug problems. It was during these months I first heard and recognized the tongue-in-cheek saying that any Army could react. It took a good army to overreact. And overreact we did. Policies came pouring out of the Pentagon that put demands on the leadership in every company in the Army to provide personal attention and counseling for a wide variety of reasons. And the counseling sessions had to be reduced to paper and reported to higher headquarters. As company commanders, we personally had to advise short-timers as to their re-enlistment options. We personally had to conduct race relations seminars and drug classes. The instructions were very specific. In earlier days, the commanders could delegate plenty of such additional duties to lieutenants and senior company NCOs, but the Pentagon took away many of those options. For me, that meant that I had to squeeze more time out of an already crowded schedule. I made changes in my night school classes to take only the latest of classes. It wasn't unusual for me to leave the company area around 9 on the nights I had class to make it to a course that met from 9:30 to 11. Then I would go home and hit the books and still make it back to work for first call at 5 a.m. I was feeling the pressure, and the ante went up when the White House began announcing a schedule for the withdrawal of whole divisions from Vietnam. It translated to most of us as a sure prediction of a reduction in force that would follow. And a RIF meant that they would be cutting officers as readily as enlisted men. They would be using competitive criteria for retention, and the standards would revolve around professional development and potential. To my own mind, I was a bundle of potential. What I was concerned about was my lack of competitive credentials. I was not a regular Army officer, and I had not collected even a handful of college credits. I was still not sure if or where any paperwork existed which described the details of my wounds and the permanence of my losses. All I knew how to do was put my head down and keep charging into brick walls. There was just no allowance or concern for what I needed career-wise. My job was my company command, and not my career. I had more than enough on my plate to keep up with the multitude of requirements that filled the notebook tucked into my pocket. The days were too short, and still the demands kept piling up. And during this escalating pressure and backlog of demands on my time and the resources of the company, the outside influences on the Army were trickling in at an alarming rate. The draft lottery was taking plenty of heat on the streets. The White House was a focal point of dissent. Racial incidents, demonstrations, and pressures were increasing in frequency and visibility. And handling anti-police, anti-government, and general anti-authoritarian civil disorders was well beyond law enforcement's capacity. That meant that the Pentagon was up nights cranking out contingency plans for every conceivable flare-up, and nothing slowed those plans on their way to Fort Benning. The Rangers in A Company took on all of the extra training and the strange array of possible missions with remarkable patience. Most of them had been to Vietnam, and they, as well as the ones who hadn't been there yet, were happier to be in a difficult duty assignment at Fort Benning than somewhere in Vietnam while the war was drawing down. Discipline was never a problem in A Company. Any flaps that came up were usually outside the company and involved military personnel or civilians who somehow had a problem with the Rangers. I recall a situation where I had a junior sergeant who was in trouble for having done what we were demanding he do, take care of the troops. The problem occurred when a DR, delinquency report, landed on my desk with a directive that I take disciplinary action on the sergeant. He had been stopped at the front gate to Fort Benning late one night with a car full of drunken Rangers. He was sober, but the others were having too much fun. The attention they drew to themselves caused the MPs to stop them and shake them down. The MPs checked passes and ID cards and insurance papers and vehicle registration and on and on. They finally decided that the sergeant was driving a car with mufflers that were too loud and cited him. I investigated the incident and saw no reason to punish the man. The post-provost marshal disagreed with me and again demanded, through channels, that the sergeant be punished. By that time, I ended up in Colonel Johnston's office over the problem. He was unflappable. He asked what the story was. I explained that I had been on the officers and NCOs in the Ranger Company to make the lives and the welfare of their troops a high priority. I told each of them that I expected to see them find ways to look out for the troops. The sergeant in question had been coming home from a movie downtown with his wife. As they approached the post, he spotted 4 of his squad members driving erratically toward the post. He could tell they had been drinking and would surely get busted if they drove through the gate drunk and singing. He waved them over, let his wife drive his car home, and took the wheel of the drunken Ranger's car. He had done his job, and I had done mine. I called in the owner of the car and gave him 2 days to get the mufflers fixed or get the car off post. I saw no reason for the sergeant to be punished. Colonel Johnston leaned back in his chair, blew cigar smoke toward the ceiling, and simply said, "You did the right thing, son. Now let me handle the provost marshal." I never heard another thing about the incident, but rumors flew that someone from the provost marshal's office had made some remarks about us not being able to get away with that kind of behavior. I soon noticed MP sedans and jeeps in places where I hadn't seen them before. Each morning, when I left my quarters for work, there would be an MP vehicle sitting at the end of my street. On the roadway to Kelly Hill, where the Ranger Company was billeted, I would usually run across another, and there was frequently one at the company area. The troops must have figured out that we were all under extra surveillance and acted like Rangers would act. I came out of my office a few days later and found a handmade license plate placard bolted to the front of my car. It was in Ranger red, black, and white colors and had a Ranger scroll on it with the words, "Commanding Officer, A Company, Ranger, 75th Infantry, Airborne." By the end of the week, every POV in the company had its own plaque. After that, the presence of MP vehicles in our lives seemed to diminish. We had won the Cold War with the MPs, but the company was on its absolutely best behavior to deny them the chance to get the better of us. With the drawdown underway in Vietnam, there seemed to be a slight reduction in the number of overseas orders arriving. More Ranger combat veterans were coming back to Fort Benning and filling the vacancies in A Company, and fewer of those in the job were getting orders to go back to Vietnam. That meant stability. When that happens in any unit, the training level goes up, unit cohesion tightens, and esprit de corps rises. And that's exactly what happened to A Company. It turned out to be a terrific assignment. Not much slack, but an infantry captain's dream job. Across the board, proficiency scores went up, re-enlistments went up, discipline problems went down, and the company began to get involved in other pursuits. Company personnel found the time to get into sports parachuting, intramural sports, post activities, and sponsoring events for the kids on post. Our interaction with the Ranger Department increased as we provided more Rangers for doctrinal tests and studies. We also provided aggressors for several of their problems that needed a level of expertise that some of the other school support units didn't have. And we were permanent fixtures at Lawson Army Airfield. Rangers filled every available parachute to increase their airborne proficiency. We were the only TO&E unit on post that was on parachute status, and that was a plus for everyone. We were able to make qualifying parachute jumps several times a month. In many airborne units, they were lucky to get a jump every quarter. And in most airborne units in Vietnam, they had even suspended the quarterly qualification jumps. It was a long day at A Company, but I could hardly wait to get there in the morning. The Camelot period soon came to an end. The company was alerted for permanent movement to Fort Hood, Texas. The Army had created a major test facility there called Project Master, Mobile Army Sensor Systems Test, Evaluation, and Review, a Pentagon effort to resolve some of the nagging questions that came out of Vietnam. It was there that the Army found itself inadequate in surveillance, target acquisition, and nighttime operations. The hope was that by focusing on changes that needed to be made and the possibilities of using state-of-the-art technologies, the Army could close the gap in target identification and acquisition. Many years later, The fruit of that effort was validated on the battlefields of the Persian Gulf. But for A Company, Ranger, it meant major upheaval. While the instructions were for me to move the entire company and all its equipment to Fort Hood, that's not exactly what it meant. With the mission to move came the restrictions on who could go. Soldiers recently assigned to A Company were exempted from the move and went to other companies at Fort Benning. Some of the others, who were soon to be reassigned to schools and overseas assignments, were peeled away from the company in anticipation of those moves. That left the original company under strength in some positions and critically short in some key slots. Additionally, Department of the Army augmented the company's authorized strength to allow for some modifications necessary to become the test project's aggressor element. So, between the losses and the added unfilled authorizations, the company was well under strength for its upcoming job. Then I was told that I would have to relinquish command of A Company because the Army had me slated to attend the infantry officer's advanced course. The news was very disappointing. I wanted to stay with A Company, but was reminded that it was not up to me. I said goodbye to A Company and was reassigned as the Battalion S3 of the 1st of the 29th Infantry until my class began. The only good news was that it was a great job, and I was still going to be working for Colonel Johnston. All these years later, it is so gratifying to see the legacy of A Company of the 75th in the current Ranger Regiment, which now has 3 Ranger battalions. Their professionalism and expertise are widely known within the Army and NATO for their successful involvement in Grenada, Panama, and the Persian Gulf. They are the best trained and best equipped infantry fighters in the free world, and I enjoy the opportunities to meet today's Rangers. 5 minutes with any one of them is a shot of confidence in today's Army that can't be equaled. My first few weeks as operations officer for the battalion reminded me of my first days around an operations section in the 101st. Back then, I never in my wildest dreams would have seen myself as S3 of a battalion. But there I was, and I was immediately convinced of my need to get to the infantry officer's advanced course, to master those skills needed for that job. I was not very good at the job, and I'm sure that had I not been under the wise and tolerant eyes of Colonel Johnston, I would have been canned. I didn't even get a chance to settle into that job when a series of events completely changed my life. The first was a completely surprising announcement. The promotion list for Major came out of the Pentagon, and I was on it. Selected very early for promotion, I was astounded to learn that the Army had picked me to promote to Major, and this before my 25th birthday. Colonel Johnston chuckled knowingly. I suspect that with his connections to infantry branch, he had some early warning that I was going to make that list. He was generous in his support of my promotion and his congratulations. I had hardly absorbed the announcement when I got a call from Infantry Branch telling me that I had also been selected for a special college program that they had found some money to fund. It was unlike the old bootstrap program that everyone was familiar with. In that program, you had to gather almost all your college credits, and they would send you to school for your last semester or two. It was hard to qualify for, and hard to get into that program. The new program, called the Officer Undergraduate Degree Program, was a selection process run from Department of the Army. Once selected, you were offered a full scholarship to college provided you could finish 4 years of college in 2 years. How you did it was up to you, as long as you ended up with a fully accredited and appropriate degree. During that schooling, the Army would pay to move you, pay you your normal pay, and pay all the tuition and fees, and all you owed them on graduation was 1 more year on active duty. I jumped at the chance. My thinking was that even if I got out of the Army to go to college on my own, it would take me at least 5 years, working part-time and going to classes. I was completely panicked about trying to finish a 4-year degree in 2 years, but I didn't tell Infantry Branch that. So I accepted, and they told me to line up a college to accept me upon completion of the Infantry Officer's Advanced Course, which was 6 months long. The good news didn't end there. While I was in the advanced course, I received notification that I had been picked to receive a regular Army commission. Regular Army was a very difficult plum to get. It was given to graduates of the military academies and to distinguished military graduates of ROTC. But OCS graduates were commissioned in the Army Reserve and carried reserve commissions. Not being regular Army was like not having tenure at a university. Again, I was thrilled with my good fortune. Chapter 27. During the advanced course, the Army began to make sweeping changes. The pressures to do away with the draft were so great that the notion of a volunteer army was everywhere. The press began pursuing the Pentagon, and the Pentagon began floating trial balloons. Benning wasn't immune to efforts to explore the possibilities for making the Army more attractive. Volar, volunteer army, became a word that everyone at Fort Benning was talking about. The response to the concept was mostly negative, and while I was a member of a class of combat-experienced captains and majors, we expended plenty of energy discussing the subject on our breaks or over beers at the infantry bar. But the ball was in motion, and one way or the other the Army was going to have to get along without the draft. The decision to go to a volunteer force became very clear to me one day in the hallway of the infantry school. I was standing outside a classroom with a few other captains when a colonel on the school staff walked up. He stopped and looked at us, each sporting closely cropped airborne haircuts, then blurted out, "Gentlemen, your hair is too short. Haven't you heard of Volar? Get with the program." And then he walked off. That day was the moment when I realized that the Army was changing. It had been going on for some time, but I had been isolated in airborne, LRP, and Ranger units for so long that I just didn't get it. I wasn't particularly opposed to the Volar concept. I just joined my peers in thinking that it just wouldn't work. I felt that the involvement of draftees was important and wise. I had not been let down by draftees on the battlefield and felt there would be problems losing them. Was I ever wrong? The transition was lumpy and saw some tough times, but it has turned out to be one of the most successful efforts since World War II. And for me, the early days of Volar were experienced away from my duty station. I left the advanced course before graduation in order to start college, and while I was on campus, there wasn't an Army post anywhere near. While I was going to school in Michigan, my headquarters was Fort Sam Houston, Texas. I might have been more motivated to follow the progress of the volunteer Army if I hadn't been so swamped with college. My life was suddenly void of uniforms and things military. I carried more than a full load and graduated with a full 4-year degree in history 17 months later. And even though those months were packed with long hours and an accelerated curriculum, I loved every minute of it. It was in college that I discovered that going earlier would have been wasted on me. Going when I did was just right. I waded in and appreciated what a gift I had been given and what a second chance I had in my grasp. My grades were top-notch. I was accepted on campus without incident. At the same time, I discovered that the soldier's view of the college student was every bit as distorted as the student's view of the soldier. I didn't find the draft card-burning, rabid anti-war activists. Not every student was an anarchist radical. They were normal kids with realistic anxieties about the draft and the Vietnam War. I could hardly blame them. I'd been there, and I was going back there. Just before graduation, I got alerted for Southeast Asia again. One after another, units were coming out of Vietnam. It was the summer of 1972, and those maneuver units that remained in Vietnam were packing and had been nearly relieved of all combat commitments. Their basic missions were to protect themselves and other U.S. installations until they pulled out. But that was not the end of the war or the expectations on the United States to support the efforts of the Allies still fighting the Communists. The South Vietnamese, Thais, Cambodians, and Laotians were all clamoring to get commitments from the U.S. to support, train, equip, and fund their anti-communist efforts. They were willing to take what they could get, but they didn't want us to leave, and they didn't want the massive supply of resources to end. So as the maneuver units moved back to the States, the activities in Southeast Asia returned to something similar to the behind-the-scenes advisory efforts of 1961 to 1965. Training the Allies to shoulder the burden of the war was the major effort, and providing them with the arms and equipment to do the job was the twin effort. I re-entered the war that had changed from direct combat to the training and support of the warriors. It came in the form of a phone call from Infantry Branch. They told me I was going back, and that this time I would be wearing a green beret. I was sent to what until a few weeks before had been known as 46th Special Forces Company in Lop Buri, Thailand. But due to the increase in responsibilities, it had been expanded and took on the less specific title of Special Forces Thailand. I had come full circle. I remembered the green beret that one of those sergeants wore that day at Fort Dix. At the same time, I thought that I could never see myself wearing one. And though I was not too thrilled to be leaving my family for still another unaccompanied overseas assignment, I was a lot happier going to a Special Forces assignment than so many other unpleasant jobs that I might have drawn. Arriving in Thailand, I had great expectations about the expertise and professionalism of the men assigned to the unit, and within minutes of arrival at Lop Buri, I was given command of my own A-team. I had to absorb the good luck. I could easily have been given a staff job because I had already commanded 4 infantry companies. Assuming command of the A detachment was filled with even more surprises. I fully expected to meet Special Forces soldiers with a wealth of combat and tactical training experience, and that's exactly what I found. But I also found them to be tired. They were by no means lazy or unprofessional. They were instead tired. Tired of the years and years they had spent in Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. Tired of the missions they ran up and down the Ho Chi Minh Trail, tired of the dangerous nights they spent in North Vietnam, and tired of working so long and so hard trying to get the South Vietnamese motivated to fight their civil war. I couldn't blame them. They were the last of the Americans left in Southeast Asia, trying very hard to train the Allies while they watched the anti-war movement in Washington dismantling what they had worked so long and hard to build. They did their training and combat jobs out of Lop Buri with professionalism and dedication, but I could feel that their hearts were not in it. They were as professional as ever, keeping their personal disappointments separate from their duties as many of them planned for a different future. The reduction in force was happening all around them. Officers and NCOs with extensive Special Forces experience but little time in regular units were let go. Younger officers who had limited Special Forces experience and little college were also asked to leave. And the old-timers talked of fishing boats and opening motels in Florida after the retirement. They'd been worked hard and almost forgotten by the Pentagon. Many of them quietly left the Army and started new lives, but all of them had memories of better days. The year in Thailand flew by for me, and I awaited my alert notification for reassignment to a stateside job. I was expecting to go back to an airborne or ranger unit when I was surprised to find myself on the selection list for the Command and General Staff College at Fort Leavenworth. I thought that was years away, and wasn't even aware of the remote possibility of being picked for such advanced schooling so early. The Army was continuing to surprise and challenge me, and I stepped out of fatigues for the first time in my career and into Class A uniforms for classes. My class was long on majors, lieutenant colonels, colonels, and even a couple of Allied brigadier generals. It was also the first time I had come in contact with what was known as purple suiters, or officers assigned to joint staffs comprised of Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine, and Allied members. I was immediately as disoriented by the demands of the upper-level schooling as I had been in my first days in basic training. The first and most surprising discovery at Fort Leavenworth was the complete sense of amnesia about Vietnam and the previous 12 years. Everything was oriented on war along the eastern borders of Germany, and all the training was tailored to that eventuality. I hadn't thought about Germany and fighting Russians or East Germans since I was in Kaiserslautern and Mannheim. Suddenly, I was surrounded by officers who had it down cold. They knew the most minute details of the mechanized, armored communist threat that drove the curriculum. I quickly realized that I had some catching up to do. The year was a complete change of focus for me. I had to forget what I had learned and start thinking bigger and looking toward the Fulda Gap in Germany. I had to master the intricacies and nuances of higher-level staff procedures, major unit logistical planning and coordination, and joint service operational planning. It was a tall order for me, but one without option. I had to get up to speed on a volunteer army with a European orientation and stay there for the duration of the year-long course. I busted the books, as we all did, and studied things that I hadn't even been aware of. Armor had been moved into the forefront of the doctrinal philosophies. No longer was it seen as a supporting arm to help the infantry close with and destroy the enemy. It had replaced the infantry as the principal player on the modern battlefield. The infantry's new mission was to protect the tanks, to allow them to destroy large enemy armored mechanized forces attempting to sweep across the North German plain. Amphibious operations were as alien to me as were the classes in transactional analysis and operations research. It was like a different army and a different world for me. And most of my experience in LRP, Ranger, and Special Forces units was not very useful to me as a student. I was coming from a small unit leader's point of view into a world of divisions, corps, and army groups. I survived the year and met the requirements to graduate, only to find that I had been selected to remain at Fort Leavenworth as a member of the faculty. I was assigned to the tactics department and spent my summer taking still another course in instructor training and learning the courses I was expected to teach. But like Fort Benning, there were lengthy murder boards to survive. The level of sharpshooting was elevated to a science at Leavenworth. The faculty knew every hot-shot question and comment that cocky students could throw at instructors, and threw them at me. Toward the end of the summer, and before the regular curriculum began, I was called in by the department director. He was a bright and energetic colonel who had just been selected for promotion to brigadier general. He told me that he was concerned that we were going overboard on the European scenario and failing to retain that expertise we had developed in Vietnam. He wanted me to develop an elective course on special operations and become the principal instructor of the course. He gave me a blank slate and free rein. I was happy to get the job. So, for the next couple of years, I taught infantry battalion operations in a European scenario from August to January, and I taught special operations from January to June. Then, during the summers, I was assigned to the instructor training committee to train the new instructors. Teaching Leavenworth faculty members how to teach at Leavenworth was far, far away from the timid basic trainee I had once been at Fort Dix, New Jersey. And being an instructor in the world of the modern battlefield was perfect for me. Teaching special operations was a great job, too. What I came to understand during that time was that the students who took my class had little understanding of what LRPs and Rangers did. I was teaching it because I had spent my time with those special men, while my students had been in more conventional units. If I had to be away from a troop assignment, that was as good as it got. Leavenworth gave me a chance to catch my breath. At least that's what I thought was happening. The truth was that the entire country was shifting gears and the national mood was focusing on putting Vietnam behind us and distancing ourselves from foreign entanglements, especially those involving combat. The move to put Jimmy Carter, a peacemaker Democrat, in the White House offered promise of change that would heal what was traumatized in our nation. For me, the change was welcomed and uncomfortable at the same time. I felt a release of some of the pressures that had been born from being in combat assignments or at training bases where combat preparedness was the be-all and end-all of our daily efforts. Leavenworth was more of an ivy-covered academic environment with green uniforms. It was more introspective and more contemplative than any place I had ever been. We mused over matters of ethics, honor, responsibilities, and the future of the Army. In my personal life, I was getting a second chance. My first marriage had become a casualty of the war, a casualty that I might have avoided. The long hours at work and the months away from home only exacerbated the simple lack of energy I brought to my marriage. I have to take all of the blame for its collapse and credit my wife for a level of maturity and class that it took me years to recognize and appreciate. During those Leavenworth years, I married again. That time to a woman who was more adventurous than I could ever be. She was addicted to travel and discovery and took jobs that would allow her to see the world. We met in Thailand, where she was teaching at the international school. We were married after my first year at Fort Leavenworth, and she was killed in a tragically senseless automobile accident on her way home from work one evening, 2.5 years later. I had hardly gotten over my own disappointment with the failure of my first marriage when a harsher chunk of reality slammed into me. The Army reacted as I might have expected, like a family. I was smothered with condolences, kind gestures, offers of all kinds, and the endless tiptoeing. People, soldiers too, treat widowers differently. They don't know how to let the loss creep out of the room, or the conversation, or any contact with the widower. I appreciated everyone's efforts and consideration, but there came a time when I wanted to scream, "Please quit asking my secretary, how's he doing?" It was a small post, with a smaller college faculty, and everyone had a big heart. Still, I felt the whispering when I entered a room. I had become an oddity. Leavenworth had its share of bachelor majors, but I was not a bachelor. I was a widower. After several months of trying very hard not to be rude to the large number of friends and co-workers who were trying so hard to be compassionate, I got a call from Washington. It was time for me to be reassigned. I had been at Leavenworth for 4 years and was ripe for a move. During the mid-'70s, the Army had decided to optimize the resources of its officer corps by tasking each of us with a secondary military occupational specialty to complement our primary specialty. The theory was to spread out the good assignments and the bad. It was also supported by an argument that it would give the combat arms officers an appreciation for the more mundane jobs that were nonetheless essential to mission accomplishment. The argument had its merit, but those of us who were in combat arms jobs saw it as little more than a chance to get home before dark, pull less field duty, and justify a funded graduate degree to enhance our skills. Since my primary specialty was Special Forces, airborne infantry, I was given a more administrative secondary specialty in Army information. That was Pentagonese for public relations, community relations. Had I not been so preoccupied with my own problems, I might have objected to the fact that no one bothered to ask me if I wanted to be enrolled in that specialty. I knew nothing about the Army Information Program, was told that I had to pull a tour in my secondary specialty sooner or later, and that I would learn on the job. I was expected to take the job cheerfully and just go with the flow. I have to admit that I had little fight left in me, and accepted the assignment to the Los Angeles Public Affairs Office without the slightest idea what the job would entail. Thus, I left Leavenworth. The most important thing that I learned during my last year there was that, above all, the Army is a family, and when one member of the family is hurt, they all grieve. The job turned out to be necessary, but not for me. The Army needed someone in Southern California to be able to represent the Secretary of the Army, but it hardly needed a colonel and 2 lieutenant colonels. I took advantage of the time there to rebuild the parts of my life that had been fairly well beaten up by the war, a divorce, and the death of a wife. During those same years, the already slow-moving post-Vietnam Army seemed to grind to a halt. Funds dried up, pay raises didn't happen, cost of living went up dramatically, and signs of interesting and challenging assignments were not showing up in my viewfinder. I had been promoted to lieutenant colonel and moved into upper middle management. That meant a greater distance from the things I loved, soldiers, and nearer proximity to paperwork and staff duty. It wasn't up to the Army to change to suit my preferences, and I still felt good about the Army that I had spent 2 decades in. But I wasn't convinced that I would be happy serving in one staff job after another, with only an occasional and brief assignment to troop units. I had some decisions to make. I was still in my 30s and thought that it was time to make a career change. I asked the Army to find my replacement and draw up the papers for me to leave the Army on the 20th anniversary of the day I reported to Fort Dix, New Jersey. I quietly signed out of the Army, filled with vivid memories, not as much of events as of people. Epilogue. No American boy or girl should ever have to go to war to protect country and family. But reality continues to put young Americans in harm's way over and over again. We came out of Vietnam with the whisper of never again, and still found ourselves in Iran, Beirut, Grenada, Panama, the Persian Gulf, Somalia, and Bosnia-Herzegovina. And in every one of these deployments, the critical jobs that allowed the larger units to perform went to soldiers and sailors in special units. The same unselfish devotion to duty, that of the LRPs, Rangers, and Green Berets I was privileged to serve with, lives on today. There has never been a shortage of qualified and properly motivated American men and women to fill the slots long since vacated by the special men from the Vietnam years. We can sleep better knowing that they are on the job, willing to take the risks, make the sacrifices, and meet the challenges, unmotivated by ego or glory. A day doesn't go by when I don't remember the soldiers I served with and appreciate the influence they had on my life and my heart. They would never tell you themselves, but they were truly special men. This recording of Special Men was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by L.J. Ganser, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Published by arrangement with Open Road Integrated Media. Copyright 1994 by Dennis Foley. Introduction copyright 1994 by David Hackworth. Recording copyright 2025 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.